I'm clearly a transmigrator. Yet, I inherited the original guy's memories and his identity as a total simp. Staring at the text from Tiffany White on my phone that just says, "Get lost." I was so pissed I kicked over the burning charcoal brazier. As a former 996 corporate slave, I know full well that time is money, and yet the previous owner of his body actually wasted his prime years on a woman like her. When I scrolled through the chat history on his phone, I found that this so-called girlfriend had not only never acknowledged their relationship, but it even started an in-game couple with someone else. The most ironic part was, to please her, he'd spent ages practicing the guitar to play Love, only to be met with her cold, dismissive silence. I stared at the screen, my lips curling into a mocking sneer. Tiffany White's excuses looked absolutely pathetic to me. She could fool the original guy who was blinded by love, but she couldn't fool me stringing someone along while cheating on them, all while spending the guy's money. Now, this entire mess has landed in my lap. I felt around in my pockets. I was out of cigarettes, so I pushed open the apartment door. A summer night heat wave hit me full force. This rundown neighborhood was even worse than I imagined. Low-rise buildings with tangled wires everywhere, alleys crammed with electric scooters. It was a struggle just to walk through. Bugs swarmed under the only working street lamp. If it weren't so close to the university, this dump wouldn't even be worth $800. The lights of a convenience store finally offered some relief. After buying a pack, I stood at the entrance and opened them. My gaze happened to land on a figure next to the trash cans across the street. It was a girl, curled up small, leaning against the bins with her arms around her knees. She was clutching a few sheets of paper, with a white woven bag sitting by her feet. It was already 10:30 p.m. A young woman crouching alone in a place like this? Surely it wasn't some kind of performance art. My movement to light the cigarette suddenly froze. This body clearly wasn't used to the nicotine yet. I started coughing violently. Hearing the noise, the girl looked up. From beneath her messy bangs, a pair of clear eyes glared at me with obvious annoyance. Under the glow of the street lamp, her plain face was so beautiful it made my heart skip a beat. For some inexplicable reason, I held out the cigarette I'd just lit. Want one? I waved the cigarette in my hand. Summer's damp, almond-shaped eyes blinked. She seemed to be debating whether or not to cross that invisible line. Hesitantly, she took the cigarette, clumsily putting it in her mouth and taking a deep drag. Immediately, her eyes welled up with tears from the smoke. Even the tips of her ears turned bright red. Though she couldn't stop coughing, she stubbornly took another puff. This time, even her nose wrinkled up like a little walnut. The cigarette trembled between her fingertips, like a disobedient firefly. The flickering light reflected in the red corners of her eyes. I found the sight amusing. I reached out and snatched the cigarette back. "Take it easy, kid. What did the cigarette ever do to you?" I shook the pack, making up some nonsense with a serious face. "Do you know why they call it sharing a smoke? Smoking alone is selfish. Smoking together is a bond." Now the wind has had its turn. I intentionally flicked the ash into the night breeze. And now it's your turn to be a windbag. Summer's cheeks puffed out in anger, making her look like a flustered hamster. Seeing that she still had some fight in her, I took the opportunity to sit down beside her. I turned my head and introduced myself. "I'm Lucas, and you?" Summer didn't answer. She just shuffled closer to the trash can to put a little distance between us. She stared at the brightly lit convenience store nearby, her gaze drifting off. I followed her line of sight, then suddenly remembered something and ran into the store. When I came back, I was holding 2 small pudding ice cream bars. "Here, cool off." Summer instinctively reached out, then pulled back, but the ice cream had already been shoved into her hand. She whispered a quiet, "Thank you." Then, hesitantly, she gave me her name. "Summer." I solemnly raised my ice cream toward her. "To Summer. Cheers." She blinked in surprise, but followed suit. The ice creams made a soft clink as they touched. The cool, sweet flavor melted in her mouth. Her eyes curved into little crescents, as if she hadn't felt this at peace in a long time. For the next 10 minutes, we ate our ice cream in silence. Summer nibbled on the popsicle stick, seemingly a bit restless sitting next to me. A faint, hard-to-detect blush crept onto her cheeks. She suddenly spoke up. "Lucas, aren't you going back to the dorms?" I snapped out of my thoughts. Looking at the blue sign of the convenience store, I seemed to understand why she was sitting here. It was a place where she could use the light to chase away the loneliness, while still hiding her vulnerability in the shadows. I'm renting a place nearby. No curfew for me. I glanced at the white woven bag beside her. "Do you have a place to stay tonight?" I asked softly. Summer's eyes dimmed. She lowered her head and shrunk back toward the trash can. "I'll be going back soon," she said vaguely. I didn't call her out on the lie. I patted the dust off my clothes and smiled. Why don't you come rest at my place for a bit? The AC is nice and cool, and it's safe. You can leave whenever you want, just turn off the AC on your way out. Summer looked down at the crumpled papers in her hand. It was a medical report from the hospital. Thinking about what the doctor had said, all her strength shattered in that moment. She looked up at me, a bitter smile touching her lips. Why are you helping me? I scratched my neck, giving her a playful grin. Honestly, because you're pretty. If it were someone else who was built like a bear, with rough, dark skin, I wouldn't have dared to come over. Summer was teased into a laugh. Though tear stains were still on her face, she finally ripped up the report and threw it in the trash. She stood up. Lucas, she said softly. I guess I'll be a bother to you for a while then. As Summer stood up, I finally got a good look at her. Under the street lamp, her slender figure cast an elegant silhouette. That t-shirt, faded from too many washes, unexpectedly traced out a perfect curve. The night breeze caught a corner of her shirt, giving a glimpse of her waistline that made me subconsciously hold my breath. If you keep this up, my Adam's apple bobbed. My voice sounded a bit tight. I might really never want you to leave. The tips of Summer's ears instantly turned beet red. She looked away and mumbled under her breath, Then don't make me leave. Those words were like a pebble dropped into a lake, sending ripples to my heart. I forced myself to stay calm and joked, Hey, don't test my willpower. What if I actually lose control? While talking, I had already picked up her woven bag. The movement felt as natural as if I'd done it 1,000 times. All right, it's late. The dorms are probably about to close. I can carry it myself. Summer reached out to grab it. No way. I held the bag up high, a mischievous glint in my eyes. This is my hostage. In case you try to run off halfway, where would I even go to find you? Summer was amused by me, her eyes curving into beautiful crescents. If you get tired, just tell me. I chuckled to myself. Right now, I felt like I could carry her and run a whole marathon. On the way back, I kept looking back to make sure she was keeping up. Summer noticed my gaze. She suddenly took 2 quick steps, and though she looked shy, she firmly took hold of my arm. That one gesture made me freeze instantly. I could clearly feel the warmth radiating from her arm, and my own heart suddenly racing. The summer insects were exceptionally loud tonight, but they couldn't drown out our heartbeats thumping against our ribs. This way, you won't keep looking back. Summer's voice was as light as a feather. I looked down at her reddened ears, and suddenly reached back to grasp her wrist. I'd prefer if you held on to me like this forever. Realizing I was being impulsive, I quickly changed the subject. It's really hot tonight, isn't it? Yeah. Summer's voice almost melted into the night breeze. We walked slowly like that. I intentionally slowed my pace, enjoying this rare moment of closeness. Summer suddenly tugged on my sleeve and pointed at the oscillating fan of a roadside food stall. The way you were looking back just now is exactly like that fan. No way, I said, widening my eyes dramatically. I was clearly, like myself, Afka. Summer finally showed a rare, playful side. Fine, I surrender, I said, raising both hands. How about I treat you to some barbecue as an apology? I had already noticed her staring at the barbecue stall and quietly swallowing her spit. Summer hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's okay. Before she could finish, I was already pulling her toward the stall. Boss, 4 beef skewers and 4 lamb skewers. After ordering, I gently squeezed Summer's wrist. Let's share the chicken wings, okay? Okay, Summer said, lowering her head. Her voice was barely a whisper. While we waited, I rested my chin on my hand and looked at her. I spent $80 here. I've got to look at you enough to get my money's worth. As soon as the words left my mouth, Summer's cheeks immediately flushed a deep crimson like the sunset. She hesitated for a few seconds, before slowly turning her face toward me. Her lively eyes were like a startled fawn's, though, darting all over the place, unable to find a comfortable place to land. It wasn't that she'd never heard guys flirt before. While working part-time, she had heard too many of those suggestive jokes, but in my tone, she could clearly hear a trace of genuine care. That discovery made her let out a soft chuckle. Her gaze finally found its focus and looked straight into my eyes. Unexpectedly, I was the one who backed down first. I looked away in a panic, pretending to be intensely interested in the barbecue grill. This charcoal is burning pretty hot, huh? I even fanned myself with my hand exaggeratedly, as if trying to dispel the heat from my own face. Crap. I suddenly pulled out my phone and scratched my head in frustration. While walking arm in arm with Summer earlier, I had completely lost track of time. This was the first time in over 20 years that I'd been this close to a girl. Can't make it back to the dorms? Summer asked, tilting her head. When she saw the photo on the phone screen, Her smile instantly froze. Is this your girlfriend? Her voice was so quiet it was almost inaudible. I quickly turned the phone back. Tiffany White's photo on the screen left me speechless for a moment. Finally, I blurted out, she owes me money. That lame excuse stunned Summer. But compared to those vague, just a friend answers, this reply actually seemed more sincere. She didn't notice that the corners of her mouth had already curled up instinctively. I rested my chin on my hand and stared at her without blinking. Her reaction when she misunderstood just now had inexplicably made my heart race. It felt like being back in the days of a shy first love. Does she really owe you money? Summer looked me in the eye, with a hint of concern in her voice that she didn't even notice. It's a long story. I was about to explain, when the waiter arrived just in time with the packed barbecue. I picked up the bag and stuffed a skewer toward her. You take this. I'll tell you all the juicy gossip when we get back. On the way back to the apartment, I intentionally slowed my pace. I wished so much that I could, like on the way there, feel Summer's warmth as she held onto my arm again. Unfortunately, between the two of us now, there seemed to be an invisible layer of distance. Summer carefully cradled the bag of barbecue. The rich aroma made her unconsciously lick her lips. Memories of the last time she'd had barbecue flashed before her eyes. It was back in middle school, when she used $5 she'd found to secretly buy her very first lamb skewer. Or here, my voice pulled her back to reality. She wasn't paying attention and bumped right into my chest. Sorry. She rubbed her forehead and apologized in a panic. I just grinned and gave her a thumbs up. That was a great hit. I pointed to my chest. You crashed straight into here. Summer stood at the door, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. She looked away, eyeing the dark hallway, her voice as light as a feather. This is the apartment you mentioned? The third floor with no elevator? I picked up the luggage and led the way upstairs. The key made a crisp clicking sound as it turned. I pushed the door open, and the cold air hit us. I let out a long sigh of relief, like jumping from a steamer into an ice cellar. I kicked off my sneakers and pulled a pair of pale yellow slippers from the shoe cabinet, placing them at the entrance. These and the ones on my feet were clearly a matching pair, but I pretended not to notice that detail. I leaned against the wall to make way for her. Make yourself at home. Summer stood at the door, peeking inside. The apartment wasn't big. The creamy yellow walls felt cozy, and various small ornaments added a touch of liveliness. Her gaze swept across the clean floor, and the bright lights finally landing on my smiling eyes. Suddenly, her ears felt hot. She hurriedly looked down. Come in and eat some barbecue. It won't taste good once it gets cold. I gave her an out. Summer hesitated for a few seconds before finally stepping inside. Hearing the click of the door closing behind her, her shoulders trembled, yet she felt inexplicably relieved. The two pairs of slippers side by side at the entrance made her bite her lip. Does that girl really just owe you money? You bet. I pointed dramatically at my laptop. All the evidence is right there. Summer changed into the slippers and followed me to sit cross-legged on the rug. I opened the chat logs and began recounting the original owner's tragic history as a simp. So she treated me like an ATM, using my money to support some boy toy. I curled my lip. I treated her like my first love, and she treated me like a safety net. Summer burst out laughing, and the weight on her heart finally lifted. She noticed that her luggage had been neatly placed on a small wooden chair. That small detail made her eyes grow warm. I opened the barbecue packaging and poured 2 glasses of Coke. The bubbles in the glass frizzed happily, just like my cheerful mood right now. I originally just bought this for my own midnight snack. Cheers. Summer's eyes crinkled as she clinked her glass against mine. The carbonated drink burst into tiny bubbles on her tongue. She tilted her head back and exhaled, as if breathing out all the gloom of the past few days. Don't just follow guys home like this in the future, I said, handing her a lamb skewer, my tone very serious. What if you run into a bad person? Then, would you kick me out? Summer tilted her head, her gaze as pure as fresh snow. I was speechless for a moment. She let out a light laugh. Besides, I don't just follow anyone. So, were you moved by my handsome looks? Or my noble character? It was your unique sense of humor. Summer blinked. A lot of guys try to hit on me at night, but you're the first one who's so low-key. She raised her lamb skewer and clinked it against mine. Her eyes were filled with starlight. To Lucas, cheers. I was buried in work, organizing the evidence against Tiffany White, when a lamb skewer was suddenly held up to my mouth. I looked up blankly, meeting Summer's slightly flushed cheeks and her shimmering eyes. Eat it before it gets cold. Her voice was as light as a feather. The tips of my ears felt hot. I obediently opened my mouth and took a bite. This feeling was incredible, being hand-fed by a beautiful girl. I even started chewing more carefully. Summer seemed to be enjoying herself, her eyes sparkling as she continued to feed me. I finished off all the meat skewers. When the eggplant was offered, I was focused on calculating the dating expenses, so I didn't notice the bits of garlic spill out as I bit down. It dripped down my chin and onto the palm Summer was using to catch crumbs. I scrambled for a tissue, only to see Summer, like a little kitten, lick the garlic bits right off her palm. I just didn't want it to go to waste, Summer explained, stuttering, as if her head was about to start smoking. My brain completely glitched out. I incoherently repeated, "Oh, so you just didn't want it to go to waste." As soon as I said it, I wanted to bite my tongue off. The bathroom became my ultimate refuge. Hearing the sound of the water starting, I let out a long breath. I sat there in a daze, clutching my pounding heart. That image was burned into my mind. The way her pink tongue licked her sweet palm, it made my chest feel tight. "Can I use your shampoo?" The bathroom door suddenly cracked open. Summer's wet hair clung to her collarbone, and billows of steam drifted out from the gap. I immediately looked up and covered my nose. "You use whatever you want." After the door closed, I covered my eyes and sank into deep thought. Does this count as seeing her body? Do I have to take responsibility now? Or does taking her in mean I have to give myself to her? To calm down, I devoured the rest of the barbecue like a whirlwind. Then I neurotically wiped the table down 3 times. Back at the computer, running the numbers helped me gradually settle down. Looking at how the original guy lived so frugally, while spending over $3,000 on Tiffany White, I shook my head with a bitter laugh. This simp tax? If Tiffany White had actually gone public with the relationship, it probably would have been several times higher. Suddenly, I felt lucky. At least I didn't transmigrate into even more romantic debt. When Summer came out of the bathroom, water droplets were still dripping from the ends of her hair. The oversized t-shirt swathed her slender frame. She looked like a kitten fresh from a bath. She walked over to my side and asked softly, "Is there anything I can help with?" "You should go take a shower too." I pushed the laptop toward her. "I've organized all the data. All that's left is to turn it into a PDF." "What's a PDF?" Summer lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "I left school to work right after middle school." The air suddenly felt heavy. Only then did I realize that this girl, who was the same age as me, wasn't even familiar with basic office software. I frustratedly slapped my forehead. "Sorry, I was spacing out just now. It's actually really simple. I can teach you in 2 minutes." I stood up and rummaged through my suitcase, pulling out a hairdryer and $400, which I pressed into Summer's hands. "Dry your hair first. Don't catch a cold." Summer stared at the bills in her hand. The bright red color made her eyes ache. At the hospital this afternoon, the doctor's words were still echoing in her ears. Targeted therapy costs $1 million, 1 year at most. That was the price tag on her life, and the countdown to her end, when her mother had treated her like trash, dumping her at the door of a rental. She hadn't even spared her a single glance. Tears blurred her vision. The moment I turned to head to the shower, she suddenly rushed forward and hugged me tightly from behind. "You said you were helping me because of my looks." Her voice trembled like a leaf in the wind. "I'll give myself to you. It's my first time. Can you please just like me?" I felt my back get soaked by her warm tears. I turned around and pulled the trembling girl into my arms, gently stroking her damp hair. "Then let's try dating." I cupped Summer's tear-stained face, my thumb brushing against the red corners of her eyes. "Let's start over. I'm Lucas, your boyfriend." Summer buried her face in my chest. With a sniffle, she whispered back, "And I'm Summer, your girlfriend." The moonlight outside filtered through the curtains, casting overlapping shadows on the floor. Feeling the warmth of the person in my arms, I suddenly felt that 400 was far too little. I should be giving her the entire world to make up for everything. I gently patted Summer's back, soothing her wounded heart like I was comforting a kitten. Her fingers clutched the edge of my shirt tightly, refusing to let go. She clearly hadn't recovered yet. I wrapped my arms around her tiny waist, and with a bit of effort, I lifted her right up. I planned to carry her to the sofa to dry her hair. Summer instinctively pulled her long legs up, clinging to me like a koala. The soft contact made my heart race. My Adam's apple bobbed subconsciously. I warned myself to hold back. I couldn't take advantage of her while she was vulnerable. Even though I was young, I was already thinking long-term. Dating should lead to marriage. This sort of thing had to be taken slow. I got Summer settled on the sofa and picked up the hairdryer to start drying her hair. I gently ran my fingers through her locks, the faint scent of shampoo filling the air. Being cared for so meticulously, her hand instinctively rested against my chest, and her body gradually relaxed. I worked with the dryer for half an hour, my arms aching by the time her long hair was finally dry. Seeing that she had calmed down, I patted her back and said, "Hey, little girlfriend, I'm going to go rinse off now." The words, "little girlfriend," made her ears burn. She quickly looked down and bit her lip. Her head hung low, and her voice was barely a whisper. "Maybe you should. Think about it some more?" I pinched the tip of her nose. Seeing her eyes darting away, I teased, "No way. I spent all this time taking care of you, and now you want to back out? Not a chance. I've even thought of what to name our kid. And as for looking at preschools, I've already scoped out a few." I gave her a cheeky grin. "That's what you get for being the one to mess with me first." She was so embarrassed, she felt like she was going to spontaneously combust, almost as if steam were rising from the top of her head. She let out a soft, kitten-like whimper. I hummed a song as I went to the shower, thinking about how I had to get up early to report in tomorrow. Hearing a rustling sound behind me, I looked back, thinking Summer was going to cling to me again. Instead, she suddenly grabbed my hand, stood on her tiptoes, and gave me a quick peck on the cheek. Her back was turned to me as she huffed. "You were definitely the one who messed with me first." That light kiss left me dazed. I stumbled my way into the bathroom. The cold water splashed down, but it couldn't quench the heat coursing through my body. I showered in the cold water for a long time, only daring to come out once I'd cooled down, summoning my courage to walk out. I saw Summer, sitting there so quietly. Her face was bright red, and her fingers were nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. It made my heart, which had just calmed down, start racing again. Her words about never having been in a relationship were still echoing in my ears. I couldn't help but steal glances at her. I took a sip of water to play it cool, then sat right down on the floor next to her. Her eyes were bright and shimmering. She had clearly noticed my intense gaze already. Biting her lower lip, she leaned toward me slightly. Leaning against each other, I realized that both of our bodies were incredibly tense. I suddenly let out a chuckle. Pointing at the computer, I said, "How about I teach you how to make a PDF?" She looked immensely relieved, and quickly turned her attention to the screen. The gap in our education made her feel both sweet and anxious. She was afraid I'd think she was a complete airhead. To make a good write-up, you have to lay out the accusations and the rock-solid proof together. Just state the facts and use logic. That's the only way the audience will understand it. Look here, she's hinting for me to buy her address. And if we pair that with my payment records, and these intimate photos of her with that other guy, anyone with eyes can see that she scammed me for the dress just to go on a date with him. She nodded thoughtfully, subconsciously tugging at her own wrinkled clothes. Even though she knew I was the victim, she still felt a bit jealous. Putting up the chat logs where her attitude changes. Right after she gets, the gift will garner even more sympathy. Nowadays, just telling a story doesn't work. Otherwise, I could have nailed her to the wall in minutes. Then, there are also the transfer records for the food and drinks I bought her. While it's not smoking gun evidence, combined with the other proof, anyone who knows will get the picture. Look at this part. Even though she'd known for a while that I'd been played, seeing these records still made her blood boil. She puffed out her cheeks like a little pufferfish, gave me a playful nudge with her head, and ran huffing toward the upstairs bedroom. I rubbed my tingling chest, staring blankly at Summers' sulking figure as she disappeared upstairs. Didn't she say she wanted to learn how to write the exposé? Why did she suddenly get mad? I turned back to the computer screen, and then it clicked. The corners of my mouth curled up instinctively. I didn't expect this little girl to be so feisty. We just made it official, and she's already jealous of my ex. The file was mostly finished. I quickly saved it as a PDF and sent a copy to my phone. Now, I just had to wait to confront Tiffany White tomorrow. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted that woven bag in the corner. I thought about that t-shirt Summer was wearing, the one that was faded from too many washes. As soon as I get that money back, the very first thing I'll do is take her to the mall to buy some beautiful clothes, and then a really nice dinner. Back when I was in college in my past life, I was so envious of the students who could experience a pure campus romance. No worldly pressures, just the most innocent feelings. Unfortunately, I spent all my time addicted to games, grinding ranks with my roommates. I'd completely wasted my best years. Just as I was lost in thought, I suddenly noticed a pair of shimmering eyes, watching me through the gaps in the second-floor railing. I smiled and waved toward the stairs. "The files are all done. Go ahead and lie down in bed. I'll turn out the lights in a bit. I'll just sleep on the couch tonight." The moment I said that, I heard the thud, thud, thud of footsteps. Summer came running back down. She grabbed the hem of my shirt and said, "No." She puffed out her cheeks, and the tips of her ears were bright red. "We said we'd sleep together." I scratched my head. It took a moment to sink in. "We just met today." That kind of thing, Summer buried her face in my chest, her mind a total mess. When she worked at the factory before, she often heard her female coworkers talking about dating. How come when it was her turn, she was the one initiating and getting rejected? Do you not like me? She looked up, her eyes flickering. Do you not want to do that with me? My Adam's apple bobbed. Fighting back my urges, I explained, it's exactly because I like you, that I want to cherish you even more. I want that to happen because we both truly want it, not because of some heat of the moment impulse. Can we wait until we know each other a little better? Those words made Summer feel warm inside, like a small flower suddenly blooming on barren land. She was used to seeing fast food romances at the factory. She didn't expect dating could be this pure. Lucas, her eyes were sparkling. I think I like you even more now. Then she stubbornly added, but we're still sleeping together tonight. I groaned internally, wanting to slap myself. Why was I acting like such a gentleman? What if she changes her mind tomorrow? Will you always like me? Summer suddenly lunged into my arms and asked, just like any girl in the honeymoon phase. I stroked her long hair. The future is too far for me to guarantee. But right now, I super like you. Summer stood on her tiptoes and kissed me on the cheek. No matter what the future holds, I will always like you. It's your fault for messing with me first. With that, she hooked her legs around my waist and told me to carry her upstairs. Holding the back of her legs, I suddenly remembered something. I pulled out my phone and gave it a shake. Let's take a photo together. I can't keep using my ex's photo as my wallpaper. Summer's eyes curved into crescents. I thought you said she still owed you money? She fixed her bangs, wrapped one arm around mine, and made a peace sign with the other. While adjusting the angle, I noticed the girl was quietly standing on her tiptoes, and even curling her toes. I was about to tease her, but she blushed and tried to snatch the phone away. Say cheese, the shutter clicked, capturing Summer's adorable, flustered face, and my successful, mischievous grin. Let me see. Did you make me look ugly? Summer waved her little fists. I shielded the phone. This is our first photo together. It's precious. In the photo, my gentle gaze was fixed solely on Summer. Looking at it, Summer gently tugged on my shirt. Set it as your wallpaper. And no looking at other girls from now on. Yes, ma'am, I replied with a smile. My heart felt so sweet it was practically overflowing. I let myself be half pushed, half pulled by Summer toward the upstairs bedroom. This girl's strength was surprisingly impressive. I'm a guy standing over 6 feet tall, yet I was being dragged along, stumbling. Whoa, slow down. Before I could finish, Summer had already dived into the covers. Like a nimble little fish, only a pair of large, watery eyes were left, blinking at me from above the blanket. I stood by the bed, scratching my head, my brain buzzing. This girl, who was impossibly beautiful, was actually waiting for me to get into bed and sleep with her. This plot was moving so fast, I started to wonder if I was dreaming. With a click, I turned off the room lights. Using the moonlight filtering in from the window, I lifted the blanket like a thief and slipped inside. It was warm under the covers, and it carried the faint scent of gardenias from Summer's body. Rustle, rustle. I heard the sound of fabric rubbing beside me. Summer, like a little worm, slowly wiggled her way over. She grabbed my arm and tucked it under her neck like a pillow, then took hold of my other hand. She curled up completely against my chest. I was about to say something when I felt a soft, warm presence in my arms. Summer's body was unbelievably soft. The scent drifting from her hair made my tense nerves, without me even realizing it, finally start to relax. I carefully tightened my embrace, pulling her a little closer to me. Thump, 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 thump. Through her thin pajamas, I could clearly feel Summer's racing heart. This girl acts so bold on the surface, but I guess she gets nervous too. Lucas, I only have you now, in the dark. Summer suddenly whispered, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Yeah, I'm right here. I ran my fingers through her silky long hair, my voice softening without me even realizing it. Try to get some sleep. She curled up like a kitten in my arms, but I couldn't fall asleep for the life of me. I began mentally calculating my bank account balance. I started with $2,025. After spending $125 on cigarettes and barbecue last night, giving $400 to Summer, and setting aside $300 for utilities, I only had $1,200 left. I sighed to myself. Although Summer said she could go find a job, looking at how frail and exhausted she was, I really didn't have the heart to let her. Besides, you can't just eat at the cafeteria every day when you're dating. I have to take my girlfriend out on real dates, plus her faded, worn-out clothes. And that ancient phone of hers, the more I thought about it, the more my head throbbed. It was still a toss-up how much I could get back from Tiffany White. It was a total unknown. Looks like I need to find a part-time job as soon as possible. Early the next morning, as the first light of dawn began to peek through, I woke up before my alarm even had a chance to go off. Out of habit, I reached out to the side, but all I felt was an empty bed. Only a faint fragrance still lingered on the pillow. I rubbed my eyes, a strange sense of unease rising in my chest. Subconsciously, I glanced toward the living room. When I saw that white woven bag, still sitting obediently against the chair, I finally felt like I could breathe again. She must have just gone out early. I washed up quickly, but the moment I opened the door, I saw Summer huddled outside. Her face was all scrunched up, looking like she'd been through some terrible ordeal. As soon as she saw me, she jumped up and ran over, thrusting the breakfast in her hands toward me. Her voice was soft and sweet, but laced with a hint of pouting. I went out to get you buns and soy milk, but the door locked behind me. I couldn't get in, and I didn't want to wake you up. Steam was still rising from the bag. The soy milk was hot, and the buns were still fresh. A wave of warmth washed over me. I urgently pulled her into my arms, my voice thick with emotion. I almost thought you'd abandon me and run away. Summer froze for a second. The next moment, she wrapped both arms around me, hugging me back as tightly as she could. She was like a clingy little koala. I told you I was going to cling to you, so how could I possibly run away? She looked up at me, stood on her tiptoes, and pressed a light, quick kiss to my cheek. There was a hint of mischief in her smile. It makes me so happy that you were actually worried about me. I won't let you worry next time. Who said I was worried? I said stubbornly, looking away. I was just afraid I'd run into a ghost last night. The kind of ghost that steals people's souls. She grinned at me, her two little canines peeking out playfully. I was utterly charmed. Acting tough one minute, feeling shy the next, I casually pressed the key into her hand. Stop it. I'm going to be late. I'll grab lunch at the cafeteria. Just figure something out for yourself. I'll take you out for a nice dinner when I get back tonight. Okay, she chirped, nodding. She waved as I left. See you tonight, Lucas? Yeah, see you tonight. I pushed my scooter downstairs, hopped on, and took off. The wind blew away the last of my sleepiness, along with the warmth from earlier. It was the first day of the semester, and the classroom was buzzing with energy. Students were gathered in small groups, chatting away. I just learned to drive this summer. I'm tanned as dark as charcoal. But hey, I finally got my license. Impressive. I just stayed home and played games all summer. I got stuck at rank 70 and couldn't move up. I did an internship and even traded some stocks. I even managed to earn my own living expenses. I went on a trip to the city. The girls there were more beautiful than the next. There were beauties everywhere you looked. And the lamb there? Absolutely delicious. Unlike the processed stuff we have around here. I walked through the noise and headed straight for the back row. I found my group of friends waiting there. Lucas! Jimmy yelled with a laugh. Man, why didn't you come back to the dorm last night? I even marked you down as present for roll call. I shrugged helplessly. Don't bother doing that anymore. I've rented a place off campus. I probably won't be coming back to the dorms much. Corey leaned in close, a suggestive look on his face as he nudged toward the front row. Don't tell me you moved in with Tiffany White. I shook my head, a faint, relaxed smile playing on my lips. I was thinking about the soft little kitten waiting for me at home, but I decided to keep that a secret for now. Lucas, Tiffany's been into you for a while now. Maybe you should try dating someone else for a change. Corey lowered his voice, sounding very mysterious as he added, I heard a new girl transferred here. She is absolutely stunning. People are already calling her the new it girl on campus. Since when do we have school beauty rankings? How come I didn't know about this? You're already off the market, Bowen interrupted. Why do you care? Corey gave him a playful smack. He winked at me. Why not try your luck with the new girl? At least it'll give Tiffany White some competition. I didn't bother listening to them, but I laughed to myself. Cuter than Summer? You've got to be kidding me. Just as we were talking, the classroom suddenly went silent. Every guy in the room turned their head toward the door. There was a chorus of low gasps. Holy cow! This new girl looks like an angel. Even Tiffany White can't compete with her. Whispers filled the room. I casually looked up, and my eyes met. That familiar yet somehow different figure at the door. It was Summer. Yesterday she had looked so pitiable, but today she was dressed sharp and clean. Her aura was so composed, she looked like a completely different person. She found a seat in the front row. Her presence, cool and aloof. She was like a different person compared to last night. Is she actually some rich heiress experiencing real life? An absurd theory popped into my head, and I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before I could give it more thought, my phone vibrated. Tiffany White sent a message. Breakfast? I quickly replied with a no thanks, feeling absolutely nothing. She was being surprisingly persistent. The professor hadn't arrived yet, so I quickly opened the breakfast Summer had bought me. The hot buns and sweet soy milk brought a smile to my face. Breakfast bought by the school beauty herself. Just the thought of it made it taste even better. Tiffany White, seeing that I wasn't responding, glanced back and saw me eating happily. Her brows furrowed slightly. She sent another message. "Where's my breakfast?" I only spared it a glance, before casually tossing my phone aside. Tiffany White liked the attention. Having me wait on her hand and foot in front of everyone seemed to be the standard fuel for her vanity, but I was finding it more and more pathetic. I stared out the window, lost in thought. I wondered when the professor would finally show up. Finally, I stood up and slowly made my way toward the front of the room. The other students didn't think twice about it. The room was filled with the sound of low, hushed whispers. Lucas is back to being the warm-hearted guys again. Seriously. Bringing her breakfast every day is a lost cause. He should just give up. So, what if he brings breakfast? Does he really think that's how you get a girlfriend? Another girl chimed in mockingly. Every time Tiffany takes it, she looks so annoyed. Don't you guys have any self-respect? In the midst of the noise, Tiffany White sat up straight, pretending to be in a deep conversation with her best friend. But out of the corner of her eye, she was fixed on my back. She planned to give me the cold shoulder for a bit, just to teach me a lesson about the consequences of not delivering her breakfast the second I arrived. I stood beside Tiffany White for a moment and glanced at her, but in my mind, it felt like I was watching a stage play with some really terrible acting. "Tiffany, Lucas is here," her friend Maddie whispered to her. Tiffany White frowned, turning around with a practiced look of displeasure. Just as she was about to snap at me, I walked right past her as if she were invisible, heading straight for the seat next to the new girl. Every eye in the class followed me in unison. The room erupted into a new wave of gossip. "Damn, man, that's bold. Lucas is switching targets. He's been a simp for 6 months with 0 results. If I were him, I would have told her to get lost a long time ago. The girl clearly isn't interested, yet you keep chasing her. What's the point? Tiffany just doesn't like him, plain and simple. Should've just made that clear from the start, right? I remember at last week's study session, Tiffany was sitting with some other guy. Anyone but him, apparently. That's a cold move for sure." Tiffany White's face turned red with anger, staring intensely at my back. That little bit of superiority she had felt was being crushed. After I sat down, I rested my chin on one hand, staring at Summer with an inquisitive look. I expected to see her get shy and try to dodge my gaze, blushing like a beet. Instead, she just gave a cold frown, staring back at me with a smirk that wasn't quite a smile. "Excuse me, don't you think it's rude to stare at people like that?" Her voice was crisp, and her aura was incredibly sharp. I laughed and put my hands up in surrender. All right, I'll stop." Just then, the professor walked into the room with the teaching assistant. The classroom went quiet instantly. The professor started by telling us that we should pay attention to world events and changes in the industry. Then he added earnestly, "Economics is a popular major, but when you actually get out into the real world, without a background or resources, most people just end up as another tiny screw in the financial machine. What you are learning is just different ways to interpret events. As for finding a job, sometimes all this talk about capital and sin, or macro-level controls, isn't nearly as practical as just having a family company to walk into." Many people in the room were looking down at their phones, totally zoned out. Only a few were actually listening. Only someone like me could truly feel the weight behind the professor's words. In this world, capital permeates every single corner. Maybe the whole point of an education is to let people see life for what it really is. It had been years since I'd sat in a college classroom. This long-lost identity as a student gave me a strange sense of novelty. I focused my attention on the lectern, listening to every word the professor said with great care. It felt like I was back in my younger, more innocent days, and my heart became simple and sensitive again. The professor was clearly used to the students' indifference. He seemed a bit surprised by how serious I was being. As he paced near the front of the room, his gaze would linger on me for an extra second each time. Before class ended, the professor gave me a meaningful nod. I quickly pressed my hands together in a respectful gesture, feeling a deep sense of reverence for the phrase, "A teacher is one who passes on knowledge and resolves doubts, but reality is always sharper than any book. Only when you step into society do you realize that knowledge has a price tag on it. The tuition has been paid, but whether you get wisdom or just a hard lesson in return, nobody can say for sure." The professor left with a warm smile, leaving the rest of the business to the counselor and the class president. The counselor stepped up to the lectern, clearing his throat to announce the official start of the new semester. "It's great to see everyone again. From today on, you're officially sophomores." He then changed his tone. We have a new transfer student joining our class this semester. Please come up and introduce yourself." In the classroom, the guys who had been staring at their phones suddenly perked up. Every eye was glued to the front of the room. Seeing this, I moved to clear the aisle for the girl next to me. "Don't be nervous," I whispered as an encouragement. "You got this." The girl blinked, looking stunned. A flash of confusion crossed her eyes. She probably thought I was being a bit weird. Still, she nodded and walked up to the lectern. Her voice was clear. "Hi, everyone. My name is Leah. I was originally in the computer science department, but I'm really happy to have transferred to economics. I look forward to being your classmate and working hard together with you all." She gave a polite bow and walked back to her seat with a light step. But I felt like I'd been hit with a sledgehammer. I was speechless. Wasn't her name Summer? When did it change to Leah? Was that fragile act last night all just a performance? She wouldn't even tell me her real name? My gaze instinctively turned into an interrogation. I gave Leah a hard, intense stare. But since class was still in session, I had to force my anger down deep. I didn't cause a scene right then and there. Leah noticed my gaze and frowned. She had just started to think that I seemed like a decent guy, because I was paying such close attention to the lecture. Now, getting glared at for no reason, she wondered if I thought being desk mates made me her boyfriend. She had only just finished her introduction, and I was already acting upset. It was completely ridiculous. She took a quiet, deep breath. In her mind, she cursed her luck for running into a creep. On the very first day of the semester, the counselor sensed the awkward atmosphere and quickly tried to shift everyone's focus. Next, we'll be handing out the textbooks for the semester. The next 2 days are the weekend, which also happens to be when the freshmen are reporting for duty. If any of you are free, you can help the department set up tents and look after the new students. With those final words, the class president began distributing the books. Students started filtering out of the classroom, though many couldn't resist stealing a few more glances at Leah before they left. "Excuse me," Leah said with a cold face and a flat tone. I stood up and looked her straight in the eye. My voice was like ice. "So, should I call you Summer or Leah? What is wrong with you?" "I told you, my name is Leah." Leah instantly lost her temper. She reached out and shoved me aside. "This way of hitting on people is disgusting. Don't bother me again, or I'm going to the counselor." As I watched her walk away, my chest was heaving. Yesterday she was saying how much she relied on me, and today she's calling me disgusting. Was all that tenderness from last night a lie? I couldn't tell which one was the real Summer anymore. Or maybe I was just the target of some elaborate prank. I slowly pulled out my phone and couldn't help but send her a message. "Why did you lie to me?" I immediately followed it up with, "Keep the apartment for yourself. I'm moving back to the dorms." Ronnie walked over and patted me on the shoulder. "Lucas," he said earnestly, "that's not how you chase a girl." Corey leaned in to join the conversation too. "Come back to the room this afternoon and we'll hop on a game. I'll play support for you. Ronnie can teach you a few things about romance." Jimmy joined in on the teasing. "Give it a rest. Let the lovebirds figure it out themselves." Watching my roommates tease me. While crowding around, the irritation I felt actually eased up a bit. I showed them my phone screen and explained in a low voice. "We just got together last night." And then she did a total 100 today. Who could deal with that? When everyone saw the phone and the intimate photo of me and Leah, their jaws nearly hit the floor. "No way! You move that fast? The school beauty just got here, and you've already locked her down? No wonder you dared to sit next to her. Turns out you two already knew each other." "You definitely have to treat us to dinner." Jimmy ushered everyone along, while giving me a wink. "Lucas, hurry up and make up with her. Careful not to let a good thing slip away." I gave a bitter smile, feeling as if I were experiencing a short-lived and chaotic dating game. It was ending before I could even get a real taste of it. Just then, my screen lit up with a string of pop-up messages. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. I was afraid you wouldn't like me, so I didn't dare say anything. Where are you? Can I come find you? I'll tell you everything you want to know. I only have you now. Please don't ignore me. Don't throw me away again. You were the one who came close to me first." I stared blankly at the screen. I was about to type, "Stop bothering me. It's disgusting," but then I remembered last night, and the way she looked crying in my arms. In the end, I deleted all the text and cleared the draft. The people in the classroom gradually filtered out, making the atmosphere feel much emptier. Tiffany White, holding on to Maddie's arm, walked up to me with a look of displeasure. "Lucas, what is wrong with you? Didn't you say you were bringing me breakfast today?" Her voice was full of reproach. Maddie chimed in to back her up, her tone dripping with dissatisfaction. "You know Tiffany has a sensitive stomach. If you didn't want to bring it, you should have said so earlier. She could have gone to the cafeteria herself." I was already in a bad mood, And at this point, I tossed my polite mask aside. I snapped back with a cold face. Didn't I send you a message about this yesterday? I raised my hand and made a mocking finger heart gesture, crossing my thumb and index finger. It looked like I was making fun of her. Seeing me make a heart gesture right in her face, Tiffany White's face turned various shades of pale and red. Her lip twitched, unable to hide her sheer disgust. I slowly rubbed my fingers together, my tone icy. All you care about is me bringing you breakfast. Since the great school beauty loves being served so much, how about you pay me what you owe first? You want to end things over breakfast money? Should I send our chat history to your best friend so she can see for herself? I shifted my tone, sounding a bit provocative. Tiffany White's cheeks flushed slightly, but her gaze grew even colder and more disgusted. Who would have thought that the heart gesture was actually just a signal for breakfast money? I had brought her breakfast for an entire semester last year, without ever mentioning money. Why the sudden change today? It was just breakfast. Was there really a need to be so petty? Tiffany giving you a chance to chase her was already good enough, Maddie said with a sneer, looking around the room. Clearly he's just hooked on that new girl. Good thing you never said yes to him, she mocked. Instead of mocking me, what's breakfast worth? How about you give me $50 to show your sincerities in chasing her? For what? Am I your mom? I'm not giving you $50. Maddie pulled Tiffany White toward the exit, calling out over her shoulder, Tiffany, don't be soft-hearted. A total loser like him isn't even worth talking to. Watching their receding backs, I felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of emptiness. I looked down and pulled out my phone, getting ready to send the documents I'd organized last night to Tiffany White. But the screen was flooded with Summer's humble and frantic messages. On my wallpaper was a photo of Summer grinning widely. For a moment, that smile felt almost blinding. I hesitated for a second, before deciding to give Summer one last chance. I replied, I'll wait for you at the pavilion by the cafeteria. After sending the message, I let out a long sigh. I switched to Tiffany White's chat and sent her the PDF file I'd put together last night. Meanwhile, Tiffany White was walking side by side with Maddie down the campus snack street. The two of them were discussing whether to go to the new spicy hot pot place to treat themselves. Her screen lit up. Maddie glanced at it. See? I told you that Simp Lucas wouldn't last 5 minutes before coming back to apologize. You're just too soft on him. That's why he thinks he can push you around while still trying to get with you. I'm telling you, you have to let me handle him this time, or we're not friends anymore. Tiffany White looked at the PDF I sent. She assumed it was a love letter, or some embarrassing confession. She didn't dare open it in front of her friend. She quickly typed a reply, even waving it in front of Maddie to show her. Girl, you have such class. Maddie hugged her excitedly. Milk tea is on me. Let's just leave Lucas to wallow in his own misery. I received a reply, but the screen showed the file hadn't been accepted. I sighed. I knew that even though the amount was $3,000, there wasn't much I could do besides moral condemnation. Maddie was still with Tiffany White right now. I'd remind her again when she was alone. Maybe we could settle this peacefully. After all, making things too ugly wasn't good for anyone. It wasn't that I missed the relationship, I just didn't want a scene. If Tiffany White got depressed, this whole transmigration drama would just get even more soap opera-ish. Leaving the classroom, I slowly made my way toward the living area. The freshmen hadn't officially arrived yet, so the area was mostly empty, save for the prominent orientation banners and slogans. At the entrance, a massive green signing wall bore the words, Welcome Freshmen, in large characters, waiting for the new students to take photos. Along both sides of the main road, rows of red tents were being set up by members of the student union. Printing services, ID photos, selling betting sets. There were even booths specifically promoting campus phone plans. Looking at this familiar yet fresh scene, I suddenly had a brain blast. Orientation week was a goldmine. I remembered some former classmates who sold campus SIM cards and made a few $1,000s in 3 days. I had missed out back then because I overthought things. I should just go for it this time. Even if I only made $1,000 or $2, it would be enough to get Summer a new phone, buy her some new clothes, and maybe even take her on a trip. I frowned and pulled my phone from my pocket. Aside from a bunch of messages from my bros asking me to play games, there was nothing else. I opened the chat with Summer and sent a curt message. I'm at the pavilion. Gritting my teeth, I made up my mind. I'd use the money I earned this time to get myself some new gear too. A laptop, a phone, clothes. I wouldn't skip out on anything. I'd have it all delivered to the house. Then I'd see what Summer had to say. I was determined to make her regret it. Under the shade of the trees in the campus living area, a few young men in sharp suits surrounded a middle-aged man with a beer belly. listening intently to the lecture. Remember, we've signed an exclusive contract. The middle-aged man patted his bulging briefcase, spit flying as he spoke excitedly. Every freshman has to get one of these campus SIM cards. They're bundled with the dorm Wi-Fi and the school's internal network. He pulled out a stack of flyers, snapping them loudly in his hand. 30 for 200 GB of data, plus 100 minutes of talk time. Where else can you find a plan this cheap? This is a special perk the company provides for college students. You get a $200 commission for every card sold, and there are bonuses if you sell more. The man narrowed his small eyes as he scanned the group. Make sure all the equipment is ready today. Don't screw this up when the freshmen arrive tomorrow. And another thing, everyone go get a haircut tonight. Girls, remember to wear makeup. You need to give off a professional vibe. The three young men nodded repeatedly, their eyes gleaming with greed. They knew exactly how much money there was to be made during move-in week. It was basically like picking up free cash. If they could sell 200 cards, they'd have 40,000 in their pockets. That was more than 3 or 4 months worth of normal salary. Not far away, I leaned against a tree and finished listening to the pep talk. Once the group dispersed, I slowly walked over. I pulled a pack of cigarettes from my pocket, expertly flicked one out, and handed it to him. Hey boss, are you still looking for campus agents? The middle-aged man blinked, looking me up and down. Seeing a young guy who looked like a student, he took the cigarette. He noticed my subtle, composed movements, and was surprisingly polite. The cards are 30 each. If you sell over 100, the commission is 50. The man blew a smoke ring, his tone indifferent. I frowned. Boss, does it look like I have sucker written on my face? I said half-jokingly. The carrier next door is offering 150. And if the volume is high, I can negotiate it up to $200. But we're the exclusive agents here. The man immediately pulled out his phone and started scrolling through short videos, his tone becoming impatient. The plan is so good. You can easily make over $1,000 a day just by promoting it. That's a month's worth of living expenses right there. Don't be so ambitious, kid. Just look at it as gaining some real-world experience. Exclusive agents? I sneered. That just means no one else can set up a booth. I gave my phone a little shake. Want to listen to a recording? The man's expression shifted. Ash fell onto his suit. I took the chance to secretly save the recording of our conversation, then turned and walked away. This deal was dead, but that recording might come in handy later. In the pavilion by the pond, I checked my phone for the 3rd time. The chat window was still stuck on Summer's humble apologies. My latest messages were read but unanswered. Frustrated, I dialed her for a voice call. Listening to the dial tone, I tapped an anxious rhythm on my knee. We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently out of service. The mechanical female voice felt like a bucket of cold water. I stared at Summer's smiling face on my wallpaper, suddenly remembering how, last night, her phone battery was draining incredibly fast. Maybe her phone just died. That thought made me feel a bit better. I hopped on my electric scooter, deciding to try my luck at the B-Zone living area. In front of the carrier booth in B-Zone, a senior wearing glasses was organizing flyers. Hearing that I was from the downtown campus, his eyes lit up. What a coincidence. I'm also in the economics department. Class of 2019, I'm Gary. I'm basically a super senior now. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. Nice to meet you, Gary. My eyes brightened. How much is the commission over here? I just asked a shady middleman who only offered $30. Gary pushed up his glasses. Normally it's $100. If you sell over 200 cards, it goes up to $200, plus an extra 10% for A-Zone sales. Sell over 300, and there's a 5,000 bonus. He lowered his voice. That other side has the exclusive rights, but I have my own special channels. My heart started racing. This was way more honest than that shady middleman. I immediately filled out the application form, took 500 flyers, and raced back to the dorm on my scooter. Before I even made it through the door, I heard a chorus of creative cussing coming from inside. Leo, stop feeding. Seriously, the jungle is completely trashed. They keep ganking us. Our jungler is basically picking mushrooms in the woods. Ryan, your ADC has fewer last hits than the support. What the hell are you doing? It's a tactic. Look, the support Soul Stealer is already at 25 stacks. I kicked the door open. The daddies of room 203 are back. The dorm went silent instantly. 5 pairs of eyes fixed on the box of flyers in my hand. Holy crap, are you selling campus cards? Ryan was the first to jump over. I heard you can make thousands doing that. Corey crossed his arms, sounding sarcastic. The man has the school beauty as a girlfriend now. Why would he care about a bit of pocket change? Don't even get me started. I tossed the box onto my bed. We're in the middle of a fight. I might be single again by tomorrow. What happened? Ronnie put down his mouse. You and Leah had a falling out? I opened my mouth, then suddenly had an idea and put on an overly dramatic, soulful act. Truth be told, it's all her fault. The clicking of keyboards in the dorm stopped instantly. There's always this heartbreaking haze in her eyes, I said, intentionally drawing out my words. After being loved by her, my heart can never beat for anyone else again. My 5 roommates shuddered in unison, goosebumps breaking out all over. It was all the moon's fault. I continued to improvise. The moonlight that night was too beautiful, and she was too gentle. Ronnie's eyes suddenly widened. Wait, did you guys actually do it? The dorm fell into a dead silence. I took the chance to slip toward the door, suddenly bursting into song. I admit it was all the moon's fault. The moonlight that night was just too beautiful, and you were just too gentle. Slam! I slammed the door shut behind me. An explosion of loud shouting followed. I laughed as I ran off. The pavilion was still empty. I scrolled through. The photo of me and Summer from yesterday. Her shy expression was so real. How did she become Leah today? And start avoiding me? I dialed the number again. Still out of service. The flyers on the back of my scooter flapped loudly in the wind, mirroring my chaotic state of mind. I stared at the screen and suddenly laughed out loud. The laugh came out of nowhere, but it finally allowed my tense nerves to relax. It seemed Summer had left the apartment right after sending that message. Her phone bill was overdue, so she didn't get my reply, which is why she hadn't shown up at the pavilion. I topped up her phone with $30 and dialed that familiar number once more. It was picked up on the very first ring. A trembling, tearful voice came through the receiver. Lucas, I'm so sorry. Where are you? I've asked so many people, but I couldn't find you. Her voice sounded like a feather soaked in rainwater. Please don't disappear on me. I really only have you. Every sob felt like a tiny shard of glass, twisting around inside my chest with every heartbeat. I took a deep breath, softening my voice. Tell me where you are. I'm coming to get you right now. I didn't care anymore about the arrogant Leah from this morning, as long as the girl in front of me was willing to explain the reason she was trying to push me away. I'm at the south gate of your school, the one with the fountain. She sniffled. You have to come. Give me 5 minutes. As I hopped on my electric scooter, I couldn't help but wonder. We were clearly in the same classroom for class this morning, so how is it that now she doesn't even know which campus she's on? The economics building on the north campus and the STEM complex on the south campus were a 20-minute drive apart. By the fountain, 3 guys were hovering around a petite figure. Summer was standing on her tiptoes, scanning the crowd, completely ignoring the guys, trying to hit on her, until my light green scooter screeched to a halt in front of her. Her eyes suddenly lit up like ignited sparks. Lucas. The force of her lunging at me almost knocked the scooter over. I wrapped my arms around her trembling body, smelling that familiar scent of her shampoo. Unlike the pungent perfume from this morning, the girl in my arms right now felt as soft as a cloud. Treat your girlfriend right, man, one of the guys nearby said sourly. She was showing everyone your photo just to find her way here. I was about to thank him when I froze. A photo? We clearly just saw each other in the classroom this morning. I cupped Summer's face and looked at her closely. The watery eyes, the slightly reddened tip of her nose. She was the polar opposite of that arrogant girl from this morning. My phone suddenly vibrated. A sharp female voice came from the unknown number. Lucas, what gives you the right to spread rumors that I'm your girlfriend? Do you think it's funny to ruin a girl's reputation like this? Do you honestly think this will make me like you? I froze in my tracks. The voice coming through the receiver was definitely the girl from this morning, who had slammed her textbook into my face. The girl in my arms was nuzzling her head against my chest, while the voice on the other end continued to roar. Are you a child? Doing this only makes me find you disgusting. Do you understand? If the one snuggling against me right now was Summer, then, on the other end of the phone, who was this aggressive version of her? I stared at the girl in front of me. They had nearly identical features, yet their temperaments were worlds apart. I suddenly realized how absurd this situation was. Leah's interrogations were still echoing in my ear, while Summer was timidly clutching the hem of my shirt, like a startled little rabbit. Leah's voice was like a sharp ice pick, stabbing right into my eardrums. And don't even try to change the subject. The students at the South Campus already told me everything. She spat out every word with intense focus, as if she wanted to punch through the phone screen. You are seriously interfering with my studies and my life. You'd better give me an explanation tomorrow, or I'm going straight to the counselor. I could picture exactly how she looked right now. Brows furrowed, fingers with nude-colored polish tapping impatiently against a desk. This voice matched the girl from the classroom this morning perfectly. but it was completely different. From the girl currently humming a song on my shoulder. 10 minutes later, outside the dorm building, I hurriedly hung up the phone and turned to meet Summer's watery eyes. Her eyelashes were like the wings of a butterfly soaked in rain. Trembling slightly, "Are you falling for her? Stop." I suddenly reached out and pinched her soft cheek. "Are you sure you don't have a long-lost twin sister?" When Summer shook her head in confusion, the ends of her hair brushed against my wrist, carrying the scent of orange blossom shampoo. I noticed a small mole behind her ear. When that other girl had her hair in a high ponytail this morning, that spot had definitely been clear. As the scooter traveled down the sycamore-lined avenue, Summer suddenly buried her face in my back. Through the fabric of my school uniform, I could feel her secretly using her nose to nuzzle my shoulder blade. When I used to ride in my mom's car, her voice was muffled. I never dared to hold on to her like this. Below the dorm building, Leah was standing there with her arms crossed, looking like an unsheathed sword. She was about to speak, but her gaze suddenly froze on the person behind me. There stood a girl with the exact same silhouette as hers, but the girl's faded dress and her timid, fearful expression made her look like an old photo washed out by the rain. The moment the two girls saw each other, it felt as if worlds from opposite sides of a mirror were colliding. After a moment of silence, Summer spoke first. "My mom never told me I had a twin sister." "What about your dad?" "Mom said my dad passed away when I was very little." I nodded thoughtfully. "It's possible they just got divorced. It's pretty common for families to say a father passed away in those cases." I turned back to Leah. "What about you? Did you grow up with both your parents?" "Yeah. My parents have always had a great relationship. They both raised me together. No one ever mentioned a twin sister to me either. They probably split up when you two were babies. Families don't usually like to talk about divorce." I continued my analysis. "By the way, when are your birthdays? If it's the same day, that pretty much confirms it." August 8th, 2007. "The last day of summer," Summer said with a hint of pride, clearly loving her own birthday. I looked expectantly at Leah. August 9th, 2006. Leah frowned. She had originally thought she and Summer might actually be related, but hearing the birthday, her heart sank. I fell silent for a moment, feeling incredibly skeptical. If it were one day apart, you could argue they were born around midnight, but a full year apart? There was no explaining that away. Was this really just a biological miracle? Well, anyway, this is the situation. Let's just figure out how to handle it. I let out a helpless sigh. I gave Leah a small bow, apologizing sincerely. "I'm sorry. I mistook you for Summer this morning. I hope I didn't offend you too much." Summer bowed along with me. Even though she still hadn't quite grasped what was happening, Leah opened her mouth, hesitating as if she wanted to say something. In the end, she only sighed. "Actually, I wasn't perfect either. It's just that." My fingers gently ran through Summer's soft hair. I turned my gaze back to Leah. "Regarding those rumors at school, how do you want to handle them? How about this? The three of us take a photo together and post it on Instagram." A mischievous smile played on my lips. "Let's show everyone this biological miracle." Leah was about to nod, but then her eyes lit up. "I have an even better idea." She gave Summer a wink. "Summer, sweetie, let me borrow your boyfriend for a second." Confused, Summer let go of her grip on my shirt. Leah grabbed my arm and yanked me toward her. Snap! She took a photo of us. She looked at Summer kindly. "Let's exchange contact info." As the two of them swapped Instagrams, Leah took a good look at Summer's faded collar. "I have some clothes I've only worn a few times. I'll take care of my own girlfriend." I interrupted her firmly, taking Summer's hand to lead her away. Summer suddenly hugged my arm and gave Leah a sweet smile. "Bye, Leah." On the way to the cafeteria, I suddenly leaned in close. "What was that little secret you said you were hiding from me?" Summer puffed out her cheeks. We clearly agreed I didn't have to say it. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes. "The secret," she whispered in my ear, "is that I like you." "What kind of secret is that?" I laughed out loud. I pinched her reddened cheeks. "I knew that already." On the second floor of the zone, a cafeteria, Summer wrinkled her nose while staring at the price list. When she found the $6 egg fried rice, her eyes instantly lit up. "I want this one." Looking at the sparse bits of ham in the bowl, she grumbled indignantly. "I could put 4 eggs in this myself." "When we make some money," I said, resting my chin on my hand, "I'll open a stall just for you. 4 eggs and 2 sausages, all for $6. Summer, blushing, pushed her leftovers toward me. I can't finish it. When I started eating directly with her chopsticks, she looked like steam was going to come out of her head. "Those are mine. That's why it tastes so good." With a mischievous grin, I held the chopsticks to her lips. "Try it." Summer, as if possessed, licked the tip of the chopsticks. The tips of both our ears turned red instantly. Strolling down the sycamore-lined road, Summer suddenly kicked a pebble. It's not fair. You haven't even told me your birthday yet. May 20, 2007. I ruffled her hair. Call me Big Brother so I can hear it. No way, Summer said, turning her head away. But she secretly stole a glance at me out of the corner of her eye. He was clearly her own boyfriend, and yet he wanted her to call him Big Brother. She bit her lip, thinking of her former coworkers, who would always use a high-pitched voice to call their boyfriends Big Brother. It gave her goosebumps. She would absolutely never agree to such an outrageous request. I looked at Summer with a hurt and dejected expression. Summer blushed immediately, her eyes darting away. Damn it, she was actually starting to soften. It was just calling him Big Brother after all. If it would make him happy, as Summer stood there with her head down, hesitating, she suddenly felt her hand being gripped tightly. She looked up into a pair of eyes filled with laughter. I was looking at her with a smug yet tender expression. She gave me a playful, annoyed look. A trace of shyness and coquettishness appeared on her face. Her voice went soft as she prepared to call me Big Brother. But before the words could leave her mouth, my phone suddenly started vibrating violently. It completely shattered her courage. I frowned at the call from an unknown number. As soon as I picked up, I heard a young man's aggressive interrogation. Are you Lucas? Break up with Leah immediately. The phone nearly shattered from the volume. I shot a helpless look at Summer. There are so many edgy teenagers these days. Bro, first off, I'm not dating Leah. Second, I already have a girlfriend. I asked him where he got my number. Liar, she already went public. The guy wouldn't let it go. I'm going to tell her you're two-timing her. I laughed out of spite. What, if I break up with her, you think you're next in line? I glanced at Summer. A mischievous grin played on the corners of my mouth. I suddenly blurted out, she's right here next to me now. Want to say hi? I'll give her a kiss, so you can feel like you're right here with us. Don't you dare touch her. The guy was fuming with rage. No sooner said than done. Right on Summer's forehead. I planted a loud, wet kiss. I even thoughtfully moved the phone closer, so the sound would carry clearly into the receiver. Summer's cheeks flushed crimson after the kiss. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Her eyes wide with panic. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Then came an even more agonizing roar. Lucas! You dare steal my goddess. If you've got guts, come down here. Let's settle this in person. I didn't back down an inch. I shot back half-jokingly. Want me to start a live stream too? So you can watch? Summer stood there with her mouth agape, her mind a total jumble. Shyness and confusion swirled in her eyes like a blur. She saw me still holding the phone, but the other end was deathly quiet. She asked softly, is he not talking anymore? The finishing blow. The boy on the other end was completely petrified. The goddess he'd loved for over a year, right before his eyes, stolen by me just like that. He remembered her voice was always cold and aloof. Now it was soft and sweet, like a girl acting spoiled. The call was disconnected. The boy huddled in his dorm with a pillow, sobbing quietly, feeling heartbroken over the quiet end of his unrequited love. I put away my phone and raised my eyebrows triumphantly. Summer tried to explain awkwardly. Calls are so expensive. He should have hung up if he wasn't saying anything. She nodded to herself as if trying to justify it, as if that would make her actions sound logical. I lightly tapped her forehead, right where I had just kissed her. She immediately turned her head away in embarrassment. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Let's go. Back to the apartment first. I took her hand. I have work tomorrow. Gotta get some things ready. The little electric scooter carried us back at high speed. My phone vibrated non-stop on the way. All unknown numbers telling me to break up. I squeezed Summer's hand, experiencing the side effects of dating a campus beauty for the first time. Total public surveillance. See? All these people are telling me to break up. What should I do? I intentionally drew out my words. Summer gave a soft huff. They're telling you to break up with Leah. It's not about me dumping you. Right, I suddenly remembered. Didn't you just add Leah on Instagram? What did she post on her feed? Summer pulled out her phone. She opened Leah's profile. At the top was the photo of her and me. The caption read, Mountains and rivers are distant. The world is full of life. None of it is you. Yet all of it is you. Below it was a comment from herself. Found a boyfriend. His name is Lucas. My lip twitched. Now I understood what Leah meant by borrowing my boyfriend. So that's what it was about. I immediately called Leah to interrogate her. What exactly are you doing with your post? Didn't we agree to clear things up? Now look at this. I've become the leading man in your gossip drama. Doesn't a guy's reputation matter? Is little Summer there? Leah's voice came from the other end of the line, still carrying that slight hint of aloofness. Leah, I'm here. Summer leaned one hand against my leg, bringing her head close to the phone. Why did you say Lucas was your boyfriend? In the future, Lucas will definitely be taking you all over the college town. It's better just to admit it, to avoid people constantly getting the wrong idea. Explaining over and over is too exhausting. Another flush of red appeared on Summer's face. She looked up at me. She asked tentatively, will you still take me out to have fun in the future? My gaze darted away slightly, but I still nodded solemnly. I will. I'll take you around tomorrow and the day after. Leah laughed on the other end. This way, I won't be hounded by questions anymore. Finally, the world is quiet, but I discovered, speechless, that while it might be quiet for others, all the harassing calls had shifted to me. Summer, sweetie, can I keep that post up? If it makes you unhappy, I'll delete it. Leah asked for her opinion. Summer thought of the scene where I had just kissed her forehead. She couldn't help but giggle. It's nothing. As soon as she spoke, I gave her cheek a playful pinch. She pouted and glared at me in mock annoyance. I interrupted with a sour look. How did you two hit it off so quickly, leaving me completely out in the cold? I'm clearly the victim here, okay? You're not that important. Leah shot back dismissively. Just enjoy the title of being my boyfriend, and be happy about it. I handed the phone back to the two girls so they could keep chatting, and went back to my own business. I stared at the computer screen, struggling to finalize the design for the recruitment posters. I had discussed it with Gary this afternoon. Doing it myself was the only way to keep the company from interfering too much. After all, the competition had already signed an exclusive agreement. Setting up a booth with a lot of fanfare would be like declaring a turf war. While scrolling through the template library, I suddenly remembered the other carrier's generic red background posters. My fingers idly tapped the keys, until a sudden spark of inspiration hit me. Why not do the exact opposite? A minimalist white background with a striking data comparison chart, highlighting our price advantage above all else. Summer chatted with Leah for quite a while, only hanging up when she finally felt satisfied. She sat cross-legged beside me, leaning against my shoulder and asking curiously, what are you working on? Freshman report for duty tomorrow, and I'm helping sell campus SIM cards for my side gig. Now I'm trying to design a poster that stands out. To poach customers from the other carriers? Summer tilted her head and studied the screen. These posters look pretty nice. Can't you just use one of these? I could, technically, but none of them are really memorable. I glanced at the time. Let's have an early dinner. Do you want to order takeout, or do you have something else in mind? Summer opened the food delivery app, but seeing meals that cost dozens of dollars each made her heart sink. A single meal for two would cost $40 or $50. She couldn't bring herself to spend it. She had no job or income right now, and she felt like she was just a burden on me while I worked to support us. The guilt weighed heavily on her. After scrolling through the app for a while, her eyes drifted toward the little kitchen in the apartment. She tentatively asked, how about I cook for you instead? My eyes lit up when I heard that. I shut the laptop and took her hand. You know how to cook? I'm okay at homestyle cooking, Summer said with a proud look. Back home, I was always the one who cooked for my mom. Well, let's go then. We'll go to the supermarket and get some groceries together. I pulled her up to her feet. Summer's eyes sparkled, her face glowing with a quiet joy. She never imagined she'd be able to go grocery shopping and cook with someone she loved. Life felt as sweet as stolen honey. She gave her head a little shake, glanced at the computer on the desk, and advised me earnestly. You won't get any new ideas sitting in front of the computer all day. Come out for a walk with me. Who knows? Maybe a spark of inspiration will hit you. Hurry, hurry. We won't make it back in time for dinner if we're too late. I laughed and rested my hands on her shoulders, guiding her out of the apartment like I was pushing a toy train. The evening breeze picked up. Summer rested against my back, hugging my waist tightly. Ever since her mother kicked her out yesterday, she had basically given up on herself, intending to just drift through whatever time she had left. She never expected that I would not only see through her plight, but also care for her in every possible way. The love in her heart began to overflow, becoming completely uncontrollable. The two of us soon arrived at the supermarket. Summer clung tightly to my arm. We were in the commercial district of the university town, surrounded by restaurants, entertainment, and everything else you could need. With the new semester starting, students were gathered in groups for dinner, especially the young couples. After being apart for the whole summer, they couldn't seem to get close enough to each other. The air was thick with the scent of youth. I looked at Summer hiding behind me, and felt a surge of pride. None of those other girls were as beautiful as mine. I suddenly felt like I was walking a little taller. Hey Summer, look at all those couples going out for big meals at restaurants. Then there's us, grocery shopping at the supermarket. Summer lowered her head when she heard that. She felt a pang of self-reproach. She had to count every penny just to treat her boyfriend to a meal. She was terrified that I might feel disappointed, but I just grinned. This is what real living is all about. Just like an old married couple. Summer blinked, her cheeks instantly flushing a sunset red. The phrase, old married couple, made her break into a sweet, unintended smile. Once inside the supermarket, I pushed the shopping cart and let her make all the decisions. Before the semester started, the previous owner of the body had already stocked up on kitchenware and spices. Since the rent took up most of the budget, meals naturally had to be planned carefully. Summer led me to buy 10 pounds of rice first. It cost $20, and then we weighed out a dozen eggs. $8 for some pork belly and tomatoes, and we picked up 6 shrimp while we were at it. Vegetables, meat, and seafood, we had a bit of everything. Watching Summer hold a head of Napa cabbage, inspecting it from every angle, I leaned against the cart, my heart melting. I've never had any grand ambitions. My ideal life was exactly this: buying groceries and cooking with the person I love after work and snuggling together to sleep at night. Simple and warm. Summer was the perfect picture of my ideal partner. What are you thinking about? Summer asked tentatively as she put the cabbage into the cart. She looked at me carefully. Thinking about how you can be so cute, I said with a smile. Let's go get some snacks too. We can watch a movie together later. Summer wanted to refuse, but at the mention of watching a movie together, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and her voice softened. Well, just a little bit then. The supermarket lights cast a soft glow over the crowded shelves. I pushed the cart, slowly wandering through the snack aisle. I gently squeezed Summer's hand with my fingertips. I asked with a chuckle, "Anything you want to eat?" Summer's eyes landed on a bag of potato chips. Just as her fingers touched the packaging, the little calculator in her head started clicking away furiously. $2.90 for 40 grams of chips. That's $36 per pound. The raw potatoes are only $2 a pound, and beef is only $32 a pound. Lucas, she gave a strained smile. She reluctantly pulled her hand away from the chips. Maybe we should just buy some beef instead. Let's forget the snacks. I ignored her protest and tossed the bag of chips straight into the cart. I reached out and ruffled her hair. I said dotingly, thinking too much makes it hard to be happy. Summer clung to my arm with a pout, her cheeks puffing out slightly. Earning money was so hard. She used to work over 10 hours a day and only make about $100. Breaking it down, 1 hour of work was only worth 4 or 5 bags of chips. Seeing her brooding like that, the corners of my mouth tilted up, a tender smile spreading across my face. I led her through the aisles, picking things out, specifically choosing snacks that girls like. After all, we'd eventually share them all together. When we reached the beverage aisle, I didn't hesitate to grab a pack of 12 mini-sized cans, Coke Liquid Gold. The best part is that first refreshing sip. I gave the small aluminum can a little shake. I explained that 200 ml's the perfect size, and it absolutely has to be in an aluminum can. Plastic bottles just don't give you that bone-chillingly refreshing kick. Summer blinked. She tugged on my shirt and pointed at the 2-liter bottle on the bottom shelf. That one is much more cost-effective. The volume is about the same, but the price is only half. The big bottles lose their carbonation once you open them. The flavor gets weak. I shook my head, and Summer puffed out her cheeks. Well, I'm about to lose my carbonation too, she muttered under her breath. We agreed to live together. So why doesn't this guy know how to budget at all? Hearing her little complaint, I burst out laughing. I suddenly leaned in close to her, my warm breath brushing against her ear. If you run out of air, I'll just give you mouth to mouth. The tips of Summer's ears turned bright red. She hurriedly looked away, but her fingers quietly hooked onto the hem of my shirt and gave it a gentle tug. In your dreams. We continued walking down the beverage aisle. My gaze swept across the shelves and suddenly stopped on a brand of coconut milk. I picked up a bottle and looked at the blue packaging. There was a palm tree pattern and a drawing of a coconut with a straw in it. Summer, is this coconut milk only available in this packaging? I looked around, lowered my voice, and struck an exaggerated pose. Doesn't it have that I've been drinking this since I was little kind of vibe? Summer's face turned beet red. She hurriedly looked left and right, only sighing in relief once she confirmed no one was watching. And no, that's it. This is the most common one around here. Maybe it's different in other cities. My eyes lit up. Other brands might have regional differences, but that coconut milk advertisement was a classic. If Summer existed in this world, there was no way she wouldn't know it. Inspiration struck. I've got it. I know how to design the poster. The shopping trip ended. The two of us pushed the overflowing cart toward the checkout counter. Hello, do you need a bag? The cashier asked with a smile. Just as I was about to speak, Summer pulled a crumpled plastic bag from her pocket. No, thank you. She looked up and stole a glance at me. Seeing the surprise in my eyes, she immediately dropped her head. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her voice was barely a whisper. We're going to live together, right? That means we have to be careful with our money. I grinned. Right. I helped her pack the items into the plastic bag. The scanner beeped repeatedly. The amount on the screen kept jumping. That'll be $186. How would you like to pay? Summer pulled out 2 crumpled $100 bills and handed them solemnly to the cashier. I'll pay. I ruffled her hair and teased her. Oh wow, am I being kept by a little sugar mama now? Summer bit her lip and gave me a light punch with her little fist. I'm not helping you carry anything then. Just hold my hand. I laughed, hoisted the bag of rice over my shoulder, and grabbed the groceries. Let's go. Let's go home. Back at the apartment, I changed into my slippers. Just as I was about to sort the items into the fridge, Summer had already put on a pale pink apron. She gently pushed me toward the living room. I'll handle this. Don't you have a poster to work on? The way she looked in that apron gave me the strange illusion that we were a newlywed couple. My Adam's apple bobbed subconsciously. I suddenly felt my throat go dry. Sensing my gaze, the tips of Summer's ears turned red. She looked down and toyed with her apron strings, her voice soft. If we don't start cooking soon, we'll miss dinner. Even though she was the one who suggested it, she felt inexplicably flustered right now. I chuckled and ruffled her hair. Then I'll look forward to your dinner, I said tenderly. I'll handle the poster. Just call me if you need anything. Summer pumped her little fist. With sparkling eyes, she said, Lucas, you got this. I sat down at the computer. Recalling the classic coconut milk packaging from my past life, I opened Word and pulled up some brightly colored rectangles. The flyer I got from Gary became my reference template. In no time, a simple and striking poster was born, $29 per month, 220 GB general data, 80 minutes of talk time. 3 bold headers jumped off the screen. I leaned back in my chair with satisfaction. I couldn't help but marvel. I really am an understated little genius. Summer, come and check out my masterpiece. I shouted from the living room, turning the laptop screen toward the kitchen. Amidst the rising steam from the stove, Summer was stir-frying tomatoes and eggs with one hand, while looking up with the other. The vibrant blocks of color and giant numbers on the screen looked like a toddler's toy. It wasn't even remotely aesthetic. She almost threw the spatula like a remote control at it. Still, she gritted her teeth and managed to squeeze out, It's not bad. Maybe you could look at some other designs for reference, she added tentatively. The corners of my mouth curled up. You already said it looks good, I said with a smirk. Why would I need anyone else's? Summer felt like she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Actually, for the promotional posters tomorrow, it only mattered if I liked it. I was the one who would look foolish, not her. Summer, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it alone tomorrow. I need you to come help me. I winked. You'll be holding this poster. A perfect promotional model. Summer's hand slipped. The pan made a loud clatter as it nearly flew out of her hand. She glanced at the poster on the desk. If she were to hold up this work of art tomorrow, wouldn't she become the laughingstock of the whole campus? She pouted as she brought the final dish to the table. Can we please change it? She protested pitifully. Making the key points clear at a glance is what matters. My tone became serious. I suddenly quizzed her. How much is the plan? How much data? How many talk minutes? Remember to answer. The image of that iconically ugly poster flashed in Summer's mind instantly. Her brain felt like it had been hit with a mallet. She stiffened her neck and said stubbornly, I really don't. I changed my tactic. We earn 100 for every card sold. Sell 200 and it's 200 per card. Sell 300 and there's a 5,000 bonus. Summer's eyes instantly regained their spark. Looking at that poster again, it suddenly didn't seem so bad. She had seen posters from other carriers this afternoon, but she had already forgotten what was on them. This incredibly ugly one, on the other hand, left a deep impression. Time to eat, little penny pincher. I ruffled her hair. I still have to go print the poster out later. I'll get the rice. Summer jumped up and raced toward the rice cooker. On the table were 3 dishes and a soup. Cabbage with pork belly, tomato and egg stir-fry, and a bowl of fresh shrimp soup. The aromas of the food mingled together, filling the air with a cozy, homey vibe. I took the rice bowl and took a bite. The cabbage was crisp and refreshing. I nodded repeatedly. This is amazing. I'm more of a follow-the-recipe type of cook. Without one, I'm just guessing. Summer's cooking, while simple, had a kind of gentle magic to it. She was quietly watching me. Seeing me eating with such gusto, she couldn't help but take a bite herself. even though it was a plain flavor. Eating it with me made it taste exceptionally good. I took her hand and gently pressed a kiss to her palm. "It's all your fault," I teased. "You're going to turn me into a ball." Summer looked at the empty plates and laughed. "You didn't eat much cabbage today. I'll make more next time with the leftover pork and tomatoes." Summer asked if I wanted more. I patted my stomach. I can't eat another bite. When it was time to clear the table, the two of us started arguing again. "I'll do it. I'm used to cleaning up at home," Summer said. "No way," I replied. "You cook, I wash. It's called division of labor. We have to protect our little home together." I stood my ground firmly. As I carried the bowls to the kitchen to wash them, Summer followed behind me. While I wasn't looking, she stood on her tiptoes and gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. "Big brother," she whispered softly. A shiver ran through my entire body, and the plate in my hand nearly slipped. It made a sharp clink. Summer immediately hurried over to complain. "Why are your hands so clumsy? Are you trying to break the dishes?" I gave a silly grin and gently nudged her with my hip. "What did you just call me?" Summer buried her face in her chest, looking like steam was about to rise from her head. "Nothing. Don't talk nonsense." She took a washed bowl and placed it on the drying rack. "This is our little home," she said seriously. "I want to do my part too." Then she realized I was staring at her, and her face grew hot. She quickly looked down and added, "I only kissed you once." "It's normal for a girlfriend to kiss her boyfriend, right?" I turned around and gave her a kiss on the cheek too. "It's also normal for a boyfriend to kiss his girlfriend." "Summer, say it one more time." I held a cream puff between my fingers, gently pressing it against Summer's lips. My tone was full of mischief and anticipation. "Was I washing the dishes too loudly to hear you clearly?" The sweet scent of the cake swirled under her nose. Summer shot me a glare, but still took a big bite of the cream puff, the soft cake, and the light cream melted in her mouth. It carried the surprise of having a cream puff for the first time in her life, along with a touch of shyness. She puffed out her cheeks, mumbling incoherently, "Call you what? Stop it. You're so annoying. Don't we still have to go print those posters? It's already dark out." She tried to pivot the conversation back to business, but the blush on her face still hadn't faded. I pretended not to care, tossing the small bag of cream puffs to her. "Fine, don't say it. If you eat too many of these, you're going to turn into a little brown ball," Summer huffed. She grabbed a cream puff and held it up to my mouth. "Well, you're not getting away either. Eat one." After our little snack time skirmish, the two of us walked side by side to a nearby print shop, and finally got the promotional posters for tomorrow printed out. The colors on the posters were jarring, and the content was blunt and simple, but both of us felt a tiny spark of hope. Tomorrow, would this ridiculously confident poster actually attract a bunch of curious freshmen? We got back home just after 7. Night had just fallen. The apartment smelled like cream and printer paper. I opened my laptop and transferred the recording of that phone call from my phone. I began to edit. The footage showed the carrier representative looking arrogant, with a cold attitude. Every word was full of contempt and calculation toward college students. "Didn't you say the commission for one card was 100 or 2? How did it become 30 and 50? Summer stood to the side, her brows furrowed into a little mountain. "That guy is taking the lion's share for himself and giving us nothing but scraps." I explained while working on the file. "We're going to prove a point tomorrow. We'll poach all those customers for ourselves. We're not playing ball with a shady boss like that." Summer had originally been pouting because she had to hold up that ugly poster tomorrow. But when she heard my plan, she was suddenly filled with fighting spirit. Her eyes were sparkling. "Don't worry, I'll hold that poster high." I pretended to be serious as I flicked her forehead. "Who said the poster was ugly? It's clearly very iconic." I looked Summer over, thinking to myself, if I should buy her a few new outfits, she could be our vibe manager tomorrow. But then I reconsidered. If Summer dressed simply, it might actually win more sympathy and trust from the freshmen. Should we go for the pity look or the beauty look? The choice made me chuckle. In the end, I decided to respect her dignity. "After I finish editing this video, I'll take you out to buy some new clothes." I ruffled her hair, my tone tender. Summer froze. She looked up like a small animal, her eyes full of surprise and hesitation. She hadn't bought new clothes in years. "So, what are you going to call me?" I asked with a devious grin, tapping her forehead with my finger. Summer bit her lip, her cheeks gradually flushing a shy red. Finally, she hummed in a tiny voice, "I'm not calling you big brother." The words floated out softly. As soon as she said it, she turned her face away, looking like a flustered kitten. "You little rascal." I couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. The two of us laughed and played around. "Once I find a good BGM for this recording, we'll head out." I scrolled through my editing software, realizing the songs in the library were either too sad or too empty. They lacked the gritty resilience of real life. Suddenly, I had a flash of inspiration. I simply picked up my guitar, deciding to write a song myself. A few chords rang out on the second floor. Summer's eyes instantly lit up. "You can play the guitar too? I learned it over the summer." "Surprising, right? You really found yourself a treasure." I gave her a confident wink. Summer's face turned slightly red, but she wasn't going to let me have the win. Narcissist. Only narcissists get wives. I teased her back as I plucked the strings. Summer clutched her knees tightly, looking down, not daring to look at me. The tips of her ears were as red as ripe cherries. "You're talking nonsense again. A wise man once said, dating without the intent to marry is just being a rogue." I leaned in closer, half joking and half serious. "Are you planning on being a rogue with me? Because then I'll have to be a robe tonight too." I gave her a wicked grin. Summer suddenly went silent. Her mood seemingly shrouded by the night. She stared down at the floor, an inexplicable worry rising in her heart. Did her body really have a future with me? Sensing her sudden dejection, I immediately dropped the joking act. I scratched my head apologetically. I took the joke too far. "I'm sorry." Summer shook her head. She pointed at the guitar. "Play a song for me." "Okay. Once I finish the BGM, I'll sing it for you before bed." I nodded and turned on the voice recording function on my phone. My fingers lightly plucked the strings, and a bright melody flowed out. Summer leaned against the doorframe, listening quietly. Under the warm lights of the room, even the air seemed to grow soft and cozy because of the song. As the song came to an end, I picked up my phone to play the recording back, listening carefully to my masterpiece. My voice actually wasn't bad, but my singing was a bit too emotional, as if I were pouring every single feeling into the lyrics. I was trying a little too hard. My technique was purely based on intuition. Summer's hands were red from clapping. She couldn't help but applaud. "Hey! What song is that? I feel like I've never heard it before." "It's an original." I raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride in my eyes. I quickly mixed the audio into the video, lowered the volume to use it as background music, and touched up the final details. Then, with a look of total satisfaction, I uploaded the video to TikTok, terrified that it would get buried. I specifically spent $100 on promotion. I targeted the college student demographic, within a 20-kilometer radius. Finished everything up. I clapped my hands and gestured quietly toward the door. "Let's head out." Hurry up, stop dawdling." The way I looked so high-spirited, I was like a kid who just won a game. Summer couldn't help but laugh at the sight. "Let's go." "Stop rushing me." The two of us went downstairs and walked to the entrance of the complex. I played the gentleman and held out my hand. Shopping only feels official when you're holding your boyfriend's hand, right? Summer blushed and gripped my hand tightly, returning a sweet smile. The two of us walked out of the alley and onto the wide, brightly lit street. This was near the university town shops, teeming with high-spirited young people. As we headed toward a women's clothing store, I was mentally calculating my financial situation. I just spent $100 on promoting my work, topped up Summer's phone with $30, and still had to pay for dinner and poster printing. By my count, I had a little over $1,300 left. If both of us ate out, $600 a month would be enough. Subtracted by the $300 set aside for utilities, I only had about $400 in disposable income left. Luckily, it wasn't fall yet, so summer clothes were affordable. $400 was enough to buy a brand new outfit. Thinking of this, I suddenly pulled out my phone and opened my chat with Tiffany White. Seeing that the file hadn't been accepted yet, I sent another message, reminding her that she had to look at it tonight no matter what. Tiffany White used dating as an excuse to scam the original guy out of his money. That debt couldn't just be ignored. These 2 days of freshman orientation were the perfect time to give her a reality check. I, Lucas, was no longer that foolish simp. As for the back-and-forth arguments that would follow, we'd take it slow. Right now, the priority was promoting the SIM cards. Summer held my hand, habitually half-hiding behind me, like a wary little animal. Whenever there was a pretty outfit in a window, she would give my arm a gentle tug. I'd stop and lead her into the clothing store. She really enjoyed the feeling of being taken care of. For someone with a bit of social anxiety like her, gathering the courage to go home with me yesterday had been the biggest breakthrough of her life. Just after entering the shop, the owner, a kind, middle-aged woman, immediately stepped up. "Come on in. What kind of clothes are you looking for?" I squeezed Summer's hand. "Pick whichever one you like. Don't be shy." Summer looked around at the clothes in the store, finding every single piece so beautiful she couldn't look away. "Oh my, this girl is absolutely lovely," the owner said, taking a new arrival off the shelf and handing it to Summer. "This just came in this year. It's a bestseller." Summer took the clothes and looked down at the tag. Suggested retail price, $20. She immediately shook her head and handed the outfit back. The owner saw what she was thinking and comforted her with a smile. It's the change of seasons. So all these clothes are on sale. The price is about the same as a nice meal. Try it on first. Let your boyfriend see how it looks. I'm sure it'll fit. A faint blush colored Summer's cheeks. She looked at me for help. How embarrassing would it be to try it on and not buy it? I patted her arm and said to the owner with a smile, "Ma'am, let's be real. Just give us the bottom line now, so we don't cause you any trouble if we don't buy it after she tries it on." The owner gave an awkward smile. "How about 20% off? Is $90 okay?" I took the clothes, pretended to feel the fabric, checked the collar, and flipped through the labels, giving them a couple of shakes, just like I was picking out a melon at the market. I started haggling with a straight face. "I'll give you 60 for this. If that works, it's a deal." In reality, I didn't have a clue. I was just acting like I knew how to haggle to save face. I knew, deep down, that this kind of thing probably only costs $40 online, but selling it in a store, they have to make a profit. Seeing that I was ready to walk away, the owner had no choice but to nod. Fine. Since you like it, I'll sell it to you cheaper." Summer didn't rush to try them on after getting the clothes. Instead, she picked out a pair of loose, light blue jeans and handed them to me with a look of anticipation. I gave her forehead a helpless flick. I never thought that as a grown guy, I'd end up being the main one haggling. In the end, we settled on 80 for the jeans. While Summer was trying on the clothes, I spotted a little skirt and joked with the owner, "This skirt uses less fabric. Can I get it for 60? The owner chuckled at that and countered, "Since you bought so much, if you like it, this one is 82. I instantly pulled my hand back. I turned and stared at the fitting room. I wasn't actually set on buying a skirt. It's just that Summer always wears pants. I wondered if she had some kind of scar on her legs. And of course, it definitely wasn't, because I wanted to see her legs. The owner curled her lip, thinking that doing business with guys was indeed difficult. She didn't give up and added, "I really can't sell this skirt for 60. I shrugged nonchalantly. "Sell it or don't, it's up to you." The owner pulled out her trump card. "How about I throw in 2 pairs of stockings? They'd go perfectly with the skirt. Your girlfriend is so pretty. She'll definitely look great in a skirt." My lip twitched as I thought, who would make an impulse buy just for 2 pairs of stockings? But I did the math. Stockings are $10 a pair, so 2 pairs are 20. That effectively made the skirt 60, which was exactly my target price. My eyes darted around a bit, and a slight flush appeared on my face. I pretended to be firm and said, "All right, wrap it all up." Summer twirled the ends of her hair, tilting her head slightly, but avoiding my gaze. Her voice carried an irrepressible shyness. "Lucas, does it look good?" The slim-fitting white t-shirt accentuated her curves. Under the blue plaid skirt, her long, beautiful legs were incredibly eye-catching. The only regret was that the stockings were still in the bag, so I didn't get a chance to see them on her for real. My gaze felt warm as it fell on her, immediately making Summer's cheeks burn. She quickly ducked back into the fitting room. In no time at all, she changed back into her familiar loose jeans. The corner of my mouth quirked. I reached out and gently pinched her cheek. "Why are you back in pants already? Don't tell me you're afraid I'll keep staring at your legs." Summer pulled her neck in, and her ears turned red with embarrassment. She whispered in defense, I haven't worn a skirt in a long time. I'm not used to it. It feels breezy." She tugged at her pant leg with 2 fingers, complaining quietly in her head, "This guy is really something. Why is he always staring at my legs? He really is a bit of a pervert." After buying the clothes, I held Summer's hand and strolled toward a shoe store on the corner. This shoe store was a somewhat famous local chain brand that took up 3 whole storefronts. Since move-in week hadn't started yet, the street was deserted, and there were very few customers in the shop. Just as we entered, 2 sales clerks in matching uniforms approached us. "Welcome. Can we help you find anything?" "Help her pick out a pair of sneakers. Budget is under 200, I said straightforwardly. There was no room for haggling in a big brand store, so I just stated my limit right away, to save everyone's time. "All right, this way please," a clerk said. She professionally led Summer away, toward the slanted wall. "These are all styles under $200. You can try on whichever pair you like." Another clerk told me to rest on the side, even pouring a cup of warm water for me. "Classmate, you can sit here for a while. We recently got some new fall styles for men, and we're having a promotion. Would you like to take a look at those too?" "No thanks, I'm good," I said, shaking my head with a smile as I declined her sales pitch. Bored with nothing to do, I looked around the store. Over by the counter, It looked like a small workplace initiation was taking place. An older woman, with a sharp, commanding presence, likely the store manager, was speaking to a young man and woman beside her with great earnestness. You'll both be rotating at this store for the next 2 months. Hit $30,000 in sales and you can head back to HQ early. The base pay here is $2,800 plus a $200 attendance bonus. With commission, you can easily make $7,000 or $8,000. A 30,000 sales target is actually very easy. You aren't students anymore. You need to learn to change your mindset. I watched those 2 fresh grad interns. Thinking back to myself and the original host, we both chose liberal arts majors in college. Back when I graduated in my past life, it was right when society was shifting from rapid, raw growth to a focus on high-quality development. Liberal arts students were the first to suffer. Industries stopped expanding, and job openings became scarcer and more competitive. In the end, all that effort only resulted in a salary much lower than before. The manager kept droning on. To be honest, I really don't like training college kids. They don't even know how to read a laundry tag. What exactly have you been learning all these years? I only finished middle school, and look at me, I'm the manager. You're better off starting out in the real world early. Listening to her, complex emotions stirred within me. The manager's confidence, the intern's confusion, and my own past all hung in the air together. Just then, with a soft thud, Summer hopped over to me, breaking my train of thought. Lucas, I've picked out my shoes. She gently lifted her pant leg, revealing her pale, slender ankles. My gaze was fixed entirely on her ankles. I didn't look at the style of the shoes at all. Summer huffed and immediately dropped her pant leg, hiding her ankles away. I couldn't help but laugh as I ruffled her hair. I turned to the clerk. Excuse me, how much for these? Original price is $2,018. With the back-to-school sale, it's 20% off. It'll be $17. The clerk efficiently placed Summer's old shoes in a bag and handed them over. I took the shoes to the counter to pay. The manager behind the counter pointed to the intern girl beside her. You handle this, she said. Get used to the checkout process. The girl stood at the register, looking a bit flustered. Her eyes darted between Summer's shoes and the screen. Beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. Sorry, I'm new here. I'm still getting the hang of it, she apologized over and over. I reached down, tore the barcode off Summer's new shoes, and handed it to her. Scanning this should work, right? Thank you, the girl said, looking relieved. She quickly scanned the code and entered the discounted price. She had finally completed her first sale. I caught a glimpse of the manager nearby. She didn't look happy. I figured that once we left, this girl would be in for a serious lecture. I glanced out the window, took Summer's hand, and suddenly whispered, You know, the point of an education is to help us understand that there's more to the world than just the sixpence at our feet. There's also your own white moonlight. With that, I led Summer away, and we disappeared into the gentle night air of the street, just as we left. The manager leaned in toward the intern girl, her voice full of irritation. How many times have I taught you this today? You still can't use the register, and you can't even tell the products apart. What happens if things go missing during the inventory check? Watch closely. I'll show you one more time. The girl listened with her head down, but her mind had already wandered far away. Through the bright glass window, she saw the pure white moon in the night sky, as if it were speaking to her of her own dreams and the horizons beyond. Summer leaned against my shoulder, her eyes full of curiosity. Her soft, sweet voice drifted into my ear. Lucas, what did you mean by that sixpence and white moonlight? What does it actually mean? Under the night sky, a breeze tousled the hair on my forehead. Summer's voice was like a clear spring, echoing in my mind. I was becoming addicted to this. The sixpence, I explained slowly, is a type of coin. It represents the mundane, trivial grind of daily life. And the white moonlight? I intentionally left her hanging. When Summer leaned in curiously, I suddenly hit the brakes. Summer, caught off guard, blushed furiously. She bit her lip and whispered, I hate you. Her soft chest pressed against my back. I couldn't stop the smile from spreading across my face. The more she called me a pervert, the more smug I felt. Just as I was about to start the scooter, I caught sight of a flower shop by the road and my eyes lit up. Wait for me. I did some quick math in my head. Shirt for $60, jeans and skirt for $160, shoes for $170. Exactly $10 left. So, I went into the flower shop, bought a bouquet of daisies, and handed them to Summer. Summer took the flowers in a daze, not processing what was happening for a long time. This was the first time in her life she had ever received flowers. She hid half her face behind the bouquet, only showing her sparkling eyes as she looked at me. Her gaze was filled with surprise and shyness. The faint scent of flowers drifted to her nose. and her heart beat so fast it felt like it would jump out of her chest. It felt like this rush of emotion was turning the very air sweet. "Lucas," she called my name softly, biting her lip. I dotingly ruffled her hair. I hopped back on the scooter, letting the night breeze clear my head. The florist just told me that daisies symbolize eternal happiness. I hope we can stay this happy forever. Summer looked down at the daisies in her hand. Yellow centers, snow-white petals. Suddenly, she felt she understood what white moonlight meant. She hugged me tight, resting her head on my shoulder. She whispered, "You are my white moonlight." Hearing you say that makes me feel like a villain in a novel. Like I transmigrated as the heroine's white moonlight obsession. I teased her, tapping her helmet with my finger. "Tell me, do you have a childhood friend who's loved you since you were kids, but never managed to win you over?" Summer rolled her eyes. Give me your phone in a bit. I'm deleting all those cheesy novels you've been reading." The two of us laughed and joked all the way back to the loft. Summer found a clear glass cup in the room. She carefully washed it clean, placed the daisies inside, and set them on the table. She rested her chin in her hands, staring at the bouquet for a long moment. Meanwhile, I opened my laptop and pulled up a Word document. I planned to write some advice for the incoming freshmen. The scene with the interns at the shoe store had really affected me. In my past life, I was just a small-town kid who was good at taking tests. I studied my heart out and finally made it to college, becoming the pride of my family. But back then, I knew nothing about choosing a major or thinking about the future. There was no one in my family who could guide me. The only advice I got was the usual: be a teacher, a doctor, or a civil servant. Sometimes, choice really is more important than hard work. I sighed and typed one final sentence at the end of the document. I hope everyone can find their own moon, within the grind for sixpence. Done. I stretched out my arms. I turned to look at Summer, who was staring blankly at the daisies. "So, how about being my very first reader, and giving me a review of my masterpiece?" Summer snapped out of it, looking at the screen filled with text. Her eyes were brimming with admiration. "Lucas, you're amazing. It feels like you know everything." I smiled and pulled her into my arms. "If I didn't have some skills, how could I be your boyfriend? All right, get some rest. We've got a tough battle to fight tomorrow." "Okay." Summer nodded vigorously. That night, the two of us snuggled together and slept soundly. In our dreams, there was no discounted cabbage, only blooming daisies, and bright moonlight. Early the next morning, the college town was absolutely buzzing. Countless private cars and freshmen dragging suitcases created a massive traffic jam in the streets. I rode my little electric scooter with Summer, along with that heavy box of flyers. When we arrived at the booth I'd scouted yesterday, Gary was already sweating while moving a table. "Lucas, you're finally here. Hurry, hurry. I heard the other side is moving fast. We need to beat them to it." I rolled up my sleeves without a word and helped get the booth set up in minutes. Summer pulled the poster out of the bag. Gritting her teeth against the embarrassment, she held it up straight and tall in front of her. 29 for 200 NDGV. Those 8 bold characters instantly made us the stars of the street. Even if the color scheme left a lot to be desired, that ridiculous price-to-performance ratio still made many passing freshmen stop in their tracks. "Is that data real, man? It's not some kind of scam card, is it?" I picked up the megaphone. My voice easily drowned out the orientation broadcast nearby. "Total honesty here. Even us upperclassmen get our cards here. Plus dollars for all the streaming and gaming you can handle." A few upperclassmen from other clubs were originally trying to promote their stuff, but the freshmen all flocked to us instead. They were so pissed they were practically stamping their feet. "Who is that guy? How is he such a smooth talker? And wow, the girl next to him is gorgeous. Is she the new campus beauty?" I was secretly gloating. Summer definitely looked captivating right now. A sharp, clean, short skirt, and the bridge of her nose glowing with a hint of sweat. She looked radiant in the sunlight. She was basically every guy's dream girl. Lucas set me up with one too. Jimmy appeared out of nowhere, bringing a group of roommates along to show support. "Thanks, guys. Let's all get together tonight." Watching the constant stream of business, I could almost hear the sound of commissions clinking in my pocket. "Who gave you permission to set up a booth here?" Suddenly, that middle-aged man showed up again with his crew. This time, he even had 2 uniformed campus security guards following him. They stared at me with icy glares. "You again, kid? This spot has been assigned to us as exclusive agents. Pack it up now, or we're confiscating your gear." Summer was so startled her hands shook, and the poster nearly fell to the ground. I quickly wrapped an arm around her waist, signaling for her not to be afraid. I walked slowly toward the man, pulled out my phone, and tapped on a video. Boss, you forgot so soon? In the video, it showed him in the living area earlier, discussing with his men how to trick the freshmen. These kids are easy marks. The commission is high. Turns out I hadn't just recorded the audio. I got the video too. The man's face turned white in an instant. Even the 2 security guards looked incredibly awkward. If this video makes it to the admissions office, I gave the man a bright smile. Do you think they'll refund your exclusive fees this year? Hey, you lot, we're leaving. The man scurried off with his team, looking pathetic. He didn't even dare to leave a parting threat. As the freshmen watched them run away in disgrace, a burst of laughter erupted from the booth. Crisis averted. Business became even more explosive than before. Many freshmen who had been watching the drama thought I had real backbone, and specifically asked for my cards. After working all afternoon, my throat was practically on fire from all the shouting. Summer tenderly handed me a bottle of water. Watching her carefully wipe the sweat from my brow, I felt that all the exhaustion was worth it. Lucas, look who's here. Gary nudged me. I saw Tiffany White holding a tall guy's arm, slowly walking toward us. Tiffany White was dressed exceptionally provocatively today. In a strappy dress and high heels, she definitely stood out in the crowd. She stopped in front of the booth, looking at me working with a gaze full of disdain and contempt. Oh wow, if it isn't the famous Lucas. You've really stooped to scamming freshmen out of their money? The guy beside her let out a cold laugh. Tiffany, someone like this isn't even fit to shine your shoes. Let's go, it's an eyesore. I didn't even look up. I just said flatly, line up if you want a card. Move if you don't. Don't block the students behind you. You! Tiffany White fumed. Just as she was about to explode, Summer suddenly stepped forward. Her voice was clear but carried an undeniable authority. Have some self-respect. Lucas is my boyfriend now. Please show some basic respect. Tiffany White laughed mockingly. Him? I guess your standards really are that low. Treating my leftovers like some kind of treasure. Summer didn't get angry. Instead, she looked at her calmly. Is that so? Then thank you for giving him back to me. Because to me, he's the best thing in the world. Tiffany White's face turned various shades of red and white at the sharp rebuff. She stomped her foot in anger, grabbed the guy's arm, and hurried away. Once they were gone, I couldn't help but pull Summer into my arms. That was pretty fierce, little Summer. Summer's face turned bright red instantly. She quickly broke free. Everyone is watching. Ha ha. Happy times always fly by. When we counted the sales at sunset, we had sold over 300 cards in a single day. After Gary's cut and the bonuses, I had made a net profit of over $3,000. $3,000. That was more than I used to make in 2 or 3 months of work. I excitedly took Summer's hand. Let's go. Big dinner and new clothes are on me. No, let's not. We need to save this money. Even though Summer said that, her eyes were filled with anticipation. I don't care. We're spending today. I took her and swept through the entire shopping street. Watching her spin around in her new skirt, I suddenly felt that this transmigration was truly the best decision of my life. Our best days are still ahead of us. Wait, I miscounted the final lines. Let me just finish the count to 344. I leaned in and whispered in her ear. You are my true white moonlight. Summer leaned her head on my shoulder as we walked. The neon lights of the city felt warmer than ever. For the first time in 2 lives, I felt like I was exactly where I belonged. No more being a simp, no more looking back. Just Summer and me, and a future worth fighting for. All right, that's enough. Let's take one last photo, I said with a completely straight face. I lay down on the living room floor and pointed to the spot right next to me. Take off your shoes and stand beside me. Then, lightly rest your right foot on my stomach. Your expression should be as cold and disgusted as possible. Just hearing my description made the corner of Summer's mouth twitch, already forming a look of genuine disdain. Yes, exactly like that, I said with a laugh. Our leading lady's expression is perfect. Hold it right there. Summer stood up from the sofa and walked over to my side. Her bare toes, now out of her shoes, pressed gently against my stomach. I felt a slight weight on my midsection, and the grin on my face became increasingly twisted. I quickly pulled out my phone and switched to burst mode. Summer's brow was furrowed tight. She noticed that even though the position of the phone lens hadn't changed, my head was constantly tilting toward the inside of her leg. She suddenly stomped on my stomach, pulled her leg back, and pressed both hands down on her skirt. She grabbed a throw pillow and sat on the sofa with her knees pulled up, peeking out from behind the pillow with her large, watery eyes. She glared at me with a mix of shame and anger. Lucas, you creep, you total pervert. You actually, before she could finish, the top of her head seemed to emit a faint cloud of steam from embarrassment. Total pervert. Creep. I stood up and rubbed my stomach, giving her an awkward, sheepish laugh. Seeing that Summer wasn't actually truly angry, I pointed toward the front door. It's getting late. I'm going to head out and print those things now. The moment the words were out, I grabbed my flash drive and fled the scene. Click. The apartment door opened and shut. Summer picked up the throw pillow and tossed it gently toward the spot where I'd been standing. Lucas, you jerk, I can't believe he just ran away. She picked the pillow back up, hugged it to her chest, and sat on the floor. In the quiet, empty room, the sound of her racing heart was exceptionally loud. I wandered the streets on my electric scooter until I found a print shop that was still open. I talked to the owner about the layout I wanted. The quote for 500 trifold brochures was 700. I did the math. I only had a little over 900 left on me. This price hit me right in my wallet's jugular. If I put aside the $300 for utilities, I was now effectively 100 in the hole. But thankfully, Summer still had 200 left on her, which could go toward our shared living expenses. I couldn't believe it was only the beginning of the month, and I was already stressing about money. How do two people survive on 100 until the end of the month? I need answers, and I need them now. I shook my head. I'd done so much preparation. Tomorrow, I'd definitely be able to sell 100 or so campus cards. With the financial pressure weighing on me, right now, I felt my motivation hit absolute max capacity. Suddenly, my phone started vibrating. I took a look at the screen. Incoming. Voice call request from Tiffany White? Well, look at that. Lady Luck herself calling. And right when I'm most desperate for cash. I answered the call immediately. As soon as it connected, Tiffany White's interrogation came at me like a physical blow. What is wrong with you? Do you even want to be my boyfriend anymore? I specifically reminded you last night, and you still didn't bring me breakfast. And what's going on with you and Leah? Is this all because I wouldn't agree to go public with our relationship? Could you be any more childish? I can't believe you got Leah, the new girl, to help you put on this little act. I blinked stupidly. This was not going at all the way I imagined. Wait, shouldn't you be the one explaining why you're cheating on me? Where do you get the nerve to actually interrogate me? Tiffany White let out a cold snort. What do I have to explain? He's just my best friend. So what if he's a guy? Am I not allowed to have a male bestie? Can men and women not have a pure friendship? I can't just cut off all contact with the opposite sex just because I'm seeing you. Oh, right, a male bestie, I said sarcastically. I buy you points for your games, and you buy your bestie skins. I buy you snacks, and you give them all to your bestie. I buy you a cute skirt, and you let your bestie feel the fabric first. Next thing you know, are you going to have a baby with your besties, just to deepen your pure friendship? If you want to think that way, there's nothing I can do. Tiffany White's tone was filled with a hint of disappointment. My relationship with him is as pure as it gets. I've known him longer than I've known you. If something was really going on between us, do you really think it would be your turn? I was, honestly, pissed off to the point of laughter by Tiffany's ridiculous logic. You call this my turn? Our relationship isn't even public. You spend my money to support yourself and your male bestie. Being the biggest sucker in the world? Do you think I need to wait in line for that? Should I be thanking you? Thanks for giving me the opportunity to be your personal ATM. Is this just because you want to go public? Tiffany White's heavy breathing came through the receiver, her voice laced with pure rage. I am so sick of you. Do you have any idea how annoying you're being? I told you, he's just a normal friend. Why do you have to overthink everything? Constantly suspecting me like this. Don't you get tired of it? I'm exhausted just from your accusations. I let out a low whistle, my tone dripping with contempt. That's an easy fix. If we're counting this as a relationship, including the 2 months of summer break, we've been together for about 5 months. My total spending comes to $5,000. That averages out to $1,000 a month. $5,000. And that's not even counting what I spent while I was chasing you. The portion spent exclusively on you, Tiffany, is about $3,000. I originally wanted you to pay for all of it, because if I were on my own, there is no way in hell I'd go to those restaurants that cost $100 or $200 a person. On my own, even on my wildest days, a 3 Coke, 30 worth of barbecue, some League of Legends, and watching a few streams while I eat. That's peak luxury to me. As long as you treat me with that same financial equality every month, you can have as many male besties as you want. Even if you two end up in bed together, I'll tell you both, you did a great job. Hearing my words, Tiffany White felt I was being completely unreasonable. She let out a frustrated, angry laugh. You're a joke. I didn't realize you were so materialistic. Are you saying a guy shouldn't spend money to chase a girl? You actually expect me to spend money on you? It's not like I absolutely have to have you as my boyfriend anyway. Funny, I feel the same way. My voice suddenly turned ice cold. I don't want anything to do with you or your besties either. Before I could finish, a loud beep echoed in my ear. Tiffany White had suddenly hung up on me. I looked at my phone and let out a sudden, dry laugh. All the expenses during the time they were dating were clearly paid for by the original owner of this body. Who would have thought? He'd end up being called the materialistic one. I suddenly remembered that back then, the original owner found Tiffany's side piece through their couple status in honor of heroes. In my past life, after work, I used to play games with my old friends all the time. I was actually pretty good at it too. I hit the 100-star rank almost every season, and even held national titles for several heroes. Back then, I didn't believe that a girl would actually fall for a guy just because he was good at a game. I scrolled through the evidence I'd compiled. From the way Tiffany interacted with that guy, it looked like they really did meet through the game. I opened Honor of Heroes, which was already on the phone, and tapped on the friend ranking interface. I was shocked to find that Tiffany White had already been in a match for 2 minutes. Wow. I'd actually thought she hung up because she felt guilty or was too afraid to argue with me. Turns out her game was just starting. I saw she was in a duo queue with the guy, playing a casual arcade mode, not a ranked match. Tiffany was currently at a 1-star king rank, while the guy she was with was only at 30 stars. Judging by his historical rankings, he'd hit 50 stars before. But since they weren't playing ranked together, it basically proved that this guy's skill level was nothing special. Curiously, I scrolled further down the list to see if Summer played this game too. I was surprised to see that Summer wasn't just playing Honor of Heroes, but she'd already made it to the diamond tier. Student, are your flyers finished? The shop owner walked over to me. I took the printed flyers and inspected them. They were designed as tri-fold brochures, which could be folded up for easy keeping. The front of the flyer featured an image of the campus administration building as the background, with a red gradient effect added over it. In the white space, I had written, 20 tips for college life. Most of the advice was based on my own personal experience from the workforce, which I had adapted for students. A small portion was gathered from popular online views, selecting only the most practical parts. The back of the flyer contained a map of the North Campus where we were located. Every building was labeled by name, including the locations of key administrative offices. In the remaining empty space, I had written several tips about the living area. The top few tips were about the sequence of the freshman orientation process, including where parents could grab a meal and a few decent spots to visit around the school. The tips below those covered things like how to refill meal cards and water cards, how to replace a lost ID, and how to borrow books from the library. It also listed the nearby courier points and other essentials. Of course, the most important part was the QR code for the contact account I had registered earlier, which I'd included on the promotional page. It made me look like an official member of the school's orientation Q&A staff. On this entire flyer, from beginning to end, there wasn't a single mention of selling campus SIM cards. However, as long as the reporting freshmen saw this flyer, they would assume I was an official representative of the school. When the time came, promoting the SIM cards would be much easier. After all, the plans the carriers offered to students didn't have any real differences between them. Since they were all competing with identical products, it all came down to which salesman was more creative. I loaded the 500 flyers onto my electric scooter and raced back to the apartment. When I saw Summer, bored out of her mind watching TV in the living room, I couldn't help but let out a chuckle. I raised an eyebrow and teased, "Why aren't you playing Honor of Heroes?" I didn't realize Summer had 2 different sides to her, secretly gaming behind my back, then switching to a boring TV show. Right when I was about to walk through the door, Summer's cheeks immediately flushed with embarrassment. She didn't expect her secret gaming session to be discovered by Lucas. She playfully stuck her tongue out and said with a smile, "Because I knew you were coming back." I ruffled Summer's hair and laughed. "Why do I feel like you're like an elementary schooler, sneaking in some game time at home, terrified of being caught by your parents?" Summer puffed out her cheeks and huffed indignantly, "Who are you calling an elementary schooler?" All right, I'm the elementary schooler." I pinched Summer's cheeks playfully. "But big sister Summer, don't go finding yourself another besties in the game, okay?" "Another bestie?" Summer blinked, then nodded as she suddenly realized what I meant. "I won't," she said, grabbing my arm. She flashed a perfect row of white teeth. "Faithfulness is one of my few humble virtues." She looked into my eyes with an intense, burning gaze and said with total sincerity, "Lucas, I will always love you, until the very day my life ends." I scratched my head. Life is so incredibly long. We're currently nothing more than the rising sun. Who can say for certain what the future holds? Seeing how deeply Summer believed her own words, I subconsciously blurted out, "Why don't you make a vow then?" Summer rolled her eyes and let go of my arm, angrily turning her back to me. Lucas was just a jerk who didn't understand the mood at all. Would it have killed him to just go along with what she said? I gave a silly grin and gently hugged Summer from behind. I kissed her on the cheek and said, "Fine, I'll vow instead, okay? I will also always love." Before I could finish, Summer turned around and gave me a gentle push. Her voice carried a hint of mock disdain. "Who wants you to vow? Hurry up and go shower. You smell. We have to get up early tomorrow." She didn't dare to dream of too much. She only hoped that Lucas would keep loving her for this 1 year. And after she was gone, it would be enough. If Lucas could just think of her every now and then. I can't believe I just got rejected by Summer. I curled my lip and messed up Summer's hair. I grabbed a change of clothes from the closet and headed toward the bathroom, humming a little tune. Entering the bathroom, I tossed my dirty clothes into the laundry basket. I didn't realize these past 2 nights would be so busy. I barely had time to do laundry. Tomorrow, the main task was selling the campus cards. I should be able to wrap it up by 7:30 p.m. I'll take an early shower then. I can wash 3 days' worth of clothes at once. Suddenly, my eyes widened. Inside the laundry basket, aside from the clothes Summer had just changed out of, there was nothing else in there. The clothes I'd changed out of last night were actually gone. I suddenly poked my head out of the bathroom. "Summer?" I asked in shock. "Where are the clothes I took off yesterday?" Summer turned her head away, a hint of bashful embarrassment flaring on her cheeks. "I already washed them and put them away." "You washed everything?" My lip twitched. I asked one more time, unwilling to accept the truth. "By hand?" "Yeah, by hand." Summer buried her head in her chest, her voice smaller than a mosquito's. The bathroom door was violently shut. My face burned a bright, embarrassed red. My mouth hung open. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Among those dirty clothes were my ancestral boxers. Some guys look all polished on the outside, but they've actually been wearing the same boxers for 5 or 6 years. If I'd known Summer was going to hand wash my boxers, I'd rather have had some creep come in and steal them. I ran under the shower head, cranking the water to the max. I let the hot water wash over me, trying to hide my utter humiliation. To be honest, I regretted it. I should have been a little more diligent yesterday. Summer sat on the sofa with her knees pulled to her chest. Her mouth was slightly agape, her large, watery eyes wide. When she was washing Lucas's boxers this morning, she had to give herself a long pep talk first. After all, since she was staying in Lucas's apartment, it was only right to do what housework she could. It would have been fine if Lucas just kept it to himself, but the second he realized she'd washed them, he actually had to ask if she'd done it by hand. She thought back again to when Lucas had her stand on his stomach earlier. Lucas really was a total pervert. A while later, I finished washing up and sat on the living room sofa, keeping a small distance from Summer. Summer had her back to me, her cheeks burning in waves. Neither of us spoke. A thick, heavy atmosphere gradually spread between us. In the quiet, empty room, the sound of our heartbeats echoed like the roar of a train. The next morning, I woke up early. Summer was in my arms, her large, watery eyes open and watching me. I gently pinched her cheek. "How come you're up so early? Didn't sleep well?" "I slept great," Summer said, shaking her head. "You should get up too, Lucas." With that, she slipped out of my embrace and walked straight downstairs. I saw that Summer was already dressed. She must have woken up much earlier, washed up, and then crawled back under the covers. Soon, a sizzling sound came from downstairs, followed by the aroma of frying eggs. I got dressed and headed down. I found Summer wearing her apron, busy at the stove. Summer took 2 slices of toast and placed the fried eggs, sliced tomatoes, and tender cabbage leaves inside. She had made 2 sandwiches. While I was washing up, she had also poured 2 glasses of milk from the fridge and heated them up in a water bath. When I stepped out of the bathroom, a hearty breakfast was already served on the low table. Summer was sitting dutifully by the table, waiting for me so we could eat together. I sat down beside her and took a bite of the sandwich. The tender fried egg, the sweet and tangy tomato, and the crisp cabbage leaf. Just one bite was so delicious, I nearly swallowed my tongue. Summer took small, dainty bites of her sandwich, her eyes narrowing slightly. She looked incredibly happy. For some reason, her body gradually leaned over until she was resting against my shoulder. When she was with Lucas, she seemed to really love clinging to his side. I gently patted Summer's head. You don't have to wait for me to wake up to make breakfast next time. Summer shook her head, showing a row of neat white teeth. No, you need your sleep, so you can stay healthy. And maybe I'll even grow a bit taller. I let out a soft chuckle. I felt like Summer was treating me like a child. After breakfast, let's leave the kitchen mess for now. We'll grab the flyers and the posters, and head over to the living area early. The first batch of freshmen should be arriving soon. Summer turned her head to look at the poster. Even though she'd spent the whole night looking at it, and it was growing on her, she still thought it was uniquely ugly. Her face fell, her expression full of misery. But thinking about the money, she felt a sense of solemn duty. Seeing Summer's complicated expression, a faint smile touched my lips. I leaned in close to her ear and reminded her, we're officially broke now, practically insolvent. Last night, when she heard I'd spent $700 printing the flyers, especially since our food budget for the month was down to $100. Summer, who had been hoping I'd sing her to sleep, didn't even want to talk to her spendthrift boyfriend. I'll hold that ugly poster tight, Summer, promised with a determined gaze. What a little penny pincher. I gently pinched Summer's nose. Besides holding the poster, you also have to guide the freshmen to scan the code and sign up for SIM cards. The sign-up process. I taught it to you last night. You still remember it, right? I remember it all. Summer nodded vigorously. One person signed up is 100 profit. All right, then let's get ready and head out, I said. We flew down the road and quickly arrived at the area where my dorm was located. We were pretty early. Upperclassmen were getting things ready. To welcome the incoming freshmen, I slowly rode the electric scooter through the area, thinking about where to set Summer up. Aside from being with me, Summer was still a bit socially anxious. I figured I'd go straight to the school gate to hand out flyers. My flyers included a guide for freshman orientation. Standing at the gate, it would be easier to make people think I was official staff. As for Summer, she had to be placed near the tents. Otherwise, she might be chased off by security. The scooter slowly passed the economics orientation tent. I saw 2 upperclassmen setting up their tables. My eyes instantly lit up. King, Senior Fiona, are you guys helping the freshmen this year? I pulled over and greeted them with a smile. The guy I called King was Wang Jai, and the girl was Senior Fiona. He was a senior in the college's student union. Back when the original host first started college, he had joined the student union, and at that time, King happened to be his direct department head. The class leads acted as student assistants. At their school, these roles were generally filled by juniors. Their primary job was to help freshmen adapt to university life as quickly as possible. For all the trivial life problems that weren't worth bothering a counselor with, students could go directly to their class leads. King looked up at me and smiled. Lucas, aren't you guys supposed to be off today? What are you doing here so early? I took Summer's hand and pulled her forward a little. I just got a girlfriend, and now I can barely afford to eat. So, I found a side job promoting campus SIM cards. Summer bit her lip and huffed to herself. She muttered under her breath, It's not my fault you can't afford to eat. You're the one spending money like crazy. I burst out laughing and gently ruffled Summer's hair. I introduced the 2 of them to each other. When King saw Summer, his eyes widened instantly. He threw an arm around my neck. Lucas, not bad, man. He pulled me half a step away, glanced back at Summer, and whispered, Whatever happened to that Tiffany White girl, we're done. I have no idea what was going through my head back then. I gave a dismissive snort. No one in their right mind would have signed a raw deal like the one I was in. I can't believe I stuck it out for 6 months. It's good that you split. Better off that way. King nodded. Then he gave a soft sigh. It's a shame the department elections are already over. Otherwise, you probably would have been running the place. But Summer seems great, too. Even if she's a bit shy, at least she seems sincere. Right? Summer is the best. I grinned. I forced a heavy dose of happy couple energy on King. Not only is she gorgeous, but she has the cutest personality, too. And this morning, I even had the breakfast she made herself. All right, stop showing off. King rolled his eyes. Go show off to Fiona instead. She has a boyfriend, so she's immune to your PDA. I pulled King back to the tent and nodded toward the other side. King, we're here to promote campus SIM cards, but that rival carrier took the official spot over there. I'm working for a different company, so I can't set up a proper booth. Can we leave some of our gear here with you? King glanced at Fiona. Seeing that she didn't have any objections, he moved the table slightly to make space for our stuff. I walked over to Summer and messed up her hair. I gave a mischievous grin. All right, stop sitting around. The freshmen should be arriving any minute. Let's get our sign out and show it off. Summer looked to the left and then to the right. Her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. She shrank back and pleaded, Lucas, do I really have to hold it? Hi, seniors. Is this where I check in? A freshman carrying luggage walked up to the orientation point. Yes, this is the place. King stood up and said, Hey there. Let me see your admission letter and your ID. While King was checking the student in, I handed the guy a flyer. Hey, this has the check-in process on it, plus solutions for problems you might run into here. Take a look. Seeing a freshman arrive, the rival carrier's rep approached the student. He handed him a flyer as well. Hey, have you gotten your campus card yet? You can get one set up at our booth. Monthly fee is only $30. You get 200 GB of high-speed data and 100 minutes of talk time. The freshman glanced at the rival's flyer, tucked it under mine. Not yet. I'll handle that once I'm finished checking in here. The rival promoter turned around and flashed a peace sign to his colleagues. Then he headed back to his booth, getting ready to sign the freshman up. I glanced at Summer. Seeing her looking a bit guilty, I gently patted her head. I turned to the freshman and said with a smile, Hey, we're students working a side job here too. We also offer campus cards. Our plan is $29 for 220 GB of data and 80 minutes of talk time. The plans are basically the same, so you might want to consider signing up with us instead. With that, I patted Summer on the shoulder. Summer knew she couldn't hesitate anymore. She stood up, clutching the ugly poster I'd designed. She looked away and remembered the lines I'd taught her last night. She said in a quiet voice, We have campus cards too. You can use them to get online in the dorms. Seeing Summer's shy expression, the freshman's heart skipped a beat. He felt a sudden protective urge toward her. In that case, senior, I'll just sign up with you. He stuttered as he spoke. Summer turned her head back instantly, looking at the freshman with excitement. She gave a bow and said, Thank you. She pulled a stack of cards from her bag. Take a look and see which number you like. Just scan the QR code to finish. Seeing the freshman take the card, I stayed there for a moment to watch Summer help him through the registration. When I saw Summer standing on her tiptoes to peek at the freshman's phone screen to check which step he was on, my expression darkened. I grabbed Summer's arm and pulled her a little further away from him. All right, you're all checked in. Here's your student ID. Keep it safe. Now you can head to your dorm and drop your stuff off. Then go buy whatever supplies you still need. On Sunday night, we'll have a brief orientation meeting, so keep an eye on the group chat for the notice. King handed the ID, the admission letter, and the student ID back to the freshman. Thanks, senior. The freshman waved the flyer in his hand. I just follow the steps on here, right? King looked curiously at the flyer. In the student's hand, he took one from me and looked it over. The check-in steps on it were incredibly detailed, including how to refill meal cards, hot water cards, and everything else. It even noted where to go for fun on a free day. Yeah, exactly. Just follow those steps. The freshman nodded. Seeing the successful registration on his screen, he turned the phone toward Summer and asked, Senior, is this all I need to do? Yes, that's it. Summer bowed again while holding her poster. Thank you. Once the freshman left, King nudged my arm with his elbow. Nice job, Lucas. I thought this was just a promotional flyer. Fiona also picked up a copy and gave a small nod of approval. Why didn't we have a manual like this when we first reported? Senior Fiona asked. I still remember when I checked in. Some of my stuff had been shipped to the school. It took me 3 or 4 days just to find the courier point. I rubbed my nose proudly. After all, I'd spent a long time putting this together. The school had never organized anything like this before. It's just the basics, though. After being here for a month or two, most people figure it all out anyway. After speaking, I turned and pinched Summer's cheek. With a stern face, I told her, when you're signing people up for SIM cards, don't lean in too close to them. Summer gave a silly grin. She was still immersed in the joy of having just made $100 in an instant. If she signed up more, that single student would be worth $200. Back when she worked other jobs, she'd work from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and might not even make $200. 100, Lucas. I curled my lip and squeezed her cheek a little harder. Stop thinking about the money, you little penny pincher. I'm afraid you'll end up selling yourself along with the cards. Summer shook her head, shaking off my hand. She said proudly, No way, no way. 100 isn't enough to shake my resolve. I gave Summer a playful flick on the forehead. So what you're saying is, I need to pay you more? Summer huffed and waved her hand in front of me, gesturing for me to lean down. She cupped her hands like a megaphone near my ear, using them as a shield, and planted a quick kiss on my cheek. She lowered her head slightly, staring at her own chest as she whispered, Lucas, do you get it now? I felt a soft, warm sensation on my cheek. I helped Summer tidy her hair. I get it. But when you're working, be sure to keep your distance from those college guys. Don't go leaning over their phones again. After that, I looked over at King. King, I said, take care of her for me. Summer, I'm heading to the gate to hand out flyers. I left some flyers here for you guys too. If any of your classmates need them, feel free to give them a copy. I took the flyers and headed to the entrance of the living area. It was just after 7:30 a.m., so the massive wave of students hadn't arrived yet. I went to the security booth first, gave the 2 guards a cigarette, and handed them my flyers. Sirs, I'm here helping the freshmen with their check-in. The guards looked at the flyers I gave them. One side was a message from upperclassmen, and the other was a guide to the orientation process. There wasn't a single advertisement on them. They assumed I was sent by the school admin to help, so they didn't chase me away. In fact, they even brought out a stool for me. I sat on the stool and looked back at Summer, feeling a bit worried. I saw Summer standing there in a daze, holding the poster. She looked like an oscillating fan, turning to show it to every passerby. Even from 70 or 80 meters away, I felt like I could see Summer's eyes gleaming with a hunger for money. Across from Summer, the employees from the rival carrier were gathered together, holding a brief morning meeting. Lucy, you're off to a bad start. Tell me about it. That freshman had already promised me, but he still bailed. Dawn, didn't you say we were the only ones allowed to set up a booth here? What's the deal with the person across from us? Yesterday, Don, the middle-aged man who'd faced Lucas, gave a dismissive snort. His tone was aggressive. Probably just some student working a side job for another carrier. There's only one person over there anyway. Everyone needs to be more proactive today. When a student walks by, go right up and pitch to them, especially the ones heading across the street. Keep a close eye on them. Don't let any more sales slip through your fingers. We've all signed off on our targets. Everyone knows their quota, right? Yes, sir, the employees shouted in unison. Good. Everyone get ready. It'll start getting crowded after 8:30 a.m. On the other side, while the freshmen hadn't arrived in force yet, I pulled out my phone to kill some time. The moment I opened TikTok, my phone started vibrating like crazy. A blizzard of notifications came flooding in. Seeing the 99 plus notification count for comments, my eyes lit up instantly. That video from last night must have gone viral. I opened the comment section to take a look. It was full of people bashing that middle-aged man. Wait, I remember when I was a promoter. The commission was $200 a card. Is he pocketing the other 100 plus? Answer me. Look in my eyes. Tell me, was that money eaten by a dog? You take the cash. Then tell young people to work hard. Why don't you just go fucking die? Exploiting people while acting all righteous. Seriously, have you no shame? Incoming freshman here. Video forwarded to the class group chat, warning everyone to stay away from this carrier. Seeing these modern netizens' sharp tongues, it was like they were spitting venom. I felt like what I'd said yesterday was actually a bit conservative. I should have given that greasy middle-aged guy a much harsher verbal beatdown. Time passed, and the traffic gradually increased. Many parents parked their cars at the entrance. To take their kids into the living area for orientation, I walked up to the cars, handed the flyers to the parents, and introduced myself. Hello, this is a guide for the freshman check-in today. Feel free to take a look. If you need to set up a campus SIM card, one of our classmates is working to pay her way through school. I hope you'll consider supporting her. I didn't do a heavy sales pitch. I just let the parents and students know that a student was also promoting cards. Whether they chose to go with the big corporation or support a hard-working student's side job, I left that choice entirely up to the parents and students themselves. Exactly as I'd expected, most of the parents led the students toward Summer, especially when they saw Summer pitifully holding up that eye-catching, yet incredibly ugly poster. Summer was naturally beautiful, the kind of beauty that looks innocent and sweet. The poster she was holding was clearly DIY. Making something like that made her look a bit clumsy and sincere. Since the products were identical anyway, and added with my earlier psychological nudge, the parents were much more inclined to help out someone their child's age. Summer would also earnestly give a bow to every person who came to sign up for a card. The joy in her eyes felt like it could infect everyone around her. Before long, a large crowd had gathered around her to sign up for campus SIM cards. The campus card registration process was fairly straightforward. Everything had been streamlined for convenience. It mostly involved the simple identity verification. However, since some of the incoming freshmen were busy filling out their orientation forms, Summer was surrounded by quite a few parents. Some were nitpicking every detail of the phone contract, while others wanted Summer's opinion before clicking every single accept button. Summer was starting to look a bit overwhelmed. King, seeing me diligently handing out flyers at the gate, glanced at Fiona, and then stepped over to help Summer out. The carrier I was working for had also sent a representative over, but he didn't step in to help with the sales. He just stood to the side and observed quietly, making sure the cards were actually being handled by the students. Seeing the massive line of people on our side, while only a few stray customers went to their booth, the managers from the rival carrier were starting to get extremely anxious. Don, what should we do? Everyone is flocking to the other side. Are you guys fucking idiots? You think customers are just going to fall into your laps? Get over there and poach some of them. They only have a few people processing applications. Look at how many people are just waiting in line. All of you, go grab those people. I'll stay here and handle the activation and registration. After being chewed out by the middle-aged man, his staff scrambled over to the parents in our line. Hi, why don't you take a look at our campus cards? We can get you set up right over there. You won't have to scan any codes or fill out any forms yourself. We'll take care of the whole process for you. The parents were all in a hurry to get their kids through orientation. Hearing that they wouldn't have to do any of the work, quite a few were lured over to the other side. Hello, feel free to pick out a phone number first. Just give me your child's ID card. Don gave his signature fake smile. Hearing that familiar voice, a parent sitting at the table frowned. Could you say that again? Don looked confused. I said, you can pick a phone number for your child first. We need an ID for the real name registration. So if you could just hand over the student's ID card. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. The parent remembered that short video from yesterday and immediately stood up. Never mind. I'll just go back and wait in the other line. Don, what's going on? Why did the customer I just brought over leave? Don's face darkened. How the hell should I know? Go get someone else now. They brought over 5 or 6 more people, but out of those, 2 or 3 left the second they heard him speak. Don was starting to have a midlife crisis. Is my voice really that unpleasant? He crouched in the corner of the tent, opened the voice recorder on his phone, and repeated the words he'd just said to those people. When he played it back to himself, he didn't think he sounded that bad. In fact, he thought he sounded somewhat smooth. He looked back again and noticed that now that a female colleague was handling the sign-ups, they were actually managing to keep the customers. Don, I think I know what's happening. A young colleague walked over to him and handed him his phone. The song Living Hard was playing in the background. On the phone, followed by Don's condescending lecture, young people shouldn't be so ambitious. This is a chance for you to grow. Don opened the comment section. It was filled with vile insults aimed directly at him. Someone had even leaked his real name and his employer. In the most recent comments, he even saw a photo of himself crouching in the corner, listening to the recording on his phone. His chest heaved with rage, his face turning bright red. He finally understood why this was happening. He hit the report button on the video. He looked through the crowd with burning eyes, toward Lucas and the others across the street. I saw that Summer was getting swamped, so I stopped handing out flyers at the gate. Instead, I stayed by her side to help the parents with their applications. Don gathered all his colleagues together. Everyone, open TikTok right now. I want all of you to report this video. Mobilize everyone at the branch office too. We have to get this video taken down immediately. He shot a vicious glare in my direction. When I'd offered him a cigarette yesterday, he knew this college kid was sharp. He just didn't expect to be set up the moment they met. Originally, seeing them as students doing a side job, just a little part-time hustle, he wasn't going to make a big deal out of it. But since they decided to play dirty, he was going to have to get serious. He headed toward the campus administration office. In the living area, he found Mr. Sean, the teacher who had represented the campus and signed the agreement with him. Seeing Don walk into his office, Mr. Sean put down his work and gestured for him to sit at the tea table. Manager Don, it's move-in day for the freshmen. You should be at your busiest right now, right? Don shook his head and let out a heavy sigh. In this living area today, our campus card promotion isn't doing very well. He was a department manager at his company, but in front of a teacher who managed the university's campus, he didn't dare show too much anger or frustration. Campus cards were just one way for their company to cooperate with the university. To put it bluntly, they were actually the least profitable part of the business. Things like smart campus infrastructure, joint laboratory projects, and the construction of computing platforms involved contracts worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions every year. Those were the real breadwinners for the company. Didn't you sign an exclusive agency contract? Why is the promotion still underperforming? Mr. Sean's brow furrowed slightly. He was in charge of the commercial partnerships for this area. If they had an exclusive deal and the promotion was still failing, it might affect future partnerships with other merchants. Differing campus zones competed with each other every year in their evaluations. The revenue generated in each zone was one of the key metrics they were graded on. Noticing the frown on Mr. Sean's face, Don felt a sense of relief. He knew the teacher wouldn't just take his own student's side. He immediately began recounting every detail of what had happened so far. We were all set up and doing fine, but some of your students took a part-time gig with another carrier and set up their promotion right across from us. What's more, they've been spreading rumors and fake news online to smear our reputation. Now, a lot of parents and students have a really negative opinion of our company. Mr. Sean finished his tea, got up, and returned to his desk. He made a call to the campus security department, telling them to send the guards to clear out the other group of students who were promoting SIM cards. Having done all that, he gave Don a nod. The matter has been handled. If you run into any other issues during this time, you're welcome to come back and let me know. Thank you, Mr. Sean. I'll be heading back then, Don said, thanking him repeatedly. The guards received the call from Mr. Sean, glanced toward the living area, and instantly locked onto their target. They marched toward our group. They came up to my side and gave me a light tap on the shoulder. Hey, student, setting up unauthorized booths isn't allowed here. I was silent for a moment. When we were doing a brisk business earlier, the guards didn't seem to have any problem with it. Suddenly coming over to kick us out now meant someone must have filed a report. I looked over at the rival carrier's tent. Sure enough, that middle-aged man was nowhere to be found. Summer came up behind me, tugging gently on the hem of my shirt. She had already processed over 30 applications this morning. That converted to over $3,000 in profit. It was more than half a month's salary for her back in the day. The thought of being forced to leave made her look quite upset, her expression drooping with disappointment. She had been such a good sport, being the poster girl, clutching that ugly poster the whole time, and she had been so diligent in guiding the parents and students through the SIM card registration. I gave Summer's hand a gentle pat. My gaze swept from the security post to the administration building in the living area. If the middle-aged man was going to snitch, those were the only two places he would have gone. I spotted the middle-aged man exiting the administration building. A smirk played on my lips as I said to the guard, "Sir, all we have is this one poster. Does that even count as a booth? But look, this is your job, and we totally get it. We'll definitely cooperate. Since we can't stand here, though," I pointed toward where the middle-aged man was. "The area by the admin building is pretty open. Would it be okay if we stood over there?" Everyone followed the direction of my finger and happened to see the middle-aged man walking out of the building looking triumphant, especially since I had casually emphasized that it was the admin building where campus business was handled. The crowd gathered there instantly realized exactly what was going on. Don had just stepped out of the building, looking excitedly toward my booth, expecting to see me being kicked out in disgrace. But the moment he turned his head, he suddenly realized that the dozens of parents and students surrounding me had all fixed their glares on him in unison. A bad feeling immediately welled up in his chest. He quickly wiped the smile off his face, trying to act composed. The parents gathered around us, looked at the other carrier's rep, with eyes full of pure disdain. Being a snitch is always shameful, especially when you're caught red-handed. Which carrier is this? If your marketing sucks, you shouldn't make up for it by being a tattletale. These kids just have a piece of paper with some planned details. They aren't even handing out flyers. How can you call this a booth? I can't believe they won't let you promote here. That carrier across the street is a real bully. They're trying to build a monopoly. Don't worry, kid. We're definitely getting our cards from you. Even if we can't get them here, we're not going to that other place. I took Summer's hand and gave a bow to the parents who had spoken up. Thank you, everyone. But if they don't want us here, it's not up to the security guards. They're just doing their jobs. Seeing that even though I was being treated unfairly, I didn't complain or act bitter, and even showed empathy toward the guards kicking us out. The parents felt even more warmly toward both Summer and me. After a brief pause, I looked at the two security guards and asked again, "Sirs, can we stand in front of the admin building then?" The guards glanced at each other. Though they were touched that I was so understanding, they still shook their heads. The reason it was so open in front of that building was because all the school officials were in there. If the officials wouldn't even let us set up in the designated commercial zone, then there was zero chance. They'd let us stand right at their front door. I feigned a look of difficulty and took another step back, pointing to the pavilion near the cafeteria. "Sirs, would over there be okay?" My marketing strategy started the moment freshmen entered the gate. The pavilion wasn't on the main path of foot traffic, but it was still within sight. The exposure wouldn't be as good as this spot, but it was almost noon. The September sun was getting pretty brutal. The pavilion offered shade, so the overall results shouldn't be too bad. Noticing that the parents around them looked like they wanted to tear them apart, the two guards looked at the pavilion, and then at their own security booth, confirming that the pavilion was out of their line of sight. The two guards shared a silent look, then neither agreed nor objected, but simply turned and walked back to their post. I led Summer away, bowing once more to the parents, and we took our only piece of equipment, that one ugly poster, over to the pavilion. After this little episode, since those parents hadn't left the campus yet, they gathered around the middle-aged man's booth and wouldn't stop talking about what just happened. Originally, a few stray pedestrians might have gone to his booth for a card, but now passers-by stewed clear. Amidst the constant whispering of the crowd, nobody dared to even get close to his spot. The whole morning passed, and by noon, things finally quieted down a bit. Most of the parents from that morning had finished the check-in and left the campus. I finished helping the last person at the pavilion with their SIM card and walked over to Summer. Summer looked absolutely exhausted. Her hair was even a little messy. Only her eyes, filled with excitement, were glowing incredibly bright. I handed my meal card to her. "You go eat first. I'll go after you're finished." "Lucas, my throat is like sandpaper," Summer said. "How many cards did we sell this morning?" I ruffled Summer's head. I couldn't help but let out a chuckle. "My throat's like sandpaper paper," she'd said. Summer was so cute it was borderline illegal. I opened my phone to check the back-end data. When I saw 137 on the screen, I was genuinely shocked for a moment. When I talked to Gary yesterday, he mentioned that there were about 1,200 freshmen in Zone A this year, averaged out over 4 half-days. The number of freshmen who came to this area to check in this morning was about 300. Nowadays, because high data plans are so common, many freshmen already have one when they graduate high school. That accounts for roughly 1/3 of the total. Out of the remaining 200 students who actually needed a card, we processed 70% of them. The other two carriers only split the remaining 30%. I turned my phone towards Summer and gently pinched her cheek. "Is your throat still like sandpaper paper? 13,700? Summer's pupils dilated, and she let out a sudden gasp. She quickly covered her mouth, hiding behind my back and warily glancing left and right. Once she was sure no one had noticed, she looked up at me, showing a row of neat white teeth. "If it is, it is." I leaned into Summer's ear and whispered, "We should be able to hit 200 cards. It shouldn't be hard. So, the commission per card should double, you know." As soon as I finished, I quickly reached out to cover Summer's mouth, just as I expected. This little penny pincher let out a muffled squeal of excitement. If it doubled, that would be 27,400. Back when she used to work her old job, that was almost 6 months' worth of wages. Yet today, she just followed my lead, holding that ugly poster the whole time, and made that much in just one morning. Summer licked her dry lips and rested her head on my shoulder. "It's not sandpaper eye anymore. I wish school started every single day." I held Summer and messed up her hair. "But that money isn't all ours," I said in a gentle voice. "King came to help this morning, and Senior Fiona's boyfriend, Chuck, was called over to help too, even if they didn't say anything, and probably aren't expecting money. We should still show our appreciation." Summer nodded vigorously and looked up at me. She asked, "Can we invite them over to our place for dinner then?" I raised an eyebrow. I was originally thinking of a victory feast at a restaurant somewhere, but now that I thought about it, a home-cooked meal was even better. I pressed my fingertips to Summer's cheek and gave it a gentle wiggle. "Then I'll leave it to you." The two of us ate in shifts. Summer took my meal card first and headed to the cafeteria. Since we'd made so much money this morning, and her throat really was like sandpaper, she bought a bottle of green tea in addition to the free soup provided by the cafeteria. She finished her lunch quickly. When she got back to the pavilion, she happened to sign up a parent who'd just arrived at noon. She couldn't believe that in just a few minutes, she'd made what used to take her a whole day to earn. Her eyes were sparkling. I took the meal card back from Summer. After handing the parent over to her, I headed to the cafeteria. I finished my lunch quickly. I bought 5 extra portions of sliced watermelon and 5 bottles of chilled Coke. I went to the security booth first and placed 2 portions of watermelon and 2 Cokes on the desk. I gave the 2 security guards a wave. "Sirs, it's hot out. Have something to cool down." The 2 guards were a bit shocked, although they eventually looked the other way regarding my booth. They were, after all, the ones who had kicked me out earlier. "Hey, student, how's it going today?" the guard asked casually. I handed them both a cigarette. "It's just some pocket change to help with my tuition," I said with a smile, trying to take some pressure off my parents. Working all morning really showed me just how hard it is for my parents to earn money. The two guards were in their late 40s. Hearing my words, they nodded with approval. Hey kid, those flyers of yours, why don't you leave a few with us? We're standing here at the gate all day anyway. We can hand one to the freshmen as they come through. I didn't expect such an unexpected bonus. I quickly grabbed the remaining half of the flyers and gave them to the guards. With the 2 security guards helping out, I wouldn't have to stand at the gate and watch Summer get overwhelmed. After thanking the guards, I took the other 3 watermelons and cokes to the orientation tents. I placed the food on the table in front of King and Senior Fiona. Hey, where's Chuck? I bought a portion for him too. He's so lazy, Fiona said with a helpless look. He said helping you guys this morning was too exhausting. So we went back to the dorm for a nap at noon. It really was a bit busy this morning. I scratched my head awkwardly. King, Fiona, didn't I mention I rented a small apartment? Once we're done with this rush, let's have Eric, Sage, and Joy come over to my place for dinner. Before the department starts recruiting new members, Eric, Sage, and Joy were in the same year as me and had joined the student union together. King was their department head. Senior Fiona was technically their vice head. Their department was the entrepreneurship department, primarily responsible for managing the college's entrepreneurship space and organizing student innovation and entrepreneurship competitions. During freshman year, aside from occasionally helping organize documents or pulling shifts at the entrepreneurship space, most of the time, they just hung out together to have fun. A lot of the places where the original host secretly dated Tiffany White were spots where seniors King and Fiona had taken him before. Sure, King said, looking at Fiona. Let's pick an evening. How about an afternoon instead? That way we can go grocery shopping together, Fiona suggested. I nodded. Next weekend then. I'll check with the others about the specific time. I made a drinking gesture with my hand and looked at King. I raised an eyebrow. King, ready for a drink? King gave me an okay sign, threw me a wink, and gave me a, the drill look. Fiona looked at the two of them, her face full of mock disgust. Ugh, you guys are so gross. The afternoon sun was blazing, and the scent of unknown flowers floated in the air. Occasionally, students would pass by quietly, their pace relaxed. I returned to Summer's side. The afternoon sun was blazing, and the scent of unknown flowers floated in the air. Occasionally, students would pass by quietly, their pace relaxed. I returned to Summer's side. She was looking down slightly, staring at the bushes in the nearby flower bed with a look of longing in her eyes. Seeing me sit down beside her, she lightly hugged my arm. She rested her head on my shoulder. The breeze tousled the stray hairs on her forehead. She fantasized. If they could make this much money every day, would there actually be hope for her illness to be cured? But then her thoughts shifted. It was $1 million, after all. That was enough to buy 20 years of a normal person's youth. The despair of being stuck in the mud wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was that she finally seemed to see a faint glimmer of hope. She shook her head, unwilling to dwell on those thoughts. After all, freshman orientation would only last 2 days. Lucas, what are we going to do? Once orientation is over? Summer asked. I thought about it for a moment. I estimated that after these 2 busy days, I should have about $30,000 to $40,000 in hand. That was just about enough for our living expenses. When these 2 days are up, first I'll buy you a few cute dresses and get you all dolled up. Your phone is pretty old too, so we'll get you a new one then. Then we'll pick a weekend to go on a trip to Wild Goose Mountain nearby. How does that sound? Summer's eyes curved into crescents. She agreed with a smile, not feeling particularly disappointed. She originally wanted to spend the last year of her life simply enjoying herself. She didn't want to stay in that stifling factory anymore. At least these past 2 days by my side, she had experienced a different way of living. She had experienced the university campus life she had always longed for. Time flowed slowly, like honey. After 1:30 p.m., one after another, more freshmen arrived at the living area to check in. Summer picked up her ugly poster again and stood obediently in the shade of the pavilion, acting as the booth model. I took the flyers and stood at the intersection of the main road and the pavilion, beckoning passing parents and students to come sign up for our campus carts. However, since we weren't on the main thoroughfare, even with the security guards helping with introductions, the promotional results weren't great. I looked over toward the rival carrier's tent. They seemed to have realized the problem. Dawn was nowhere to be seen in their tent area. I fanned myself with a flyer and let out a soft sigh. I figured our afternoon numbers were going to take a major hit. Suddenly, behind me, from the direction where Summer was standing, came a sharp, harsh yell. Who gave you permission to set up a booth here? What's your major? What class are you in? Startled by the sudden shouting, Summer looked like a frightened rabbit. She was so scared she dropped the poster on the ground. She hung her head low, reaching down to pick up that ugly sign. I had told her she had to hold onto that poster no matter what. Sean glanced at the poster. It was so hideous he could barely look at it. He stomped his foot directly onto it. What kind of garbage is this? Have you been paying attention in class at all? Get your student ID out, right now. Call your counselor over here. Let them be the ones to drag you back. Summer's eyes were red, her shoulders trembling slightly. Tears rolled down her cheeks and onto the ground. She whispered piteously, "Lucas," I threw down the flyers in my hand and charged straight through the crowd, stepping in front of Summer to shield her. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought you here." I hugged Summer tightly, my voice thick with guilt. Summer buried herself in my arms, biting her lip hard, but her tears wouldn't stop. My chest heaved with rage. As I glared at the tall figure of Sean in front of me, I caught a glimpse behind Sean. Don, the manager of the rival carrier, was wearing a face mask, and standing right behind him. 2 security guards were behind them as well, though they looked incredibly awkward, keeping their heads down and standing a bit further away. Sean looked at the 2 of us, hugging each other, and frowned deeply. He gave a dismissive snort. "Look at you, a girl, and you have zero self-respect. You don't even know why you're at this school. All you care about is having a boyfriend. I have no idea what your parents were thinking when they raised you." "Oh, right. Your parents must have done a fantastic job," I said sarcastically. "I bet your parents just looked at each other one time, and you just popped into existence, right?" Sean's pupils dilated in shock, his eyes wide. He'd worked here for over 10 years, and this was the first time a student had ever insulted him to his face. "What's your major? What class? What is your name? Do you even know the meaning of respecting your teachers?" He barked the reprimand. "Respecting teachers?" I gave a cold laugh. "Why don't you tell me what you've actually taught me? Is it how to use your status as a teacher to bully people? To pick on the students at your own school? Is it how to use the tiny bit of power you have to make life as difficult as possible for others, just to satisfy your own sick, twisted need for control? Or are you just a complete moron, letting yourself be used as a pawn for someone else? Take a good look at what you're doing, and you're talking to me about respect? You aren't even worthy of the word." With that, I turned my glare toward the middle-aged man. "And what about you, you dumb bastard? Think you can just walk all over us because we're students? You tried to bully us this morning, but the freshmen's parents put a stop to it. So you waited until they finished orientation and went home to come back and try again this afternoon? All you do is exploit the people under you and play these pathetic, underhanded games. You think you're so damn clever, don't you? Didn't you say young people shouldn't be so ambitious and should look for chances to grow?" I picked up the ugly poster from the ground, ripped it to shreds, and threw the pieces at the middle-aged man. "From now on, I'm going to your branch office every single day to file complaints about how you maliciously exploit college students, and about everything you did today. I'll file a new one with your bosses every morning. If your branch doesn't handle it, I'll go to your corporate headquarters, and if they don't handle it, I'll go to the mayor's office." Don't heart skipped a beat. If things really got to that point, he knew that eventually the company would start looking for ways to force him out. He was middle-aged. It had taken him a long time to climb to a middle management position. He couldn't just start over with the young kids. And knowing my tactics, he was terrified I'd start a viral live stream. With his reputation ruined, it would be almost impossible to find another stable job anytime soon. But the scene had already turned into a spectacle. Quite a few parents nearby already had their phones out, recording everything. He had no choice but to double down now. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. He said coldly, "Kid, just because you're the loudest doesn't mean you're right. We signed an exclusive agreement with this campus. For these 2 days, our company is the only one authorized to have a booth here. You setting up a booth here is a violation of our company's legal rights. If we really wanted to press the issue, our company could sue you for everything you've got. Right now, we're just having your teacher and security give you a reminder. We're only doing this out of consideration for the fact that you're just students." Sean nodded in agreement. "Chiming in, kid. Don't have such a short fuse. The school has already signed a contract. We're doing this for your own good, and yet you have the nerve to bite the hand that feeds you. If you want to sue me, go right ahead." I shrugged my shoulders and let out a dismissive, cold snort. "The contract you signed only restricts the staff of other carriers from setting up official booths here. We are still current students at this school, simply working a part-time job. It doesn't even qualify as an internship. Yesterday afternoon, I already discussed this matter with Gary, a senior student. We confirmed that promoting campus cards wouldn't be a problem. Besides, are we even setting up a booth?" I pointed to the shredded remains of our poster. "Aside from a piece of paper with the plan details, All we've done is help parents set up their cards. So, what you're saying is, we aren't allowed to stand in one spot to assist parents with their phone plans? Are we supposed to process their applications while running laps? Or is it because you signed an exclusive deal that every student who comes here is forced to use only your carrier's cards? Hearing my rebuttal, the middle-aged man opened his mouth. Speechless for a moment, he was completely silenced. Other campus areas had other carriers, with exclusive agreements too. The company behind him also recruited students for part-time card promotion. But those students usually just snuck into freshman group chats, helped carry luggage, or went door to door at night. None of them were as bold as me, confronting them head-on. Sean was also starting to feel a bit panicked now. He obviously knew exactly what kind of contract he had signed with the carrier. He just wanted to protect the rights of the carrier who had paid for the spot, to make his future investment and recruitment work easier. He just didn't expect me to be so difficult to deal with. If it were any other student, after being lectured like that, they would have scurried away in shame long ago. But now, with the parents filming everything on their phones, he was caught between a rock and a hard place. His eyes shifted, and a spark of inspiration hit him. He sneered, "You say, you're students, but how do we know that's true? For all we know, you're employees from another carrier. Let me see your student IDs." My eyes flickered for a second. I wasn't worried about Sean going to my counselor, but Summer's status as an outsider made my heart tighten. After all, she wasn't a student at this school at all. Sean caught my hesitation, and a smug, oily grin spread across his face. Students are just students after all. The moment you mention teachers, they crumble. As a campus administrator, he didn't usually deal with students much, but as long as he knew their majors and classes, calling their counselors or advisors would be enough to make these two kids suffer in minutes. He wanted to see if they would keep acting tough once they were standing in front of their teachers. I hesitated for a moment, then simply pulled out my student ID and stated my details in a calm voice. Lucas, Economics, School of Business, Class of 2024. After I finished, I instinctively shielded Summer behind me. A cold smile appeared on my face. And then? In the morning, you directed the guards to kick me out. In the afternoon, you personally came to attack us. No investigation, no evidence. Just because I'm a student here? I shifted my tone. The monarchy fell over a century ago. Did the school miss the memo about the world moving on? My words were like fine needles, pricking Sean's pride until his face turned. From pale to red, he shot me a glare, then shifted his gaze to the person behind me. That quiet girl. Anyone can pick on a soft target. Lucas was being a brick wall, but that little girl looked like she would crumble under the slightest pressure. You can prove you're a student, but what about her? Maybe she's just some random drifter who snuck onto campus. I clicked my tongue. I could have easily said she was Leah, but the situation was too tense right now. I was afraid that escalating things would end up dragging Leah into the mess. When it comes to rules, hard work and diligence take a back seat. Leah and I were barely acquaintances. I didn't want to involve her unnecessarily. My hesitation was immediately spotted by Sean and Dawn. The two of them instantly doubled down. I told you this morning, and yet you came back this afternoon. Isn't this a blatant refusal to follow instructions? Causing trouble in front of parents and smearing the school's reputation? Lucas, you and her are coming with me to the office. I'll have your teachers come and collect you. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, a girl wearing a baseball cap and a ponytail emerged from the crowd. She quietly slipped a card into my hand. I looked down and realized it was Leah's student ID. The photo on the ID was exceptionally striking. I took a deep breath, suppressing my internal excitement. Suddenly, I put on a dejected, submissive expression. Teacher, I'm sorry. We were indeed in the wrong. As I spoke, I pulled out the ID and handed it over. She's my classmate, Leah. I took the opportunity to gently pat Summer on the back. Summer looked up. The tear stains on her face weren't dry yet, and her delicate features carried a hint of vulnerability. Summer's silhouette matched the photo on the ID perfectly, and right now, she looked like a wilted flower in the rain, absolutely pitiable and moving. We just wanted to do some part-time work, to take some of the pressure off our families. I faced the surrounding crowd, keeping my voice low and somber. It's not easy for our parents to earn money, and we didn't want to rely on them for everything, just because we told parents they could get a card here. We ended up being harassed and kicked out. I really don't understand why. After speaking, I took Summer and gave the middle-aged man a deep bow. Sir, we're sorry. Since this spot has been leased out, we shouldn't have been promoting here. I'll notify all the freshmen right away to cancel our numbers. Everyone should just go to your booth to sign up. Don broke into a cold sweat as he listened. On the surface, Lucas was admitting fault, but he was actually throwing Don right under the bus. What was supposed to be healthy competition between peers had just been framed as a malicious corporate takeover. As Lucas bowed, the eyes of every parent in the area fixed on Don. It felt like their glares were going to peel the skin right off him. He could already sense that. Once today's events got out, forget about giving young people a chance. His own livelihood was on the line. In the toughest job market in years, he was standing at the same starting line as a bunch of overachieving kids. The most painful part was that in the past, he worked hard for a promotion. Now, he'd have to work hard just to keep his seat. While Don realized he was being publicly shamed, I turned toward Sean with a look of mock apology. Sean felt a chill run down his spine from the collective glare. He cursed himself for letting Don talk him into coming out here personally. He had originally thought that using Leah's identity to make Lucas give in and publicly admit he was wrong, providing the parents with an explanation so the matter could blow over. But now, Lucas wasn't afraid of school discipline at all. Instead, he had turned Sean into the unlucky target of public outrage. Now that the situation had escalated, Sean had not only failed at his job, but it also dragged the school's reputation through the mud. Forget a promotion, he'd be lucky to even keep his job. Before I could say anything else, Mr. Sean took the initiative to back down. Lucas, the school actually supports students gaining practical experience. It's just that we have an exclusive contract with that carrier, so in principle, other teams aren't allowed to set up booths. We only checked your IDs earlier because someone reported that you weren't actually students of this school. Now that that's cleared up, everything is fine. You can continue with your promotion. The main road or the pavilion, it's up to you. I gently ruffled Summer's hair, making a silent vow in my heart. From the moment Summer was brought to tears, I was done holding back. I pretended to be frightened and bowed repeatedly. No, teacher, we wouldn't dare. We won't set up a booth ever again. The freshmen's cards belong to you and that man over there. We wouldn't dream of stealing your business. We just wanted to ease the burden on our families and finish our studies in peace. In the surrounding crowd, the parents looked at my cowering figure and Summer's unstoppable tears. Their brows furrowed deeper. This is how universities operate now? If this is the kind of school my son got into, how good can it really be? Didn't the news just expose something like this? Some schools send students to sweatshops, denying them pay while using internships as leverage. If they don't go, they don't get their diplomas. Factories are at least better than that. Remember that professor last year who, whispers began to ripple through the crowd, accusing glares like spotlights, fixed themselves on Mr. Sean. No wonder he insisted on checking their IDs. He was saving their info to settle the score later. Taking them to his office? That's clearly threatening their graduation. Sigh, such sensible kids, trying to help their families. Cold sweat broke out on Mr. Sean's forehead. He'd only intended to have the counselor scold them and force them to write a self-criticism. But now, in the parents' eyes, he was a villain who toyed with the fates of his students. He forced a smile and tried to explain. Students, there was just a report filed. We followed protocol to verify identities. There is absolutely no retaliation involved. This is peak orientation time. Staying in this deadlock will only hurt your work. He shifted the blame entirely onto Don, not caring whether the parents believed him anymore. I pulled Summer along as I bowed again and again. Teacher, please don't discipline us. This carrier offers $100 per card, but that man only offers $30. We just wanted to earn a little more, to help our families. We shouldn't have promoted in the area you manage. We know we were wrong. The crowd erupted like a boiling pot. Every gaze snapped toward Mr. Sean. Taking a $70 cut per card? That's thousands of dollars from the freshmen. No wonder he's chasing them off. They're messing with his profits. And here he was acting all dignified. Don't be afraid, kids. We'll help you report this. Where is the president's office? Let's go right now. Mr. Sean's face turned ashen. He glared viciously at Don. Having spent decades in administration, he knew exactly how these things worked. Based on what I'd said, Don was pocketing at least $70 per card, and maybe as much as $170. No wonder they called him a pawn. If this reached the president, his career would be over. Even if he hadn't taken direct bribes, those perks would be hard to explain if investigated. He stole a glance at me. The boy looked humble on the surface, but there was a ruthlessness in his eyes, like a wolf that had its prey cornered. Mr. Sean involuntarily shuddered. His silence only fueled the parents' rage, confirming their suspicion of his guilt. I pulled Summer closer. I knew challenging the rules came with a price, but in the prime of our youth, I recited softly, my voice gradually becoming booming and clear, surveying the land and sky. inspiring the people with our words, viewing the powerful like mere dust. The lines of poetry were like sparks that instantly set the crowd on fire. Over 100 years ago, it was the young students who led the charge against the old order. The words of the classics echoed in everyone's hearts. Is it right just because it has always been this way? Mr. Sean looked like a defeated rooster, staring at me pleadingly. Before the poetry, he could have shifted the blame to Don and paid his way out of the mess. Now, being reassigned would be a light sentence. Decades ago, he might have been shot for this. I quietly watched the noisy crowd. My hand unconsciously stroked the ends of Summer's hair. If I'd transmigrated with some kind of chi power, I wouldn't have let the girl in my arms suffer like this. I suddenly remembered that unfulfilled first love from my past life. At 20, I met someone I wanted to protect forever, only to have to let go when faced with reality. Now, with Summer, it had started more as a logical fit than true passion. But the moment her tears fell, the heart in my chest felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. Want to go get some fresh air? I asked softly. Summer shook her head. Her sweat-dampened bangs were stuck to her forehead. She snuggled further into my embrace. But the way her lips pouted as she shook her head gave away her lingering emotions. Hurried footsteps approached from a distance. Dean White of the business school arrived with a group of school officials. He rushed over. This middle-aged professor, who was also my advisor, was clearly taken aback when he saw his prize student. During the opening ceremony, this was the student who had listened most intently. Lucas, the administration has been informed of the situation. Dean White pushed up his glasses. Whether Mr. Sean committed any violations will be strictly investigated. Can we move to the office to discuss this in detail? I glanced at Mr. Sean, whose face was the color of dirt. Now they wanted to talk. I pulled out my phone to check the time. It was 20:30 p.m. Mr. Sean already gave us permission to continue our work. I said, raising my voice intentionally. This is peak orientation time. We don't have any demands. We just want to finish our part-time job. Mr. Sean's lip twitched. When he offered to let them stay earlier, they refused. Now that it was time to settle things, they suddenly wanted to work. He forced a smile. Lucas, let's just resolve this quickly. So you two can head back early? We have nothing to resolve. I suddenly cut him off, my voice sharp. We are working within the school rules to earn honest money with our own hands. First, someone tried to monopolize the market and kicked us out. And now, I glanced at Dean White and swallowed the rest of the sentence. To these powerful people, even an apology felt like an act of charity. Dean White understood my point. His gaze toward Mr. Sean suddenly became sharp. Mr. Sean, how do you plan to end this storm you've caused? Mr. Sean gave a bitter smile. Did he even have a choice? Seeing him nod in resignation, Dean White softened his tone toward me. The school will provide fair compensation. Can we go to the office now? I looked at the crowd that still hadn't dispersed. It was true we couldn't keep working today, but I needed a proper conclusion. Fine. Just as I agreed, I felt the hem of my shirt being tugged. Do I have to go too? Summer looked up at me. The thought of facing a room full of strangers apologizing to her was absolutely suffocating. Besides, she could use that time to sign up a few more people. A $200 commission per card. That was as much as she used to make waiting tables all day. Go wait for me at King's tent. I pointed toward King's booth. Suddenly, I noticed the girl crouch down and start picking up the shredded pieces of the poster one by one. A light breeze swept past. She spread the pieces out like a jigsaw puzzle, picking up small pebbles to weigh down the corners. This simple gesture made the eyes of the watching parents well up with tears. Who hasn't felt the sting of injustice while being forced to keep a brave face for work? Watching her silhouette as she meticulously pieced it back together in the sun, I suddenly felt the world become a few degrees kinder. Parents immediately began leading their children over to sign up, as if that was the only way to heal the girl's wounded heart. Only Sean's face remained ashen. He thought the poetic outburst from earlier was the finishing blow, but he never expected the real killer move to be this. Now, he was the literal embodiment of a malicious student bullying teacher. His reputation was so trashed, no amount of scrubbing could clean it. Thud. The office door slammed shut. In the small conference room, Dean White sat at the head of the table. Sean and I, along with Don, sat on opposite sides. I propped my phone up on the table, aimed the camera at myself, and hit the record button. I stared out the window in silence, thinking about that socially anxious little girl. With Summer out there promoting SIM cards all by herself, I wondered if she'd be so nervous she wouldn't know what to do. Sean and Don stared at each other in a tense standoff. The atmosphere was thick enough to cut with a knife. Ahem. Dean White cleared his throat. Mr. Sean, this entire mess started because of you. You speak first. Sean turned toward me. forcing a smile that looked more painful than crying. Lucas, today was indeed a lapse in judgment on my part. I will personally compensate you both, 1,000 each. I looked at him with half-lidded eyes, and suddenly started running the numbers. We processed 140 cards this morning. This afternoon, we haven't even hit 30. The carrier said if we hit 200, the commission doubles to $200 each, plus an extra 10% for our exclusive agreement in this zone. Sean's Adam's apple bobbed. His pupils dilated in shock. Only about 300 freshmen had arrived this morning. And even after accounting for those who already had cards, most had signed up with me. If he were in Don's shoes, he'd be seeing red too. But 25,000? That was 3 months of his salary. Looking at my posture, I clearly wasn't satisfied with a measly $2,000. He shot Don a sideways glare, regretting his decision to jump into this mess in the first place. Bullshit! Don snapped, slamming the table as he stood. That girl is still out there signing people up, isn't she? We only delayed you for half an hour. And that's only because you were being stubborn and difficult. Forget it. $2,000 is more than fair. Don't push your luck. I looked toward the door. Fine, I'm going back to help my girlfriend then. Half an hour doesn't matter anyway, right? Maybe if we work some overtime tonight, I might still see those transfers from you guys. Wait. Sean lunged to hold me down as I started to get up. He spun around and roared at Don. What the hell do you want? Don was the one who egged him on to kick them out. And now he was pulling this face, letting a student walk all over them. Don sneered. Let him go. Let's see how much he can hop around once the parents are gone. At worst, we give him a formal warning. Put a mark on that girl's record too. If they keep causing trouble, we just withhold their degrees. Let's see if he... Sean broke into a cold sweat. He quickly forced a smile at me. Lucas, don't listen to him. We don't have that kind of authority. He wiped away the cold sweat, finally realizing what a shitty teammate looked like. He was only in charge of commercial recruitment for this area. If Don pissed me off enough, any blowback would land squarely on Sean's head. Now he had to appease me, while also keeping this madman Don in check. What can a mere student like me do? I suddenly started clapping. My eyes were as bright as a fox that had cornered its prey. Mr. Sean, you're the one in charge of the Smart Campus project for this zone, right? What happens if an employee causes a major financial loss to the project? Sean let go of Don instantly. His expression changed in a heartbeat. Don froze like a rooster being choked. If that $1 million annual contract fell through, decades of his hard work would go down the drain. See, now we can finally talk like civilized people. I let out a whistle, and suddenly clutched my chest. Oh man, you really scared me. If I didn't get my degree, 4 years of school would be for nothing. I heard the breeze on the roof of the admin building is quite nice. Maybe I'll just go up there and enjoy the view every day from now on. Sean's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He'd just started to think the kid was helping him, and in the next breath, he was threatening to jump. The school would never withhold a degree. Dean White quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Sean gritted his teeth. Fine, $25,000, we'll pay. On the condition that you sign a settlement agreement and tell the parents it was all just a misunderstanding. I tilted my head, looking completely innocent. But if you hadn't interfered, I would have earned that money anyway, wouldn't I? Hearing my words, Sean felt a massive headache coming on. His eyes were full of silent accusations toward Don. At the end of the day, they had only delayed me for 30 minutes. Even at peak time, the loss was $5,000 at most. But now he had to cough up an extra $20,000. It was a total loss with zero return. Dean White joined the persuasion effort, his tone carrying the seasoned pragmatism of an adult. Lucas, you haven't truly entered the workforce yet, so you might not have a clear concept of money. Orientation only lasts 2 days. Opportunities like this don't come around often. I let out a soft sigh and shrugged. All right, let's just make it a round number. Done, Sean said immediately. He transferred $10,000 on the spot. He then turned a pointed glare toward Don. Don let out a long, heavy sigh. His heart felt as bitter as if he'd swallowed gall. He had no choice but to transfer the other $20,000. He was supposed to make $30,000 to $40,000 this month. Now, not only had he not made a cent, but he was also $20,000 in the hole. Total loss, $40,000 to $50,000. That was more than half a year's worth of hard-earned money gone. If he'd known it would end like this, he never would have touched this mess with a 10-foot pole. Dean White saw that the mediation had finally succeeded, and quickly handed over the settlement agreement. Since everyone is in agreement, let's get this signed. I scanned the document. It essentially required me to keep the story consistent, labeling this entire commotion as nothing more than a minor administrative error. After confirming there were no hidden traps, I signed my name without hesitation. The moment I stepped out of the admin building, Quite a few parents were still hanging around waiting for news. I gave everyone a polite bow and a smile. Thank you all for your concern. It was just a small misunderstanding with the teacher. Everything is resolved now. Dean White also stepped forward, looking dignified as he spoke. Our university always puts students first. We strongly encourage our students to pursue entrepreneurial ventures. Today's events have highlighted some gaps in our student administration. We will strive to improve in the future, to provide a better growth environment for all our students. Once the pleasantries were over, Dean White and I exchanged a quick look. Taking that as my cue to leave, I jogged into the crowd and headed straight for Summer. She was currently surrounded by a circle of parents, busy as a top. Seeing me return, she got so excited she tripped, falling right into my arms. I'm back. I took the opportunity to ruffle her hair. I lowered my voice, sounding a bit smug. Everything is settled. I squeezed a massive settlement out of them. No one gets to make my Summer cry and get away with it. A blush crept across Summer's cheeks. She gave me a light punch with her little fist. You're so annoying. Immediately, some freshmen started heckling us. Oh, come on. Senior, stop flaunting your relationship. We just got to the school gates, and our mouths are already full of your dog food sweetness. I grinned and raised an eyebrow, intentionally cupping Summer's chin. I planted a quick kiss on her forehead, drawing a chorus of boos and whistles. Holding her hand, I continued helping the freshmen with their cards. My thumb gently brushed against the back of her hand, as if I were staking my claim. The autumn twilight descended exceptionally early. The sky gradually darkened, and it was already 5,003 p.m. King, when are we calling it a day? I turned to ask King. King checked his watch. About now. Let's wrap it up here. I nodded, my gaze drifting over to the lovey-dovey pair, Fiona and Chuck. How about we all grab dinner tonight? Everyone's been busy all day. We should treat ourselves. Sure. Heading to the food street behind the school? Fiona asked with a smile. That food street at the intersection was lined with all sorts of snack stalls. It was cheap and delicious, the ultimate hangout for local college students. But I was in a great mood today, so I couldn't help but joke. That's small time. Tonight, we're going into town for a real feast. The commercial street in town was a bit further from the school, but the restaurants were much higher class. The environment and the quality of the food were on a different level. I thought about it. Since Summer and I had just done skewers yesterday, I suggested, how about Madu Szechuan fish? I haven't had it in ages. That Szechuan place had a stellar reputation in town, considered a top-tier luxury for students. At about $100 per person, it was a splurge for college kids. But the flavor was worth the hour-long wait in line. Let's go. Fiona took Chuck's hand. Scooters are walking? Scooters. I moved off campus, so I won't be heading back to school with you guys after we eat, I said with a smile. I'm going back to the dorm to change first, Fiona said before turning to leave. Chuck leaned in with a wink. Lucas. Not bad. You've finally seen the light. Finding such a fantastic girlfriend. I scratched my head, looking a bit bashful as I officially introduced Summer to everyone. Thank you, Chuck, Summer said with a solemn bow. Chuck had really helped clear things up during the card registration earlier. Chuck nodded, walked over to a trash can, and lit a cigarette. King leaned in then, and, asking in a low voice, did Professor White give you a hard time this afternoon? You won't get disciplined, will you? Don't worry about it. I grinned. This whole thing got so big. The school is only interested in keeping the peace. They wouldn't dare actually discipline me. Even if there's a bit of trouble later, at most they'll dock a point or two for my participation grade. If I'm ever 1 point away from a passing grade, the professors will probably cut me some slack anyway. College grades were made up of participation, the midterm, and the final exam. Teachers always had a little room to move things around. As long as you don't go looking for trouble, every student knows how to play the game. King followed my gaze toward the school gates. Who else are we waiting for? The moment the words left his mouth, someone tapped me on the shoulder. I turned around to see a girl in a baseball cap and a ponytail. It was Leah. She grabbed Summer's arm, held out her hand with a smile, and said, Hey, do you still have my student ID? I held the ID in both hands, offering it back to Leah like it was a sacred relic. I blinked and said with mock reverence, Greetings, great one. Thank you for saving my life. Leah rolled her eyes playfully, taking the card back. Her tone was a bit proud. I wasn't saving you. I did it for Summer. She tucked her arm through Summer's, asking warmly, Summer, were you okay after that? Truth be told, when she'd shoved the card to Lucas earlier, she was mostly afraid of people noticing that she and Summer looked exactly alike, so she had hurried away as fast as she could. Summer's lips curled into a small smile. She looked at me with tender eyes, recounting everything that had happened afterward in detail. King leaned in, asking with a face full of gossip, "Wait, so your girlfriend, are they twins? They look way too similar." "Don't ask me." I shrugged with an innocent look. "Their birthdays are a year apart. You won't find a case like this in any biology textbook. Just consider it a miracle. As for a DNA test, it was too much trouble and cost too much. Besides, they each had their own families. What would finding out even change? That bit of curiosity could be easily settled over a good meal. From my chats with Summer over the past few days, I'd gathered that she was actually her mother's favorite as a child. It was only later that the atmosphere at home shifted. As for her father, that space had always been blank. I snapped my fingers lightly, acting mysterious. "Leah, did you ever ask your parents about Summer?" "I did," Leah said with a pout, "but my parents say it's just me and my younger brother." Summer's gaze dimmed, and she moved closer to me. Sensing her mood, I pulled her into a tight embrace. "Isn't that perfect?" I comforted her softly. "It means you two aren't twins, but a one-of-a-kind little miracle in the biological world." I paused, a mischievous grin on my face. "Besides, you've got me now." In truth, no matter how this was explained, the answer didn't matter. If they really were twins, the other family might not even want to acknowledge it. If they weren't, it didn't matter either. She had me, and that was enough. Summer looked up, the warm setting sun hitting her face. She smiled like a kitten that had finally been picked up and held. "Ugh, please," Leah said, looking like she'd had enough. She pretended to brush goosebumps off her arms. "I have to maintain my cool girl image at school, you know. You two are making it look like I'm the one chasing you guys." I raised my eyebrows and pointed at my cheek with a smirk. Summer's face turned beet red, but she stood on her tiptoes and gave my cheek a light kiss. "Oh my God," Leah said with exaggerated disgust, pulling Summer over to her side. Fiona returned, having changed into loose, comfortable clothes. She ran over, out of breath. Let's go, let's go." "Time to head out." Seeing the scene, Chuck imitated Lucas and pointed to his own cheek. Fiona actually leaned in and looked him over closely. "What? You got a zit?" Fiona flashed a row of white teeth and said cheerfully, "Perfect. Didn't you say you were quitting spicy food? All the spicy stuff is mine tonight." She suddenly wrinkled her nose and stared at Chuck. "Didn't you say you were quitting smoking this summer? Why are you back at it the second I get here?" Chuck pouted, looking at Summer with a wounded expression. "How come my girlfriend isn't this gentle?" Fiona completely ignored him. She pulled out an acne patch. "I'm putting this on you when we get back." She reached into Chuck's pocket and pulled out his lighter. "I'm keeping this for now. You can have it back when we get to the dorms." Chuck squeezed her hand, thinking that even their little bickering was actually pretty sweet. The 3 electric scooters sped down the road, quickly pulling up in front of Maru's Szechuan Fish. I hopped off the back of King's Hooter. Before even taking off my helmet, I pressed my head against Summer's helmet. Leah tapped me on the shoulder. Teasing, picking on Summer again? I wouldn't dream of it. I'm a gentleman. Shy. I pinched Summer's face. All right. Stop flaunting your love. Hurry up and order." Fiona prodded the waiter. He led them to the big fish tank at the entrance. Snakeheads and grass carps were swimming around happily inside. A 4 or 5 pound fish for the 6 of us. Grass carp or snakehead? I pointed casually. "Let's go with that snakehead." The waiter acted quickly, scooping up the snakehead and knocking it out. It weighed 5.2 pounds. "Mild, medium, or extra spicy?" "Mild," everyone said in unison. The waiter took the order and left. I handed the menu to Fiona. "You go first, senior." Fiona ordered boiled beef, dry pot cauliflower, and brown sugar rice cakes. The menu was handed to Summer, but I beat her to it and covered her eyes with a slap, turning the menu over to Leah instead. Summer looked up at me indignantly. "Why won't you let me see the menu? Am I not good enough to look at? What's so great about a menu?" I messed with her bangs with a mischievous grin. "Seriously, you two," Leah said helplessly as she stuffed the menu into Summer's hands. "Pick for yourself." Summer glanced at it. Snakehead was 58 per pound. She looked down. Dry pot cauliflower, brown sugar rice cakes, both were $28. Boiled beef was $68. The little abacus in her head spun wildly. The fish alone was over $300. It added up to several $100s. Her new clothes yesterday were less than $400. She obediently put her hands over her eyes, hiding in my arms. She whispered, "I hope this is just a dream." Summer's penny-pinching behavior made everyone laugh. Leah pursed her lips and smiled. She didn't expect this girl to have such a cute side. She had originally thought Lucas was being stingy, but now she understood. He was afraid Summer would see the prices and feel bad, so she only ordered a large pitcher of plum juice and handed the menu back. I handed the menu to King and Chuck. The two of them talked it over, and only added an order of pineapple fried rice as a side. Once in the private dining room, Summer was still counting on her fingers. She quietly tugged on my sleeve. How many cards did we process this afternoon? I pulled out my phone to check. Even with all the drama this afternoon, we still managed over 80 cards. If we worked hard tomorrow, we might actually reach 300 and get that 5,000 bonus. I pinched Summer's face. Don't call the freshmen $100 anymore. When you were processing their cards this afternoon, they were all asking me why you were calling them that. Summer shrank her neck back, her ears turning red. Wait, you should call them 200s now. I turned my phone screen toward her. It clearly displayed the number 233. Summer's eyes went wide and her mouth fell open slightly. Then she broke into a radiant smile. 46,600. That was more than 6 months of her salary. Thinking about it that way, the injustice she suffered this afternoon didn't seem so bad. Seeing her like this, I couldn't help but ruffle her hair. I suddenly remembered the flyers were all gone, and that uniquely ugly poster had been torn up. I lit to print some things. If the food comes, you guys eat first. I squeezed Summer's hand. Are you okay here alone? Summer wrinkled her nose. I'm not a kid. I rode my scooter back to the apartment. It was already dusk. On the balcony, our clothes were swaying gently in the evening breeze. I quickly gathered my own clothes. My gaze landed on Summer's items. When did this girl help me with the laundry again? Then it's only fair that I help her bring hers in, right? After making sure the door was locked, I took down Summer's undergarments. Even though we used the same detergent, I felt like there was always a faint, lingering fragrance. My mind involuntarily pictured Summer wearing these. Footsteps in the hallway snapped me back to reality. I shook my head, feeling like a pervert, even though I could just be a jerk to Summer directly. I folded the clothes and put them in the closet. I grabbed the USB drive and prepared to leave. Before walking out, I turned back and grabbed a backpack. I brought my bank card too. At the print shop, I printed 600 more flyers and another copy of that hideous poster. While waiting for the printing, I went to the bank and withdrew 20,000 in cash to stuff into my bag. When I got back to the restaurant room, the girls were chatting excitedly. What? You were picked up and brought home by Lucas? Fiona's eyes were glowing. So you're living together now? Summer was shrinking into her chair, her face as red as a cooked shrimp. She looked like she was about to start steaming. Where did you pick her up? I'll go stake out that spot every day. King chimed in. Leah frowned. Although she felt Lucas wasn't good enough for someone who looked like her, she reconsidered. If she had met anyone else, this silly girl would probably have been eaten alive by now. But why did you go with him? Leah pressed. Even if you were homeless, with your looks, I'm finding a job that provides room and board wouldn't be hard. It was love at first sight, obviously. I pushed open the door and entered, pulling Summer closer into my arms. My girlfriend is innocent. Don't go and make her too smart, Leah huffed. She grabbed Summer's arm. I really need to give her a proper talk, so she doesn't get tricked by you. What could I possibly trick her out of? I raised an eyebrow. Tricking her into having my baby? I added a piece of brown sugar rice cake to Leah's bowl. Eat up and shut your mouth. Summer buried her face in her chest, her fingers twisting the hem of her shirt. Lucas's words about having children echoed in her ears. Her mind was a complete jumble. What should she do if he really wanted a baby? Crunch, crunch. Leah chewed the rice cake and said indistinctly, Summer, if Lucas ever tries to pull something on you, you absolutely must not agree. It's not like you're the one dating her. What's it to you? I rolled my eyes with disdain. The table was already full of food, except for Fiona taking a sneak bite. No one had picked up their chopsticks yet. 2 large bowls of signature boiled fish were steaming. Szechuan peppercorns and chilies floated on the red oil soup. The snow-white fish fillets were faintly visible. Just looking at it made one's forehead sweat. The dry pot cauliflower and boiled beef were also vibrant red. The aroma was mouth-watering, making everyone's appetite surge. I poured Summer a glass of plum juice, and poured one for myself too. I raised my glass. Ahem. I'll say a few words first. Everyone was taken aback. King was the first to react, clapping his hands to show support. I gave him a thumbs up, looked around the room and smiled. I'm very happy that we can gather for a meal today. I hope everyone can come out of the bathroom with a smile tomorrow. Lucas, you've turned bad. That's way too vicious. The truly vicious thing would be wishing for your large intestines to grow taste buds. Shut up. Stop talking right now. I spun the turntable, scooping a bowl of pineapple rice for Summer first. Eat something to line your stomach. You worked hard today. Summer obediently took the bowl and began eating in small bites. Once the pineapple rice was down, Everyone finally dug into the boiled fish. Although it looked fiery red, it wasn't actually that spicy. The fish fillets were fresh and tender, with the numbing sensation of peppercorns and a hint of spice. It was more addictive the more you ate. I watched Summer sweating as she ate, yet she couldn't seem to put her chopsticks down. I grabbed a napkin and wiped the sweat from her forehead, then gently brushed the red oil from the corner of her lips. Lucas, this is so delicious. Summer's cheeks were flushed, and she picked up a piece of fish for me. I ate it in one bite. You get what you pay for, right? Summer nodded vigorously. There was no way she could recreate this flavor at home. Even though $58 a pound for snakehead was pricey, it really was incredibly good. Lucas, look at my lips. She tilted her face up slightly. The red oil made her lips look even fuller and more hydrated, and they were still trembling slightly from the numbing Szechuan peppercorns. I stared at those trembling lips, spacing out for a moment. When I snapped back to reality, I tactically picked up my empty cup and took a sip of air. Summer turned her head away. It was hard to tell if it was the spice or shyness, but her cheeks were burning hot. Under the table, Leah reached past Summer and kicked me, her eyes full of pure disdain. She didn't even know if posting that Instagram update yesterday had been the right move or a mistake. Sure, it got rid of her persistent pursuers, but her Ice Queen persona was in danger of turning into a total hopeless romantic. Dinner lasted nearly 2 hours. Everyone chatted about life, school, and their summer breaks. Summer listened intently. During those months, she had been slaving away day after day in a factory. I squeezed her hand under the table, wanting to make up for the youth she'd missed out on. The bill came to over $500, and it took a giant extra order of rice to finally get everyone full. Back in the private room, everyone had finished packing up. It's getting late. You guys should head home, I said. Fiona checked her watch. It was only a bit past 7. She took Chuck's hand. We're off on our date. Check your stuff. Don't leave anything behind. King reminded everyone. Summer picked up my bag and handed it to me. Are we going on a date? Let's skip it today. I gestured toward Leah. We've still got a giant third wheel with us. Leah gritted her teeth in annoyance. Lucas, I'm warning you. Keep your hands to yourself with Summer. Is it any of your business? I scoffed. Don't tell me you can actually feel it. If I touch her? Leah's face turned red. She stomped her foot. Whatever, it's just not allowed. She grabbed Summer. Walk me back to my dorm. She clearly planned to brainwash her some more on the way. Summer looked at me. But we only have one electric scooter. I was actually planning to go and set up. The surprise, go ahead and take Leah back first. The print shop isn't far from the apartment. I could just walk back. Lucas, I'll give you a lift. King cut in. Didn't we agree to do that dinner at your place next weekend? I might as well learn the way. Summer nodded and took Leah's arm. Leah, let's go. I have to get his permission just for you to walk me back? Leah pinched her waist. You totally choose guys over friends. Summer puffed out her cheeks. I do not. She paused, her eyes curving into crescents. Lucas said that I'm loyal to love and blue. Leah rubbed her temples. Looking at Summer like this, she was certain the girl was head over heels, no doubt about it. She turned to look at me, seeing that I was already on the back of King's scooter. I even gave her a provocative wiggle of my eyebrows. Leah clutched Summer's arm tightly. Let's just go. You're so innocent. I'm really afraid you'll get played by a jerk. Lucas isn't a jerk. Summer pouted. She felt like Leah was always biased against me. Right. You'll believe anything Lucas says, won't you? Leah sat on the back of the scooter. Summer, dating needs to be a process. Even though she'd never been in a relationship, she'd watched plenty of TV dramas. She started preaching her theoretical advice. It starts with meeting, like childhood friends reuniting after years apart, or a beautiful misunderstanding that tangles two lives together. Then you slowly confirm your feelings while spending time together. First you hold hands, then you hug, and finally you kiss. As for living together, that should be the very last step. Summer rode the scooter slowly, looking confused. Lucas and I have already held hands and hugged. Does a kiss on the cheek count as a kiss? Leah's mouth fell open. She felt like she was talking to a brick wall. If she said it didn't count, this silly girl would probably try to make up for it tonight. A man and a woman alone in a room, with all that kissing and hugging, it was dangerous. I'm saying you need to take things slow. If it's too easy to get, he won't cherish it. Summer looked thoughtful. Then I'll ask Lucas about it tonight. Leah facepalmed with a bitter smile. This girl who looked exactly like her. How did I manage to have her so wrapped around my finger? Am I really that good? I rubbed my nose. Leah must be talking smack about me. Maybe Summer is just missing you. King teased. If summer missed me, it would be like this. I let out an exaggerated series of sneezes. Achoo! Achoo! King shook his head helplessly. This guy was still the same old romantic. When he found out I was dating Tiffany White last year, he had initially given us his blessing. But then he realized that in that relationship, the girl was always absent. Something was clearly wrong. He had tried to advise me many times, but I'd always brushed him off with excuses. He planned to try again once school started, but now it seemed unnecessary. If it was summer, at least the journey would be a beautiful one. His expression suddenly turned serious. Lucas, now that you have a girlfriend, what are your plans for summer's future? Students can date and go shopping, but summer has already worked. Her views on spending will be different, and since she's unemployed now, you can't exactly expect a student like yourself to carry all the expenses, right? I stopped smiling. King, you have no idea. After printing the flyers yesterday, we only had $100 left for the whole month. Meeting Summer was an accident. I was even prepared for her to leave. A happy curve touched my lips. That little penny pincher was so mad she wouldn't even talk to me yesterday, but even though she was mad, she still stayed up late to help me. King's lip twitched. He was used to being the third wheel to Fiona and Chuck, but now my happiness was annoying him too. You guys made a lot these past 2 days, but what about after? Summer is out of a job. Have you thought about what she's going to do next? I frowned slightly. I have, but her lack of education is a major hurdle. She'd most likely end up back in a factory. I let out a sigh. Seeing her get yelled at by that teacher today, and how lost she looked. She's so beautiful and introverted. She'd definitely get bullied constantly. King nodded in silent agreement. For a girl with nothing to her name like Summer, her beauty was actually a double-edged sword. So, isn't our department called the entrepreneurship department? I said, acting nonchalant. Someone's got to start a business. Otherwise, we're doing a disservice to the name. Fine, King laughed. If you have a good project, I'll help you look it over. You'd better, I grinned. Someday, I'll open a company and give all you seniors internship stamps, defining cheap labor at its finest. The conversation ended there. King sped up the scooter. After picking up the printed flyers, I had him stop at a phone store. I bought Summer a brand new phone. I called for another stop when we passed the little shop from yesterday. I needed to buy her a few more changes of clothes. The ones she wore today were already soaked with sweat. Walking into the same clothing store as yesterday, I relied on my memory to pick out a t-shirt and some jeans for Summer. This was just for emergencies. I had over $20,000 in my pocket now, so I wasn't short on cash for the moment. When I had more time in a couple of days, I'd take her out to buy some nice outfits. I wanted to replace all her old clothes, as a way of saying goodbye to her past. Just as I finished paying and was about to leave, a schoolgirl uniform in the window caught my eye. The owner immediately leaned in and lowered his voice. Young man, all the girls love these nowadays. Your girlfriend is so pretty. She looks so bright and youthful in this. The voice was like a devil's whisper, reminding me of the longing in Summer's eyes. When she heard the others talking about campus life, I wanted to make up for the high school years she missed. Even if I couldn't make her experience the soul-crushing dread of the high school academic grind, I could at least give her a little taste of it. It was mostly to make up for her regrets. It had absolutely nothing to do with my personal preferences. I repeated that to myself in my head, and then nodded solemnly to the owner. The owner continued his sales pitch. I'll throw in 2 pairs of over-the-knee socks, too, since you're a regular. The bow tie is on the house as well. King was leaning on the handlebars of the scooter, watching the owner take the uniform out of the window. Something felt off to him. A new phone, and now a schoolgirl uniform? What exactly was Lucas planning for tonight? Let's go. Summer should be home by now. I got back on the scooter with my bags, a suspicious flush still on my face. What kind of clothes did you buy her? King asked tentatively. Just some daily stuff, I stammered in response. King grit his teeth in silence. As someone who had been single for all 20 years of his life, was he actually about to witness his best friend take that step into adulthood? And with a girl who looked like a campus beauty in a schoolgirl uniform, no less? Damn it, do we need to stop at a convenience store? He asked sourly. Right, I still need to go to a pharmacy, I blurted out. Then I hurriedly tried to explain. I'm buying some herbal tonic. Summer was out in the sun too long. It's to prevent heat stroke. Heh. Herbal tonic, huh? King sneered. Why are you so nervous then? The night wind howled past, but I felt like the sound of my heart was louder than the noise of the streets. When we reached the apartment, King told me to be safe several times before driving off with a look of pure envy. I scratched my head, not understanding why everyone's mind was in the gutter. I glanced around guiltily. Once I confirmed no one was watching, I snuck into the building like a thief, tiptoeing toward his target. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Summer was taking a shower. I hurried into the bedroom and spread the $20,000 on the bed in the shape of a heart. I placed the new phone in the center, and the clothes bags next to it. Once the surprise was set, I went downstairs, opened my laptop, and found a comedy. The sound of the water faded. I swallowed hard, thinking about those intimate clothes on the balcony, with the scent of laundry detergent. If Summer were actually wearing them, click. The bathroom door opened. Summer walked out through the white steam with a flushed face. Her faded white t-shirt was slightly translucent against her skin, and her wet hair was still dripping. "You're back." Seeing me, her face turned even redder. It's so late. Even though they were already a couple, seeing me right after her shower still made her feel both happy and shy. "I got delayed buying some things. I'll go shower first." I scratched my head, suddenly remembering that I was the one who blow-dried Summer's hair the night before last. "Dry it yourself for a bit. I'll help you when I'm done." I rushed through my shower, terrified that Summer would find the surprise too early. Back in the living room, I took the hairdryer from her. My fingers ran through her soft hair, and Summer swayed gently with comfort, like a kitten getting its fur brushed. When the dryer stopped, she looked up at me, her watery eyes searching mine. "Lucas, will you cherish me?" Summer's sudden question made me freeze mid-motion. "It's so—" I instinctively glanced toward the second floor. Did she find the surprise? Actually, why are you asking this all of a sudden?" I stammered in reply, my fingers unintentionally knotting together. It wasn't that I was desperate to do anything, but the atmosphere was just so primed. The romantic dinner was done, the gifts were ready, and even my friends were dropping non-stop hints, especially King and his dirty mind, plus Leah emphasizing twice that I shouldn't touch her. Wasn't that basically the universal code for go for it? Seeing my flustered state, the light in Summer's eyes dimmed. Her voice was so low it was almost inaudible. "Leah said that if things come too easily, they are cherished. She didn't ask for much. She only hoped I would love her for a little longer. Even a year would be enough." I let out a sigh of relief and sat down beside her, intentionally messing up her hair. Was it really just Leah who said that? Don't you have even a tiny bit of worry yourself? Her thoughts exposed. Summer buried half her face in her arms, leaving only her watery eyes visible. "Just a tiny bit. Whether someone is cherished depends on the person." I put my arm around her shoulder. On one hand, it's about the guy's character. On the other, it's about your own worth. If you're a clunker, you're destined to be left out in the wind and rain, and a car wash only happens when God decides to let it pour. But if you're a Lamborghini, even if you're just sitting in the garage, you'll be meticulously maintained every day. As for my character, I let out an exaggeratedly heavy sigh, then grinned at her. You can tell how sentimental I am just by the fact that I've worn the same pair of boxers for 6 years. Summer burst out laughing. "Who says wearing old clothes makes you sentimental?" She leaned against my shoulder and gave my chest a light punch with her fist. "Did you bring in the laundry today?" I grabbed her hand and kissed it. "Of course I did," I said righteously. "You already helped me wash them, so what's wrong with me bringing them in?" I even intentionally showed off a bit. They smelled pretty good. "Pervert!" Summer's face turned red all the way to her ears. An image flashed in her mind of me hovering over her clothes, sniffing them like a creep. I held her tight with a smile. I knew she was feeling insecure. Truth be told, so was I. A girl this beautiful was actually living with me now. It still felt surreal when I thought about it. "Help me go grab my guitar from the second floor." I patted her back. I had originally planned the gift just to make her happy, but somehow the mood had shifted. Now I wanted to get back to the original intent. Summer stood up and headed upstairs, her mind wandering. When she first came home with Lucas, she only wanted a place to stay and someone to talk to. But in just 2 short days, her desires had grown like wildfire. She wanted his affection. She wanted to be together forever. She wanted to earn enough money to cure her illness. And then, forever. She walked with her head down, only looking up once she entered the bedroom. Snap! The light turned on. A heart made of red banknotes, a white phone box, and sky-blue shopping bags were gleaming under the light. Summer froze. Her already slow little brain completely crashed. She looked at the surprise, then at Lucas, who was walking toward her slowly. She bit her lip hard, her eyes quickly turning red, while she was still wondering if he would cherish her. He had already proven his total devotion through his actions, so this was what it felt like to be loved. Hearing footsteps approach, she turned and lunged into his arms. Her body trembled slightly. Lucas ran one hand through her hair and patted her back with the other, holding her tightly. Her sobbing gradually stopped. Summer looked up. Her post-cry eyes were watery. Her cheeks flushed a peachy red. She looked so fragile it made my heart ache. Seeing Lucas staring at her in a daze, she huffed shyly. "You're annoying." After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and stood on her tiptoes. The soft sensation made Lucas's brain short-circuit. His first kiss was stolen just like that by this little rogue. "Wait, how do you kiss again? Do I use my tongue? Will it look like I'm making a face?" He wrapped his arms around her waist, hesitantly extending the tip of his tongue. It happened to meet her own searching tongue. The strange sensation made them both spring apart instantly. Both turned their heads away, steam practically rising from their heads. The only sound in the room was their heartbeats, thundering like a steam engine. After an eternity of silence, when the deep flush finally faded from their faces, they looked at each other and laughed. The clear laughter shattered the silence. Summer turned to look at the surprises on the bed. "Leah said we had to hold hands and hug first," she whispered, "and kiss before we could live together." "Phew!" I pinched her cheek. "You little rogue, that was my first kiss. You have to take responsibility." "It was my first time, too," Summer huffed. "You were clearly the one who started it." Fine, I'll take responsibility." I gestured toward the bed. "Check out your gifts first." Summer brushed my hand off and lunged onto the bed. The banknotes were sent flying into the air. She grabbed a handful and tossed them up again. She did this a few more times, like a child with a brand new toy. I shook my head, amused. She really was a little penny pincher. After making sure no money fell under the bed, a blushing Summer asked, "How much is their total?" "Counting the cash, 20,000. I pointed at the phone and the clothes. "Almost all 30,000 I squeezed out today is right here." Summer leaned in and pecked my cheek. "Leah didn't teach you that one, did she?" I raised an eyebrow. "That was all me." She gave a soft huff, sat cross-legged on the bed, and started counting the money. The corners of her mouth curled up unintentionally. I sat bored beside her, watching her count the bills. Suddenly, I had an idea. I wrapped my arms around her slender waist from behind, resting my chin on her shoulder. My hands idly wandered across her flat stomach. "Hey." Summer's ears started to burn. "You're holding me too tight. Didn't Leah say we have to hold hands and hug before we can live together?" I grinned mischievously. "Just focus on counting your money. This is hard-earned cash, you know." "Pervert," she protested with puffed cheeks, but she let me keep holding her. Her counting speed clearly accelerated, though. My hands quietly drifted lower, toward those legs that were longer than my life expectancy. Summer stiffened all over. Her counting suddenly hit hyperspeed. 23, 24, 25. It was a shame those loose sweatpants were in the way. Inspiration struck. I snatched up the shopping bag. "Try these on and see if they fit. I picked them out specifically for you, to make up for your lost youth." I was almost finished counting. Summer gritted her teeth. "You did that on purpose." Who? Me? My gaze darted around. My voice got quieter and quieter. How could I possibly have any bad intentions? Summer huffed and took the bag. She suddenly frowned as she pulled out 2 pairs of over-the-knee socks. "What are these?" "Freebies from the shop owner." I played dumb. Can't say no to free stuff. He said mismatching is the trend now. 1 black and 1 white would look amazing. But we just bought black and nude stockings yesterday. Summer wasn't buying my nonsense for a second. She curled her lip in disdain. "How could I possibly buy clothes just for the freebies?" I declared solemnly. "That would be like, okay, making dumplings just because I have some vinegar. How stupid." "Right." Summer stuffed the socks back into my hands. She continued digging and pulled out the schoolgirl uniform. Dark blue blazer, light blue bow tie, white shirt, and a blue and white plaid skirt. She showed her little canine teeth. I waited for her to ask before explaining. "It's an overseas high school uniform." I was talking pure nonsense with a straight face. "So you can experience your lost youth." I couldn't exactly buy you a stack of SAT prep books, could I? I held my thumb and forefinger a tiny distance apart. "My personal preferences only account for this much of the decision." "You idiot, Lucas." Summer head-butted my chest. She suddenly pointed toward the stairs. I turned my head in confusion. The stairs were empty. Before I could react, she was pushing me out with a red face. "Go downstairs. I need to change." My eyes lit up. I grabbed her and kissed her forehead. Then I ran downstairs excitedly. Summer looked at the uniform and the socks in her hands. The corners of her mouth tilted up slightly. "Idiot Lucas. Pervert. We just bought clothes yesterday." The owner clearly remembered her size. Summer quickly changed into the full uniform. She stood before the mirror, inspecting herself. Her pale, slender legs reminded her of what I'd just done. A blush spread across her cheeks. Are they really that nice to touch? Curiously, she ran her hands over her thighs a few times. They felt smooth and elastic, but since she was used to them from showering, she didn't find it particularly special. Hurried footsteps came from downstairs. She peeked out and saw me pacing back and forth like an expectant father, waiting for his wife to give birth. Summer bit her lip and nodded. Confirmed. This guy is definitely a perverted creep. She picked up the 2 pairs of socks, hesitating over whether to mismatch them like I said. The cash on the bed, the new phone, and the new clothes were all things she wanted. If doing this makes him happy? At the thought of me touching her legs, she covered her burning face with both hands. Steam was practically rising from her head. Downstairs, my own heart was racing. Imagining my girlfriend transforming into a high-energy schoolgirl, I couldn't sit still for a second. Would she choose black or white? Or would she actually listen to me and mismatch them? Bare legs would be nice too. 1, 2, 3. The sound of counting money suddenly came from upstairs. Summer, are you ready? I shouted up the stairs. 15, 16, 17. The only response was the steady counting. I dashed up the stairs 2 steps at a time. Summer was already in the schoolgirl uniform. She was leaning against the headboard, counting money. The uniform made her look even more youthful and vibrant. And those beautiful legs were actually in a mismatched style of black stockings and bare skin. The leg wrapped in black was slightly arched. Her bare foot was resting right on the opened white over-the-knee sock. Was this a hint for me to help her choose? Noticing my gaze, Summer hurriedly turned her face away. I'm so tired today. The sound of her counting money became visibly flustered, but her toes lightly tapped the sock. I swallowed hard. I climbed onto the bed and placed her leg on my lap. Facing the choice between black and white socks, I fell into a state of indecision. Eventually, I picked up the white over-the-knee sock. I'd already seen the black one yesterday. Roll it up first, Summer reminded me in a whisper. Otherwise, it'll tear easily. I patiently rolled up the sock. I took her foot in my hands and slowly slipped it on. The strange sensation made Summer bite her lip. Her face was so red it could practically bleed. Steam rose even thicker from her head. Once it was on, I admired my masterpiece. The slender calf wrapped in the over-the-knee sock, the slight bulge of soft skin at the top of the sock, and between the hem of the skirt and the sock, that fleeting glimpse of the absolute territory. I couldn't resist hooking my finger under the sock and snapping it. Summer's eyes went wide. You really are a pervert. She pulled her leg back and gave me a light kick. I finished counting the 200 bills, not a single one missing. She stuffed the money into the nightstand, covering it with some random items. She turned around and said seriously, lock the door when you head out from now on, or else I won't make you breakfast anymore. I stared at her legs, thinking to myself that 20,000 was still too little. I needed to make more money, so that while she counts the money, bonk, a headbutt. Interrupted my fantasy. I don't know what you're thinking, but that perverted smile definitely means trouble, Lucas. Want to count it again? I rubbed my chest and wiped my drool. It's like a math problem. You might have miscounted the first time. Double check it. I pretended to reach for the money, only to have my hand pinned down by a foot wrapped in black silk. No need, Summer said, revealing her little canine teeth. If any are missing, someone definitely messed with them. Don't you think? Feeling the sensation of her soul against me, my heart beat like thunder. I was being bullied. The early morning sun filtered through the curtains into the room. I stretched and woke up feeling refreshed. The scene of being bullied by Summer last night was still lingering in my head, although I didn't get her to count the money again. While she was downloading apps on her new phone, those long legs had been resting on my knees the whole time. When I went downstairs, Summer was already in her apron, busy at the stove. I wrapped my arms around her slender waist from behind and pecked her cheek. Go wash up. Summer wrinkled her nose and gave a soft huff, but the tips of her ears quietly turned red. This guy really was a giant pervert. He definitely only took her in because he wanted her body. Leaving aside his techniques from last night, he actually wanted to press her feet against his face. When she used to scroll through videos, she saw comments calling her Naruto's brother. Whirlpool mouth? She thought it was a joke. She never expected Lucas could actually do something like that. What was even scarier was that she found herself being corrupted too. When I lowered my head toward her feet, her heart beat so fast it felt like it would jump out. If she hadn't been caught peeking at the last second, he almost would have succeeded. I finished washing up and came out. Summer had already set the table for breakfast. I stared at the lines of her legs beneath her jeans, unable to help but recall the feel of that critical hit. Apartment outfit from last night, smooth, soft, and elastic. I couldn't get enough of it, especially when she struggled slightly. the kitten-like whimpers that escaped her throat. Ahem! Summer interrupted my daydream with a red face. Hurry up and eat. We still have to sign people up for cards today. Today's breakfast was sandwiches again. Only, the tomatoes were replaced with crispy slices of fried pork belly. I heard it tastes better with bacon, Summer suggested. Let's go to the supermarket and buy some tonight. Sure, I'll buy you some snacks too. I was calculating that the seasons were changing. I need to get you some fall and winter clothes. And, I leaned in with a mischievous grin, your undergarments, K, need to be replaced too. Need me to give you some advice? No way! Summer's ears turned bright red. It's not like I'm wearing them for you to see. And you definitely try to change everything into stockings. I put my arm around her waist and ruffled her hair. Is that all I am to you? A stocking-obsessed pervert? Fine, I won't wear them anymore then. Summer blinked her large, innocent eyes. I was instantly speechless, caught completely off guard by that checkmate. Seeing me defeated, Summer leaned in, gave me a kiss, and said, let's go. Then she added in a whisper, if we process more cards today than yesterday, I'll consider listening to your advice. Thinking of maid outfits and Lolita dresses, waiting to be unlocked, my fighting spirit instantly soared. We arrived at the living area. King and Fiona had already set up their booth. The rival carrier only sent a young girl today. She looked like a college student. The other staff members were all replaced with part-time students too. What was worse, a third carrier had already taken their spot in the pavilion. From yesterday, Summer tugged on my shirt. She pouted. What are we going to do today? I sighed. Our success yesterday relied on our student status and the lack of direct competition. Now both of those advantages are gone. We'll just have to leave it to fate today. It's okay, Summer said, shaking my hand. We already made plenty yesterday. That's not what I'm worried about. I pinched her little nose. There are plenty of chances to make money. But some things, once missed, are gone forever. Summer tilted her head. Suddenly, a light bulb went off. She remembered her promise from this morning, and her face turned red to her ears instantly. You stocking-loving pervert. She took half a step back, raised that ugly poster, and flashed a radiant smile. I'm giving you a chance. Looking at her playful expression, I scratched my head. I looked toward the booths of the other two carriers. I suddenly understood exactly how that middle-aged man felt yesterday. Although there weren't any students yet, I already wanted to report those two for unauthorized booths. The midday sun was scorching the campus. I slumped in front of the booth, my mouth dry. My head was buzzing. The back-end data on my phone showed that we'd only processed 92 cards all morning. I wondered if we could break 100 before the lunch break. Summer leaned over to look at the numbers. Her pout was deep enough to hang a bucket on. We'd already done over 130 by this time yesterday. Go eat first, little penny pincher. I ruffled her hair. I handed her my campus card. I'll keep watch for a bit. The number of freshmen reporting today was about the same as yesterday, around 300 people. About 200 of them actually needed a card. Split between the three carriers, each should have only seen about 70 sales. The fact that we managed to blow past that target was entirely due to that uniquely ugly poster and those carefully designed flyers. Slower than yesterday, huh? King said, handing me a bottle of water. I took a huge gulp. Not much we can do, I said helplessly. We have more competition today. He let out a sigh. Summer even said if we sold more today, she'd let me pick out her new clothes. Enough, enough. King's lip twitched. The sound of your PDA is way too loud. Then I definitely won't mention her and that schoolgirl. Uniform and over-the-knee socks last night. I grinned. King's face twisted with pure envy. He gave a dismissive wave. I'm out. Time for lunch. With that, he made a break for it. I slumped onto the table, bored out of my mind, staring toward the cafeteria in a daze. Sales were underperforming, and I wondered if Summer was actually eating a real meal. Excuse me, is this the economics check-in? A sultry voice drifted over. I looked up to see a girl wearing a black tank top and denim shorts. A loose white shirt hung half off her shoulder, revealing a smooth, rounded curve. Her sophisticated makeup made her features look exceptionally sharp and defined. After verifying her ID, I learned her name was Jade. I handed her the registration form and looked down to enter her data into the system. As Jade leaned over to fill out the form, I caught a glimpse of something in my periphery and immediately looked away. Are you a dancer? You have great posture, I asked casually. Jade adjusted her collar with a smile. 8 years of lessons. You can look back now, Lucas. 8 years. Wow, I mused for a second. Then I suddenly shifted gears. Hey, can I ask you a personal question? Jade frowned, assuming I was about to hit on her, but then she saw me unroll Summer's poster. Would you consider a campus data card? 220 GB for $29. You can stream new dance moves whenever you want. Jade burst out laughing. She waved her phone. Sorry, I already have a number. Otherwise, I'd definitely sign up. I instantly deflated. I mechanically handed her the orientation packet. Freshman meeting is tonight. The flyer has answers to common questions. Can I just ask you if I have questions? Jade asked in a playful, slightly pitched up voice. Which one are you in the freshman group chat? Sure, but I'm not in your group chat. I pointed toward the admin building. Hurry up and go charge your meal card. If you're late, there won't be any food left. Jade definitely had a striking presence. While she wasn't as radiant as Summer, she had that natural elegance that dancers possess. But I knew perfectly well that a girl like her lived in a completely different world than mine. Can I have your Instagram? Jade wouldn't give up. Nope, I said righteously. My girlfriend is very strict. Now, if you were a bit uglier, I might have considered it. Being rejected twice. Jade actually laughed. I didn't expect you to be such a good guy. There's a lot you wouldn't expect, I said with a smirk. What can I say? My girlfriend is a total campus beauty. Realizing I was taken, Jade stopped pushing. She wasn't actually desperate for my contact info. She just found me witty and entertaining. As for the campus beauty girlfriend, she assumed it was just a case of beauty in the eye of the beholder. Jade asked, Lucas, is my registration finished? I smiled. Don't worry, I'll take my time with the data entry. The system won't let you fall behind. Jade's lips curled up slightly. Usually, when she ran errands, she had to wait for the other person to finish before she could leave. This go-ahead-first treatment was a bit of a new experience for her. She was about to grab her card from the orientation packet to head to the cafeteria when she saw a pure, adorable girl running toward us. The girl wasn't wearing any makeup, but she radiated a bright, youthful energy, as if she were carrying all the sunshine in the world. Summer sprinted to my side and flashed a peace sign. I even sold 2 cards at the cafeteria. I ruffled her hair, my voice turning so tender it could melt lead. You little overachiever, what did you have for lunch? Let me check if you actually ate a real meal. A big bowl of rice, tomato and egg stir-fry, braised pork, and a lemonade. Summer gave a sweet smile, clearly enjoying the attention. I rested my hand on her stomach and gave it a gentle shake. Sure enough, I could hear the slosh of the water. Summer blushed instantly, slapping my hand away and huffing with mock annoyance. Jade glanced back at me, then walked toward the cafeteria with a stunned expression. Was this the same guy who was just pushing her to sign up and rushing her off to lunch? What was with that incredibly gentle, doting tone? She stole another glance at Summer, and suddenly she understood. Faced with a dummy beauty like that, anyone would turn into a total softie. A moment later, King returned, stretching his arms. Lucas, any more freshmen check in? King, you missed a total 10 out of 10, I said with exaggeration. 8 years of dance training, too. Summer, who was leaning on my shoulder, snapped her head up. Her pout was sky high. She wasn't as pretty as me. I pinched her puffed-out cheeks. My Summer is the cutest girl in the whole world, obviously. Summer turned red instantly, giving my leg 2 light punches with her fist. King clicked his tongue in disgust. Just go eat already. The food is going to be gone soon. The cafeteria was a sea of people. I wandered between the different windows, looking for the shortest line. Then I heard the cafeteria lady's voice. Student, we only take meal cards here. No cash. Why don't you go charge your card first? I'll hold the food for you. Jade was standing there awkwardly. She finally remembered my earlier warning. The people in line behind her were already starting to grumble. Hey, freshman, I'll pay for you. A tan jock, wearing a tank top, stepped out of the line. His athletic build looked especially imposing. In the sweltering summer heat, Jade was just about to politely decline when her eyes lit up as she saw me wandering nearby. Lucas. Her sweet voice made me shiver. Lucas, I forgot to charge my meal card. She blinked her large, watery eyes, looking completely piteous. I walked over to the window with a sigh. Ma'am, add an order of greens and a fried chicken leg. Put them on a separate tray. The lady froze. Was this cutting the line or not? Jade was stunned for a second, then broke into a radiant smile. This guy really was interesting. The jock glared at me, clearly unhappy. Hey, no cutting. I'm not eating, I said righteously. She is. The lady, catching on, placed both portions on one tray and gave me a knowing wink. Jade carried the tray toward an empty table, leaving her luggage behind without a second thought. I shot a disgruntled look at the cafeteria lady, who was still gesturing for me to seize the opportunity, and had no choice but to grab the suitcase and follow her. Jade laughed. Wow, you didn't even dump my luggage. Let me Venmo you for the food. I scratched my head, unsure of how to deal with a girl like her. Don't worry about it. It's just a meal. No way. She fixed her alluring eyes on me. Be a good boy. Senior, be obedient, and pull up your QR code. Jade's soft, sweet voice made me feel weak at the knees. After hesitating for a moment, I finally pulled up a QR code and pushed the phone toward her. Jade quickly scanned it, only to find that it was the request payment screen. Her eyes widened, in disbelief that someone could be so dense as to give her a payment code instead of a contact card. Senior, you! She was so annoyed she wanted to scream. While I was focused on my food, she snatched my phone away, found my Instagram QR code, and added me. Why were you so unwilling to add me? She handed the phone back with a huff. I'm pretty enough. You have nothing to worry about. It's not like I have ulterior motives. I gave an awkward laugh but didn't answer, silently moving the chicken leg and greens into my bowl. Just then, the tan jock approached with his tray. Hey, I'm in the PE department. What major are you? Jade immediately slid over to the seat across from me. Senior, I want a fried chicken leg. I looked up for a second, then suddenly turned to the jock. Want to sign up for a card, man? Campus High Data Card, 29 for 20 GB. Jade burst out laughing. The jock frowned. I'm not a freshman. He turned back to Jade. Hey, can I get your Instagram? We can work out together sometime. Jade imitated my tone perfectly. Campus High Data Card, 29 for 20 GB. The guy's lip twitched as he walked away in embarrassment. I gave her a thumbs up. Remember to charge your meal card this afternoon? I reminded her. But don't put too much on it. If you lose the card, that money is gone. Thanks, Senior. Jade blinked. But I still really want a chicken leg. I looked at the remaining leg in my bowl. Then at this freshman I'd just met, I pointed to the line. If you want one, go wait in line. We're college students. Let's be civilized. Jade pouted. But then her eyes lit up. Senior, how did you manage to get a girlfriend like that? At the mention of summer, I immediately straightened my posture. It was a dark and stormy night. Tiffany, isn't that Lucas? Ashley appeared out of nowhere, slamming her tray onto the table. Tiffany White saw me chatting happily with a freshman girl, and her brow furrowed tight. How did this former simp go from Leah to this new girl? She got closer and finally saw Jade's face. The sophisticated makeup made her features look sharp and deep, with a natural charm in every smile. She was easily a match for Leah. What happened next, Senior? Jade ignored the newcomers. The two of them continued their conversation. I glanced at the time. The lunch break was almost over. I didn't have time to deal with Tiffany White. Back in elementary school, I was a child prodigy, but I became arrogant and reckless. I started spinning a total tall tale. A comeback story involving a retired teacher, a promise to a fiancé, and 3 years of relentless struggle. Jade's eyes sparkled as she listened. This guy really was entertaining. Senior, are you going to eat that chicken leg? She suddenly asked. You want it? I haven't touched it, I said hesitantly. Thanks, Senior. She reached out with her chopsticks and snatched it. Bam! Ashley slammed the table and roared. Don't be fooled by him. He's a total jerk. I glanced at Ashley, a cold smirk playing on my lips. Right, I'm a total jerk. Here, let this senior tell you all about my glorious deeds. I turned to Tiffany White, my voice as cold as ice. Don't play dumb. Tiffany shivered. This cold, detached tone was something she had never heard from Lucas before. A suffocating feeling welled up in her heart, and her pulse raced as if it wanted to burst from her chest. I'm done, I said. I stood up and bought 6 lemonades. I handed one to Jade, then grabbed the rest and walked out of the cafeteria without looking back. Jade chewed on the chicken leg. Taking small sips of her lemonade, she looked at the 2 older girls with displeasure. It had been a struggle just to get his Instagram, and he'd done nothing but push her to buy cards and eat. With the way the senior acted so aloof, how could he be a jerk? Hey, freshman. Ashley squeezed Tiffany White's hand. Lucas is a real piece of work. He chased my best friend for a whole year. Just when she was about to say yes, he suddenly gave up and hooked up with someone else immediately. Not only did he move on instantly, but he's still looking for more, like he was just doing with you. He was totally hitting on you just now. My best friend has a stomach condition. He brought her breakfast every single day last year. Just as she was starting to feel better, he stopped doing it without a single word. Jade's mouth hung open. She looked at Tiffany White. Is that what you think too? Tiffany rubbed the back of her neck. Back when Lucas liked her, she didn't think he was being excessive. But that cold tone, combined with her friend's words, made her feel strange inside. Ashley, stop it, she whispered in protest. You're just too kind, Ashley said, frustrated by her friend's weakness. A jerk like him should be exposed. Don't let him trick you. Jade paused. But did Tiffany ever actually reject him? Tiffany's cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes darted away. She had actually agreed to be his girlfriend long ago. Of course, Ashley answered for her. She told him to stop being so clingy every time. But he kept pestering her, ruining her reputation. Jade sneered. If she told him to stop, then isn't it exactly what you wanted now that he has? Did you expect him to get on his knees and beg you to take his breakfast? You enjoy the benefits of his devotion, while acting all high and mighty. It's honestly, she looked at the leftover food, suddenly feeling too disgusted to eat. She grabbed her chicken leg and lemonade and walked out. Ashley's mind was a mess. She lowered her head and mumbled, "When a guy chases a girl, isn't he supposed to make sacrifices?" Ashley, Tiffany White, forced a smile. "This is good. I'm finally rid of him." "Right. Let's celebrate your freedom." Ashley raised her glass. Tiffany feigned excitement, but her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the direction Lucas had left. An inexplicable anxiety welled up in her chest. She didn't understand. Just because she had a male bestie, was Lucas really going to be this heartless? She only agreed to his confession back then, because she'd had a fight with her bestie while gaming. He'd just caught her at a low point. Technically speaking, wasn't her bestie their matchmaker? The next time he offers to take me to dinner, I just won't say no. She comforted herself. Meanwhile, I returned to the booth. I put down the lemonades, and saw King looking miserable. "Hey King, did you get a piece of meat stuck in your teeth?" King shot me a resentful look. "I just went to grab lunch, and you already poached the pretty freshman." He was so conflicted he didn't even dare add her on Instagram. Fiona mocked him. "What are you afraid of? You're the class lead." I pulled up my Instagram with a mischievous grin. I rejected her several times, but she just wouldn't listen. "Wait." Summer suddenly looked up. "You added her?" I stiffened. She owes me money." Summer remembered believing that same lie when she moved into my apartment, only to end up falling for me. She couldn't believe I used that same excuse on every girl. I rubbed my chest as she headbutted me. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. The way Summer looked when she was jealous was exactly like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Fierce yet incredibly cute. I reached out and ruffled her hair. I teased her on purpose. Back at the cafeteria, there was this freshman who'd run out of money on her card, so I just helped her out and paid for her. It was only $13.50. But that's money we earned together from our hard work. I let out an exaggerated sigh. How could I let someone else just take advantage of me like that? The moment Summer heard that, she immediately tried to bite my hand as I reached toward her. "What do you mean, take advantage?" This guy was definitely doing this on purpose. I was already prepared. I pulled my hand back quickly, grinning as I unscrewed the lemonade and handed it to her. "Here, have a drink." I can definitely smell something sour in the air. Summer's cheeks burned. "That's just the smell of the lemon," she muttered stubbornly. The sun gradually dipped below the horizon, and the sweltering heat of the day was finally chased away by the evening breeze. The afternoon recruitment results were even bleaker than the morning. We only registered about 80 people, which barely counted as hitting the target. I looked back at King and Fiona, and gestured toward the school gate with my chin. "King, let's go eat. Sorry for bothering you guys again today." King waved his hand. "Not tonight. Fiona and I both have to be at the freshman orientation meeting." "All right then, come over to my place next week, and we'll cook our own meal," I suggested casually. King's eyes lit up. He turned to ask Fiona, "When does the student union recruitment start?" "Presentations are on Tuesday. Interviews are Wednesday and Thursday, and the final list will be set Friday night." Fiona pushed up her glasses. "It's a really tight schedule this year." I raised an eyebrow. "King, you're not just trying to find an excuse for a free meal, are you?" King gave a mischievous chuckle. "The first meal has to be on the department head, obviously. Gotta save Eric and Sage some lunch money." I nodded and turned to Summer to ask for her thoughts. After all, that was our home. Summer was stunned for a second. Then she hugged my arm and gave a sweet smile. "I'll make sure everything is tidied up beforehand." King nodded with satisfaction. Then he added a reminder. "School started late this year, so we have to organize the freshman gala before fall break. The arts and outreach departments have already started preparing." He checked the time and said hurriedly, "I've got to go. The meeting is at 7. I gave a wicked grin. Ooh. King is even taking a special shower and changing his clothes just to see the freshman. King's face turned red. He waved his hand and made a break for it. Drop. By the interviews later to check out the new recruits. Once they were out of sight, I stretched my arms, packed up the remaining flyers, and took Summer's hand. "Let's go home. What do you want for dinner? Should I cook, or should we eat out?" "I'll cook." Summer gave my arm a little shake, her heart practically bubbling with joy. He'd just specifically asked for her opinion, treating her like she was the lady of the house. "Lucas," she suddenly called out to me. Lucas, I'm right here." Lucas, Lucas, Lucas. As long as you're happy. The two of us hopped on the scooter and headed toward the supermarket against the sunset. Summer hugged my waist tightly, her head resting on my shoulder as she hummed a tune that was slightly out of key. The evening breeze swept past. Tousling our hair, she narrowed her eyes, feeling like this moment was almost too happy to be real. When we reached the supermarket, Summer hopped off the scooter, took my arm, and acted spoiled. I'm so tired from these past 2 days. I squeezed her hand and gave her a meaningful smile. I'll give your legs a rub when we get back tonight. No, she wrinkled her nose. Is it really just a leg rub? I'm not even going to bother calling you out on that one. Women, huh? I shook my head. You say you're tired, but when I offer a massage, you aren't even grateful. I'm a girl, she corrected me with a playful grimace. Right. The cutest girl in the entire world, I said with a laugh, ruffling her hair. I hate you. She tidied her hair while pinching the palm of my hand. Once we were inside the supermarket, Summer meticulously picked out the ingredients, while I, under her death stare, stuffed a bunch of snacks into the cart. $6 for 70 grams of chips. You could buy 2 pounds of actual potatoes for that much. And beef is over $40 a pound. It's way too expensive. Lucas, we haven't even finished the snacks you bought the other day. Are you trying to say my cooking is bad? Do you not love me anymore? They say men turn bad once they have money. Are you starting to turn bad now? I burst out laughing. What kind of guy turns bad by buying chips and Coke? If the neighbors were to start gossiping, they'd probably say, don't let that guy's polished look fool you. He's out there living a wild life with chips and soda behind closed doors. Summer was amused by the thought, and the corners of her mouth curled up. I pinched her nose. The cost of turning bad is way too low for a little penny pincher like you. At the very least, it should involve a wild night of BBQ and hot pot. Fine then, her eyes lit up. She pulled me straight toward the condiments aisle. Then let's buy some hot pot base and BBQ dipping sauce. Summer locked the apartment door behind us. Her hand lingered on the door handle for a moment. She tugged on the hem of my shirt, her voice as light as a feather. How many cards did we process over these past 2 days? I pulled out my phone, the blue light from the screen reflecting on my face. 429 cards. Summer peeked out from under my arm to stare at the number, her eyes shining as if they were filled with stars. Her mental math was incredibly fast. 429 cards, with a $200 commission per card, plus the extra bonus. It was nearly 100,000. This number made the tip of her nose suddenly sting. Last year, she worked so hard at a milk tea shop her ankles swelled up, and she'd only managed to save $60,000 in an entire year. How come you're crying? I cupped her face, my thumb brushing across her wet eyes. Shouldn't a little overachiever like you be happy? I just feel, she sniffled, that the way I used to work myself to death was just a joke. I gave a soft laugh and shook my head. That's not how you should look at it. I pulled her down to sit in the entryway. The rival carrier had 5 people there. Even though it was just the 2 of us, King and the others were helping us the entire time. If we really were to split the credit fairly, I traced a number on her palm. Each person's share would only be about 17,000. Summer's ears suddenly burned. She'd almost become the kind of person she hated most, the type who enjoys the rewards while forgetting the efforts of their partners. The setting sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long shadows of the 2 of us. My hand paused as I was wiping her tears. I finally realized that we were so close I could count her eyelashes. Summer should have pushed me away, but when she raised her hand, she ended up wrapping her arms around my waist instead. She closed her eyes and tilted her face up, as if she were waiting for some kind of fated moment to arrive. My breathing became visibly erratic. I'd originally intended to step back, but that gesture of hers pinned me to the spot. The next second, I lowered my head and kissed those 2 slightly, trembling lips. The kiss was unpracticed but intense. Summer tasted the sweetness of the lemonade on my lips, and I smelled the fragrance of the shampoo in her hair. When the twilight completely enveloped the living room, the sound of our rapid breathing was the only thing that could be heard. I should go cook dinner. Summer gently pushed me away, her voice sounding huskier than usual. I licked my lips. They still carried her warmth. I need to clutch the shirt over my chest, just to stop my heart from jumping out. My head is full of the feeling of that kiss. Taking advantage of the darkness, I stole another quick kiss, and then dashed toward the bathroom like a man possessed. When the cold water poured over my head, Summer was still all I could think about. The way her eyelashes trembled, this shower was only getting hotter, and I finally had to switch it to hot just to calm down. Sure enough, thinking about work is an instant mood killer. In the kitchen, Summer's hand was still shaking as she held the spatula. Amidst the cooking fumes, she secretly used the back of her cold hand to cool her cheeks. When I walked over with a napkin, She stammered a reminder about the food in the bro pot. It's not trendy to say bro anymore, I teased with a smirk. Just call me Big Brother. Summer turned as red as a cooked shrimp instantly. Who would ever call you that? And here I was, thinking of using my commission to buy you a gold necklace. Big Brothers. The little penny pincher's face flipped in a heartbeat. She gave me a look. I want the gold necklace lace. As the night deepened, Summer clutched that brand new schoolgirl uniform and slipped into the bathroom. She actually really liked this kind of youthful outfit, but she couldn't help her heart racing every time she put it on. It took quite a bit of coaxing and teasing to get her to comply. Like tonight, I used a gold chain as bait, successfully getting her to change into the uniform. She even paired it with black stockings. We'd already done the over-the-knee socks yesterday. Tonight was time to see the lethality of black silk. I stood in the kitchen, slowly drying the dishes, but my ears were perked up, listening to the splashing in the bathroom, if there were still food left. Just by listening to that sound, I felt like I could put away 3 more bowls of rice. After drying the last plate, I pulled out my phone and scrolled through my new social media account. I scrolled to the bottom of my contacts. I'd only scraped together about 100 followers. It was still a far cry from what I expected. Creak. The bathroom door opened. Summer walked out in her slippers, her plaid skirt swaying with every step. Her legs, wrapped in black silk, looked exceptionally long. Noticing my burning gaze, the tips of her ears turned red. She instinctively hid one leg behind the other, her fingers idly twirling the ends of her hair. Even though she'd just worn the uniform yesterday and tried the black stockings the night before, she still couldn't help but be shy in front of me. I feigned composure, afraid I'd scare off this easily spoofed little rabbit. I patted the spot next to me on the sofa. Summer shuffled her way over. The second she sat down, I pulled her in by the waist. I shifted her legs over onto my lap. Losing her balance, she hurriedly wrapped her arms around my neck. She was practically plastered against me. My fingers gently brushed against her knees. Her face grew hotter and hotter, and she eventually just buried her head in my shoulder, let out a soft mumble, and snuggled in. She pulled out her new phone and rested it on her lap. For the rest of it, considering I provided her a place to stay, a new phone, and a gold chain, she'd reluctantly let me have my way with her. Lucas, freshman orientation ends tomorrow. What are we going to do then? She asked, looking up at me. I have to start going to class. I let out a sigh. I originally wanted her to make some desserts at home and post them on Twitter to test the waters, but her follower count was too low. Building an account would take too much time, and the payoff wasn't worth the effort. Oh, she sounded a bit disappointed. Can I go to school and wait for you? She whispered. I shook my head. Yesterday was too big of a scene. If a teacher notices you look exactly like Leah, we'll be in big trouble. She pouted and snuggled deeper into my arms. I squeezed her leg and asked, since you'll have some free time, and you have that $20,000, is there anything you want to do? She thought for a bit. Well, dud. Thinking about me not being with her, she suddenly felt like nothing would be fun. Finally, she just asked piteously, can I at least text you? I ruffled her hair. Of course you can. College isn't like high school. I've got to take photos of the lecture slides anyway. I paused, then added with a smirk. Send me a leg pic every half hour. Once I have 7, I'll come home. 4 classes in the morning, plus travel time. 7 photos was exactly enough time for me to get back. Summer's face turned red. She looked at her legs and wrinkled her nose. In your dreams, pervert. After playing around for a bit, it was still early. She turned her phone sideways and started gaming, while I idly stroked her leg, stared blankly at the business plan on my laptop screen. Once the carrier settled the commission, I'd have 100,000 in capital. Enough for a small shop near the university town, but sophomore year is busy, and I wouldn't have time to manage it. I didn't have the experience either. If it failed, that little penny pincher would cry her eyes out. How about a mobile stall? I could get all the equipment for 20,000. I looked over at her. She was frowning, completely absorbed in her game. Honestly, she was skilled, and with a face like hers, she'd easily outshine any other vendor. But selfishly, I didn't want her out in public like that. There are 2 things in this world you shouldn't stare at: the sun and the human heart. She's way too attractive. She's way too attractive. If some rich brat set his sights on her, I'd end up losing both my wife and my money. Lucas, let's play together. Summer had just finished a round. She snuggled against my neck like a kitten. I finally snapped out of my messy thoughts, glanced at her phone screen, and couldn't help but laugh. With a 1-6 score as Xiao Chow? Are you trying to tank my rank? It's all that Lanling Wang's fault. Her cheeks were slightly red. He kept camping me in the mid lane, she argued. I'm actually really good, as long as I'm not being targeted. I get MVP all the time. I opened up my own game account. A bronze rank icon stared back at me. I just registered, so I didn't even have a rank yet. Summer snatched the phone from my hand, her eyes sparkling. I'll handle your placement matches. I'll get you all the way to gold rank, guaranteed. Oh? I raised an eyebrow and flicked her forehead. Who was just saying they were going to help me? Not me, she stuck out her tongue. She shrank her neck back guiltily, but in her mind, she was planning to show me what she was truly capable of. I took my phone back. Under Summer's full supervision, I won all 3 placement matches. I was placed straight into platinum. Watching my smooth, effortless gameplay, she narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Is this really your first time playing? How did you end up being better than me? I raised my eyebrows smugly. You are not, she huffed. I'm Diamond 2. Sure, you Diamond 2 newbie. I leaned in with a smirk. But first, accept this. A notification for a couple request popped up on the game screen. Summer gave a small smile and clicked accept without hesitation. She immediately sent a team invite. If you play like a scrub tonight, I'll kick you right off the bed. She threatened with a feigned fierceness, and if you drag me down, I blinked. A mischievous grin spreading across my face. Then you can kick me off the bed, too. My lip twitched. No matter how I crunched the numbers, I was the one losing out here. Not only did I have to carry the team, but I also had to protect her while she went on a rampage. However, for someone who was a top-tier pro in his past life, a diamond rank match was a walk in the park. During the breaks in the game, my thoughts drifted back to my business plan. This world was nearly identical to my old one, except for subtle differences in the cultural landscape. I took stock of my advantages. First, my life experience. The sheer grit I'd forged through years of slaving away far surpassed that of any average college student. Second, my cultural reservoir. The classic songs from my past life didn't exist here. If I could use that as a breakthrough point, I might be able to build a real monopoly in the industry. On my phone, a trending song on TikTok was playing. The melody was thick with the bittersweet pangs of young love during graduation season, dominating the charts all summer long. But how could I monetize just singing? Go live and beg for donations? I shook my head in self-mockery. With my average voice and crash course guitar skills, I'd probably struggle just to do a decent cover. Those hits from my past life would definitely pull in fans, but I'd probably just end up doing the legwork for someone else. Summer, I said, gently stroking her leg through her black stockings. How's your singing voice? Her hand jerked, and her character's movement instantly went haywire. I'm a terrible singer. That doesn't sound right. I pinched her earlobe. Your speaking voice is so sweet. Summer turned as red as a cooked shrimp in an instant, practically burying her face in her phone. Her character in the game died again. 2 out of the 3 high ground towers were already gone. I let out a sigh. Why hadn't I been gifted with a system, the standard transmigrator cheat? Something like, get $10,000 for every kiss. I shook my head to clear the nonsense. I focused entirely on the game, flanking the enemy carry, split pushing, and even taking on a 3-on-1. Unfortunately, I'd locked in too late. In the end, I couldn't turn the tide of the defeat. As the cold defeat notification rang out, Summer suddenly began to hum softly. We are all living with all our might. Her voice felt like a feather brushing against my heart. I froze. Then I couldn't help but burst into a laugh. That wasn't terrible at all. It was heavenly. Summer's face burned a deep red all the way to her ears. She curled up like a cooked shrimp, practically vibrating. It looked like steam was actually rising from her head. You're actually laughing at me, she muttered to herself under her breath. I told you I was a bad singer. And here I was trying to comfort you for losing the game. I looked at my phone, then at the blushing girl beside me. With a gorgeous girlfriend right here, why was I wasting time on a game? I suddenly felt like a complete idiot. Hurry up and hit ready, Summer urged with puffed-out cheeks, her voice full of bashful annoyance. A new match started. I switched into serious mode. Carrying your girlfriend was only natural, and besides, making a few minor requests in return was perfectly reasonable, right? 3 hours flew by. I carried the entire team with a basic hero, a 14-match win streak. I dragged Summer all the way from Diamond 2 to Master rank. Summer's eyes were sparkling with excitement. By the end, she just picked a pocket support hero to latch onto my character's head. She was practically glued to me, stuffing chips and fruit into my mouth between fights. Another win. I pointed to my cheek. Summer tilted her head up and gave the designated spot a quick peck. One more? I'm almost Master 3. It's already midnight. I put my phone away and leaned in close to her with a smirk. Time for bed. Summer bit her lip. After such a massive win streak, she didn't want to risk losing it all back. As long as he didn't go too far, she'd just let him have his way. Just as she was about to pull her legs off my lap, the world suddenly tilted. I swept her up in a princess carry. The sudden weightlessness made her gasp. She hurriedly wrapped her arms around my neck. Being held like this for the first time, she buried her burning face into my chest. Her heart was racing like it wanted to jump out. The bedroom light was a bit piercing. Summer turned her head away, her arm draped over her eyes. The pose only made her curves more alluring. Her long, black, stockinged legs were slightly curled, her toes unintentionally twitching. I swallowed hard. This must be the reward for being such a hard-working, decent guy. My gaze fell on her legs. I decided to finish the business I'd left incomplete yesterday. Seeing her still shielding her eyes with her arm, I took a deep breath and gently cradled her feet in my hands. Wait, was I supposed to sniff them before getting close? Whatever, it didn't matter. The priority was to feel the texture of the stockings. While she thought I was just massaging her feet, stocking quality was a serious matter after all. I had to check them personally with the most sensitive skin on my face. When I bought them, the packaging was sealed, so I never had the chance to inspect them for her. If low-quality fabric scratched her perfect skin, it would be a tragedy for all of humanity. Besides, it's not like I had some kind of weird fetish. I just wanted to feel the path she'd walked. By touching her legs, to feel her joys and sorrows, and strengthen our resolve to walk together. Summer bit her lip, peeking at Lucas through the gaps in her fingers. Seeing his dazed, ecstatic expression, her face burned hot enough to drip blood. Steam started rising from her head again. Watching him hesitantly lean in and then pull back, she was practically stomping her feet in her mind. She already had her eyes covered. What was taking him so long? Suddenly, she realized something was off. This guy, he's not actually sniffing my feet, is he? The second the thought popped up, she felt her whole world spinning. She'd made sure to scrub her feet thoroughly in the shower, but her heart was still thumping wildly. Lucas finally made up his mind, preparing to experience her life story in the most pious way possible. Just as he was about to get close, he locked eyes with a pair of watery eyes peeking through her fingers. Boom, my brain exploded. So she'd seen all those preparation movements? I really was a foot fetish pervert now. Summer panicked too. The sensation from the soles of her feet made her heart race. She instinctively brushed her toes against my face, then scurried back under the covers in a flash. She was shaking like a leaf. Oh no. Spending too much time with Lucas. I think I'm starting to turn weird too. I sat on the edge of the bed in a daze, the slight tickle of the stockings still lingering on my face. Looking at the shivering cocoon under the blanket, my heart sank. Did I push things too far? I gently poked Summer's back, like a grumpy kitten. She scurried even deeper under the covers. Turn off the light and go to sleep, she said intentionally in a cold tone, as if she were drawing a line between us. I scratched my head. Looks like my creep behavior earlier really ticked her off. I obediently turned off the light and lay down. I tentatively reached out, trying to pull her into my arms. Summer gave a token struggle for a few seconds, but eventually, she settled in against my chest. She wasn't, actually, angry. She just didn't want me thinking she was some kind of weirdo girl. Feeling her body gradually relax in my arms, I let out a sigh of relief. I gently played with her hair. I wanted to apologize, but I didn't know how to start. I want to reach king rank, Summer suddenly muttered, breaking the silence. I burst out laughing. Fine. I'll get you to king rank in 2 days. As I spoke, the hand on her waist started drifting down, toward those long legs wrapped in black silk. Don't go too far. Summer immediately pinned down my wandering hand. She protested with puffed cheeks. Just now, you were just kissing my feet. I'm being framed, I argued with a straight face. I just wanted to feel the texture of the stockings with my face. It only looked like I was sniffing them because I took too long. Summer nodded thoughtfully. She felt a little better about it, compared to a creep panting over her feet. Touching them with his face seemed barely acceptable. Suddenly, she snapped out of it and punched my chest. That's still incredibly creepy, okay? Although, when his face was against her soul, she had felt a strange fluttering in her heart, but she'd die before admitting she enjoyed it. You seem pretty proud of yourself. I chuckled and kissed her forehead. Suddenly, I dove under the covers. I dragged you from Diamond 2 to Master 4. And you still kicked me? I need double compensation. A strange sensation shot up her thigh. Summer turned red and pushed my head away. It's midnight. You have class tomorrow. You total pervert. The next morning, I woke up feeling refreshed. Summer was already dressed in casual clothes. She was lying on my chest, glaring. Breakfast is ready. She pouted with a warning. If you'll ever dare to do that again. Her foot, hidden under the covers, suddenly stepped on my thigh. She gave it a little shake as a show of force. I pinched her puffed-out cheek, giving her a meaningful smile. Last night, while she was struggling, she'd actually given me the full experience of those legs that were longer than my life. In the end, didn't she just end up resting her feet on my shoulder anyway? My bad. I leaned into her ear. My warm breath made her ears turn bright red. But, can I do it again tonight? Summer turned as red as a cooked shrimp instantly. By the time she realized the trap in my words, I'd already pecked her lips and scurried off to the bathroom. I didn't say yes yet. She held the spot I'd kissed and protested quietly, but then she couldn't help but mutter, "Unless you get me to Master 2 tonight," at the table. I ate my bacon and eggs while explaining that I had a full schedule today, but I'll be back for lunch. Want me to bring something from the cafeteria? No, Summer cut me off immediately. Her head drooped slightly. I'll make lunch and wait for you. I cupped her face and squished it into different shapes. I thought of a business idea. Short videos. When you have time, you can start learning how to edit. I pinched her lips into a flat line. If it gets hot, turn on the AC. Don't worry about the bill. If I come back and the place isn't cool... I know! Summer lunged into my arms. I'm not a kid anymore. After seeing me off, the apartment suddenly felt terrifyingly quiet. Summer leaned on the windowsill, watching my figure disappear through the gaps in the buildings. Her heart felt empty. Without me, the room seemed to lose the warmth of a home. She took a deep breath. As she opened her laptop to download the editing software, the cheerful "Timmy" sound came from her phone. Rational use of time, right? She shrank into the sofa guiltily, her fingers already honestly opening the game. I sped down the road. With my books and pens for the morning classes, I eventually arrived at the North Campus classroom building. Compared to the dorms, the apartment was a lot further from the classrooms. Even though I'd intentionally woken up early, the time spent being clingy with Summer had eaten up all that extra time. When I got to the classroom, I found my roommates in the back row. Who was the one, swearing in the group chat, that they were going to be a model student this semester? I patted Ken's desk. Ken was hunched over the table, secretly playing on his phone underneath it. Hearing my teasing, he gave an awkward smile. He lightly nudged my shoulder. Hey, Lucas, how come the campus beauty didn't come with you? I looked around the room. Leah was nowhere to be seen. She probably slept in. She lives in the dorms. My apartment is over at the old campus by South Campus. That's easy. Just have her move into the apartment with you. Ken raised an eyebrow. That way, it solves the problem of not being able to walk her to class. I imagined coming home to the apartment and finding both Summer and Leah there, waiting for me to get back. The picture was so beautiful. Just the thought of it made the corners of my mouth curl up uncontrollably. Ken used his elbow to nudge the roommate on the other side. He gestured for the others to look. Look at the creepy, dazed look on my face as I fantasized. Everyone looked up, saw my look that was bordering on ecstatic, and then thought about him actually living with a beauty like Leah. They all agreed that my smile was actually quite conservative given the situation. A moment later, Leah walked into the classroom. She looked at the empty front rows, then looked toward the back. Every guy who caught Leah's gaze instantly put down their phone, straightened their back, and put on a polite smile. Even though Leah had announced her relationship with Lucas, they'd only just met after all. They were still in the early stages of dating. Maybe there was still a chance to swoop in. Ken nudged my arm, his voice thick with jealousy. Lucas, your girl is looking for you. My eyes moved to Leah. She was wearing a loose, sky blue preppy shirt, paired with a black skirt that reached mid-thigh. She looked incredibly lively and radiant. I observed her more closely. Comparing Leah to Summer, there were still some distinct differences. The lines of Leah's brow were a bit sharper, and she carried herself with more confidence and energy. Summer's features were much softer. She had that cute, socially anxious little punching bag look. My gaze drifted lower. Oh, maybe it was because the black silk had a slimming effect, but I felt like Summer's legs were probably a bit more slender than Leah's. My brow furrowed slightly, as I realized Leah was walking toward me with a beaming smile. She came to a stop right in front of me. I looked around. It seemed like there were no more empty seats in the back row, so I stood up to give her my spot. Here, you take it. Ken's eyes widened instantly. He looked at me in utter disbelief, as if he wanted to ask, Bro, are you actually for real? Leah's lip twitched as she looked me up and down. She had no idea how Summer could possibly like such a dense guy, making his girlfriend sit in the back row, surrounded by a bunch of other guys. Even if she'd never been in a relationship, she knew that was definitely the wrong move. My dear boyfriend, Don't you think we should be sitting together? Leah reminded me with a forced, artificial smile. I jerked my head back and gave a silly grin. Right, almost forgot. Leah looked completely helpless. She used 2 fingers to pinch the hem of my shirt with mock disgust and led me to the second row. I let out a soft sigh. Under Leah's threatening gaze, I took a seat in the front row of the classroom, the kind of place where the professor can see exactly what you're doing at all times. Boyfriend, remember to save a seat for me from now on, Leah whispered to me. I leaned in closer to her and whispered back, Leah, are you serious about this? My phone hasn't stopped buzzing for 2 days. People are literally blowing it up. Serious? In your dreams. Leah gave a soft huff. I'm just having you save a seat for me. Isn't it a boyfriend's job to save a seat for his girl? Right here. If I'm running late in the future, make sure you have it ready. I looked at our surroundings. The rows in front and behind us were completely empty. I shrugged my shoulders and said, maybe the study atmosphere at South Campus is more intense, but it's totally different here at North Campus. If you come late, you might not be able to snag a spot in the back, but you never have to worry about finding a seat in the front. Leah ignored my comment. She rested her chin on one hand and slumped onto the desk, idly, flipping through the macroeconomics textbook we were about to use for class. Seeing Leah's refusal to communicate, I let out a silent sigh. Even though she looked identical to Summer, my Summer was definitely much cuter. How about I save a seat for you in the front, and I go sit in the back row? I tried to negotiate again. If I sat in the front row, the professor would spot me instantly if I ever decided to cut class. And in this position, playing on my phone right under the teacher's nose, was just a bit too brazen. Final grades in college were made up of participation, the midterm, and the final exam, broken into 3 parts. If I stood out to the professor for the wrong reasons, when it came time for final grading, he might not give me a bump to help me pass. He might actually dock me. Sis, my grades aren't exactly stellar. I'm counting on attendance points just to pass, I pleaded. If you fail a final, you have to retake it. And if you fail the retake, you have to repeat the whole course from scratch. If your grades are bad, then sitting in the front to listen properly is exactly what you need. Leah glanced back at the boys in the back row, then turned her gaze back to me. What else are you going to do back there anyway? Don't you want to provide a happy life for Summer? Can you find a good job if you're always playing on your phone? I scratched my head. It was hard to explain things to someone with 0 work experience. We weren't at some top-tier Ivy League school. The only thing that would likely help us in the job market was our status as fresh graduates. As for having perfect grades, it wasn't nearly as important as having a bright and optimistic personality. I opened my mouth, wanting to argue further, but the phone sitting on the desk suddenly lit up. It was a message from Summer. I clicked it open. At some point, Summer had changed into white over-the-knee socks and sent Lucas a leg pic. Leah caught a glimpse of my screen. Her face darkened as she said coldly, So, is this the real reason you wanted to sit in the back? I stared at the screen, the corners of my mouth curling up uncontrollably. I had only made a casual joke to Summer about how collecting 7 leg pics would summon me home, but I didn't expect her to actually take it seriously. The photos started coming in one after another. I expertly swiped and saved every single one, sending back a nosebleed emoji in response. Leah, sitting right beside me, saw my every move from the corner of her eye. Her brow furrowed, and she quietly shifted her seat further away from me. This guy? What exactly had he turned little Summer into? She'd clearly warned her last time not to get too close to Lucas. But looking at this, they'd probably already done everything they should and shouldn't have. Uncontrollable images began to flash in her mind. Her face began to burn, and even the tips of her ears grew hot. You two? Haven't already? She bit her lip, her voice incredibly low. I didn't even look up. I rested my chin on one hand, while the other idly flipped through the macroeconomics book. My ability to play dumb was at a master level. It was my turn to act aloof. Leah's teeth itched with annoyance, but those messy thoughts in her head just wouldn't go away. The worst part was, that Summer had the exact same face as her. She gave a huff and turned her head away, deciding she was done talking to me. The guys in the back row had witnessed the whole thing. Their glares looked like they wanted to pin me to the wall. How did this jerk get to be surrounded by beauties, while acting like he deserved every bit of it? Before the bell rang, a gray-haired professor strolled into the classroom. After a brief self-introduction, he opened his lecture notes. As he started the lecture, I opened my notebook. The tip of my pen tapped lightly on the paper, but my thoughts drifted back to last night. The line Summer hummed, "While gaming, we are all living with all our might." It had unexpectedly given me an idea. Becoming a music influencer. With my tone deafness, that clearly wasn't an option, but using it as BGM for short videos was more than enough. I quickly jotted down a few operational directions. My pen hovered repeatedly over the words, on-camera presence. Being on camera makes it easier to gain followers, and the monetization is faster, but the price is having your private life stripped bare. What's scarier is that even if you do nothing wrong, you can be maliciously edited into a complete villain. In the age of traffic, the truth is often the cheapest commodity. After hesitating several times, I still placed a check mark next to on-camera presence. After all, making money isn't a dirty business. Next, I listed a string of keywords: beauty, women's fashion, cars, baby gear, pets, food, travel, precise targeting in niche markets. My pen hovered over the beauty category. I let out a dry laugh and decisively crossed it out. The water in this industry is way too deep. You'd need those experts who haven't seen a pay raise in years to successfully con people. The women's fashion option made me pause. Ultimately, I crossed that out too, making Summer wear it. I'm too stingy to let others see, and wearing it myself, I'd end up at the top of the year's dumbest news ranking. As for cars, I can't even tell the difference between an engine and a transmission. Best not to go around ruining people's lives. When my gaze shifted to baby gear, I suddenly burst out laughing. If I started preparing now, 10 months from now would be just the right time to launch the project. My laughter was very soft, but it jolted a drowsy Leah wide awake. She turned her head suspiciously, happening to see my pen resting on the words infants and toddlers, idly tapping them while I looked deep in thought. Her eyes widened. Her entire face flushed a deep red instantly. This guy hasn't even graduated yet, and he's already thinking about having kids. I suddenly felt a kick under the table. I frowned and turned my head, only to find Leah's entire face burning bright red. Even the tips of her ears were pink. What is wrong with this woman? How can she get this embarrassed just sitting in a major class? My phone buzzed again. A new message from Summer popped up. It was another leg pic. In the photo, she had a white over-the-knee sock on one leg and a black one on the other. The socks she'd taken off were tossed randomly on the sofa, and the one she hadn't put on yet was lying on the other side. Worst of all, she was intentionally showing half her face, while the laptop screen behind her was still glowing with the video editing software interface. My lip curled into a smirk. My fingers flew across the screen as I teased her, but from the corner of my eye, I caught Leah's teeth-gritting expression. I quietly shifted my seat further away. I need to keep my distance from any woman who isn't Summer. But the problem is, they look way too much alike. Leah's profile had soft lines, her nose slightly upturned. Even the downward curve of her eyes when she frowned was exactly the same as Summer's. I can't tell the difference. I really can't. Leah's teeth itched with annoyance. The first photo seemed casual enough, but this second one was so obviously staged. Summer is working so hard to take photos just to please him, while this jerk, his head is full of nothing but having babies, and he isn't even paying attention in class. I absolutely cannot let these two stay together. The moment the bell rang, Leah gave me a vicious glare. She charged out of the classroom and immediately called Summer. The call connected. Summer's soft, sweet voice came through. Leah? Did something happen to Lucas? Leah's eye twitched. The first thing out of her mouth was Lucas. This hopeless romantic is beyond saving. He's fine. He just isn't taking class seriously. His head is full of nothing but having kids, she said through gritted teeth. There was a sudden silence on the other end. A few seconds later, Summer mumbled softly, Having kids? Her voice grew softer and softer, until it was almost inaudible. But Leah could clearly hear her breathing becoming rapid. She could even imagine the dazed look on her face as steam rose from her head. Wait, did I just give her a suggestion she really didn't need? Leah quickly pushed those strange images out of her mind. She said earnestly, Summer, do you still remember what I told you before? I remember. Summer's voice was cheerful. You said we have to kiss and hug before we can live together. Yesterday? We all ready? She suddenly lowered her voice, sounding a bit smug. It's just that Lucas is such an idiot. When he kissed me, he even got slobber on my nose. Leah facepalmed. What kind of sin did I commit to deserve this? She took a deep breath. Lucas is just a perverted, creepy jerk. I know, Summer said with a giggle. I already gave him a good lesson last night, but he wasn't having it, and said he wanted to do it again tonight. Leah was instantly turned to stone. Her cheeks burned like fire. It felt like white smoke was rising from her own head. Is this really something I should be hearing? She recalled how Lucas had been acting all high and mighty during class, then combined it with the lesson Summer mentioned. No matter how she heard it, that lesson didn't sound very innocent. I have class. She hurriedly hung up the phone. She rushed back into the classroom like a madwoman. On the other side, after class, I glanced at Tiffany White in the back row. I sent her a message. Remember to pay me back. Although I'd made some pocket change recently, paying back debts is only right. Tiffany White was scrolling through her phone. When she saw the message, her brow furrowed. Lucas, will you just give it a rest? I scratched my head. Why can't this woman understand? I'm actually broke. I'm so poor. I can barely afford to buy a gold chain for summer. I gave a cold laugh and typed, if you don't pay me back, I'll post this on the student confession board and let the whole school judge. If everyone thinks you're in the right, I'll drop the $3,000. I'll even apologize to you. How about that? No way. Tiffany snapped her head up to glare at me. Don't you dare. I'll never forgive you as long as I live. She typed furiously. You're just jealous of my male bestie, aren't you? Fine. I'll have dinner with you next time. Those things were gifts from you anyway. What's wrong with me giving them to someone else? I scoffed. So you do know this is something you can't show in public. How about you look through your records and prove that before we started dating, you love spending money on your male bestie. If that's the case, I won't ask for the money back. Tiffany's fingers froze. Before they dated, it seemed like she really hadn't. On the contrary, it was only after she got with Lucas that she started constantly buying game skins and snacks for her bestie. Seeing her silence, I continued mocking her. Oh? Don't tell me you can't find any? Could it be that it was only after getting with me that you realized you needed to look after your bestie's feelings? What do you think I am, a sucker? Or some high-level ATM? I'm just glad we were only dating. If we'd gotten married, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to afford a warm takeout meal. Tiffany White stared at her phone screen, her fingertips practically poking through the glass. So, you breaking up with me? She bit her lip after sending the message, but her heart didn't hurt as much as she expected. After all, she'd long since grown used to my one-sided devotion. She was used to being the one in control of this relationship. But now, this man she'd always looked down on was actually taking the initiative to end everything. The classroom door was suddenly pushed open. Leah rushed in looking flustered. She flopped down next to me and immediately landed a punch on my arm. Ow, I hissed, nursing the pain. Did you swallow a grenade or something? Leah's face was bright red. She glared at me through gritted teeth. You're a shameless, perverted jerk. What the hell did I even do to be shameless and perverted? I asked, looking completely bewildered. I don't care. You just are. Leah turned her face away, her ears so red they could practically bleed. Tiffany White watched their intimate interaction from a distance, her grip on her phone tightening until her knuckles turned white. So that was it. This jerk must have hooked up with Leah, which was why he was in such a hurry to dump her. The bell rang right on time. The professor appeared on the podium like a clockwork NPC, launching into another endless lecture on macroeconomics. I flipped open my notebook, my ideas for the business plan becoming clearer by the second. I decided to go with the American travel blogger angle. With this niche, I could take summer all over the country to eat, while making money on the side. Even if the account didn't take off, at least the money would have been spent on food and travel. No matter how I crunched the numbers, it wasn't a loss. I secretly scrolled through TikTok, studying the filming techniques of other influencers. When to use a wide shot, when to cut to a close-up. It turned out these seemingly casual videos actually had a lot of thought behind them. Leah was barely listening to the lecture, her eyes constantly drifting toward my phone. Last class, he was thinking about having kids, and this class, he was already researching dinner. She couldn't help herself. Reaching under the table, she poked my phone screen to remind me to pay attention, but she accidentally liked one of the videos. I looked up at her, completely speechless. Realizing this woman was, after all, Summer's only friend, I let out a sigh, silently locked my phone, and went back to sketching in my notebook. The professor's voice echoed through the room, accompanied by the scratching of my pen. Even the students in the back playing on their phones looked up. The Ice Queen's charm was truly something else. She'd actually managed to turn a slacker into a student. Leah leaned in curiously, wanting to see what key points I was noting down. Instead, the notebook clearly read, the sandwich Summer made this morning. Cabbage, tomato, bacon, and a fried egg. Tastes incredible. Leah pulled back with a dark expression. This absolute jerk. He actually had little Summer making breakfast for him. The bell rang to end the class. I stretched my arms. Only 2 options remained in my notebook. 150 restaurant mystery box and the restless bro. The former would let me take Summer out to play and didn't require high-level filming skills. The latter required using my country home's yard, but it had a much stronger aesthetic vibe. Plus, it gave me an excuse to introduce her to my parents. At that thought, I couldn't help but grin like an idiot. Leah rolled her eyes from beside me. This guy was definitely planning something suspicious again. What are you smiling about? Time for the next class. Leah frowned, poking me with her pen while I was still dazing. Students from the second economics section began filing in. A few guys spotted Leah in the front row, their eyes lighting up instantly. One or two were even working up the courage to approach her. The new transfer beauty, she was fresh prey to them. I snapped back to reality, suddenly crooking my arm toward Leah with a meaningful look. Babe, let's go. Leah blinked, surprised, but caught on quickly. She naturally linked her arm with mine. Sure thing. Boyfriend. The guys were instantly frozen in their tracks, the sound of hearts breaking practically audible. And it was only the first class of the semester. Once we stepped out of the classroom, Leah let out a long breath. She was terrible at handling these situations. A polite rejection was seen as playing hard to get, while a direct one was labeled as cold and arrogant, not to mention the ones who'd get obsessive and send long, dramatic essays afterward, especially since they were classmates. Seeing them every day was beyond awkward. She stole a glance at me. I was a practically perfect prop. I could block her unwanted suitors, and she didn't have to worry about me catching feelings for her. Just as she was thinking that, someone grabbed my wrist tight. Leah's heart jumped. Was this guy actually going to... Lucas? Tiffany White was blocking the middle of the hallway, her face twisted with anger. Are you really doing this just to spite me? Fine, I give up. I'll post our relationship on Instagram right now. Are you happy now? Leah's eyes went wide. Her gaze darted back and forth between the two of us. Holy crap, was I actually two-timing? Tiffany White was pretty, sure, but she couldn't hold a candle to Summer. What was wrong with this man's taste? Our relationship? I scoffed. You mean the relationship between a creditor and a debtor? Tiffany was momentarily silenced by the business terminology. Leah's eyes were spinning with curiosity, her inner gossip soul burning bright. Seeing me unmoved, Tiffany turned to Leah. Don't let him fool you. He's only using you to get back at me. Leah shifted her weight, stomping hard on the bridge of my foot, but she put on a sweet smile. So what? Do you actually think you could steal him from me? I grimaced in pain, silently vowing to bully Summer tonight to make up for this. Tiffany looked at me in disbelief. How could you possibly like someone like him? Why wouldn't I? Leah began counting on her fingers. Sure, he's a perverted creep, hates studying, loves acting like a delinquent, spaces out in class, and only thinks about food. My face grew darker with every word. So that was the Ice Queen's true opinion of me. But he has plenty of good points too. Leah nodded as if she were actually making a case. Lots of them. Does no athlete's foot count as a good point? I interjected dryly. Leah awkwardly pulled her foot back. Stingy. Looking at that face that was identical to Summer's, I instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair. My hand was halfway there before I realized my mistake, quickly switching to scratch the back of my own head. I turned back to Tiffany. You don't like me at all. Why are you so obsessed with keeping me as your personal ATM? Spending thousands on you every month, just to get told to flock off in return? Even if we got back together, how would that work? Would I go back to begging you to eat breakfast every day? Racking my brain for topics just to get a K in response? I gave a bitter laugh. Am I really that pathetic to you? I checked the time. I grabbed Leah and walked right past Tiffany White, heading toward the classroom without looking back. Watching Lucas's retreating back, Tiffany's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. This time, it felt like she had truly lost him. Inside the classroom, Leah and I took our seats in the front row, influenced by the original host's lingering emotions. The argument with Tiffany had left my chest feeling tight. Leah quietly observed my expression. From our brief conversation, she had already pieced together the whole story. A completely unbalanced relationship. I had given everything, while Tiffany had taken it all for granted. Now that we'd split, the other side was the one refusing to let go. She sent me a text under the table. Don't be too sad. I turned and gave a slight shake of my head. I'm not sad. I just feel like it wasn't worth it for the old me. In the back row, Tiffany's eyes were red. A sharp pang of pain shot through her stomach. She hadn't eaten breakfast again this morning. She remembered how I used to always know when her stomach was acting up. Not only did I bring breakfast every day, but I always had stomach medicine ready in my pocket. Cold sweat slid down her forehead. She bit her lip hard. Her gaze unconsciously followed my retreating back. Only at this moment did she realize that what she wanted was simply to continue enjoying my care. Yet she had never thought about how to reciprocate that affection. The stomach pain eased slightly. Oh! She pulled out her phone. She opened her chat with her male bestie, Sean. Babe, I didn't eat breakfast and my stomach hurts so bad TTT. The other side replied instantly. Aw, poor you. Remember to eat on time next time. Tiffany White felt a warm glow. See? Someone still cared about her. By the way, have you checked in yet? She changed the subject. Hee hee. I want to give you a surprise, senior. We can see each other every day from now on. The words on the screen made Tiffany temporarily forget the pain. She even started looking forward to life on campus with her bestie. She looked up and glared at me. This man didn't understand what she wanted at all. She wanted emotional value, not those vulgar breakfasts and snacks. Suddenly, her stomach cramped again. Amidst the sharp pain, she inexplicably remembered how I used to bring warm soy milk every single day, rain or shine. Compared to Sean's empty comforts right now, it was a stark contrast. Babe, can you bring me breakfast tomorrow? She hesitated before sending the message. Sean immediately sent back a game skin poster. The new season's skin is awesome. Sweet talk your boyfriend into getting it for you. I want Zhuge Liang. You pick the support. I'll carry you tonight. Tiffany's fingers froze on the screen, deleting and retyping. Ultimately, she sent that sentence anyway. The other side quickly found a bunch of excuses. Roommates oversleeping, cafeteria lines, the electric scooter being out of battery. Finally, he added, You're not mad, are you? Tiffany felt a tightness in her chest. Her nails dug deep into her palms. I had delivered breakfast for a whole semester through wind and rain, and never complained once. When the bell rang, a stomach pill and a piece of bread suddenly appeared on her desk. She looked up in surprise, meeting my look of disdain. A pill I forgot in my pocket last semester. The bread is from Leah. It's free. Don't think about paying me back. Tiffany's tears instantly spilled from her eyes. During class, Leah's gaze kept shifting between me and Tiffany. She noticed Tiffany's face was pale as she slumped on the desk, so she nudged me with her elbow. What's wrong with her? Her stomach is acting up. I didn't look up. I took better care of her last semester. I guess she went back to an irregular schedule during summer break. I didn't want to get involved, but I accidentally felt a pill while digging through my pockets. The original host used to cut medicine into individual pills to keep in his pants pockets. After hearing this, Leah quietly pulled a small bread from her bag and handed it to me. Thank you, Tiffany sobbed as she took the pill and bread. Her voice was choked with emotion. Even though I looked completely impatient, her heart raced uncontrollably. Seeing Lucas turn to leave, she suddenly grabbed my hand. In their 6 months of dating, this was the first time she'd initiated physical contact. I frowned and pulled my hand away. Don't touch me. My girlfriend is watching. I pointed at her phone. Remember to transfer the money. Tiffany hurriedly sent $520. If the accounts are settled, can we start over? Whispers immediately broke out around us. So they really did date. They kept it well hidden. Then what about Leah? I looked at the transfer and immediately rejected it. I looked back at Leah. My gaze softened instantly. Through her, it was as if I saw Summer. Of course not. A smirk touched my lips. Undying loyalty is just the most insignificant of my many virtues. Tiffany's face fell. That kind of gentle gaze used to belong only to her. I returned to my seat humming a tune. If meeting again doesn't bring tears to your eyes, little Tiffany White actually thought she could use money to test my feelings for Summer. How naive. Unless she added a 1314 behind it to make it over 5 million, I might consider it for 3 seconds. Tiffany bit her lip hard. Tears soaked her collar. You huge jerk, Leah nudged me. Did you tell Summer about this lingering drama? Don't try to drive a wedge into our pure relationship. I hurriedly argued back. Then I felt something was off. Wait, my relationship with Summer? It didn't actually seem all that pure. I showed off the transaction record. Look, for Summer, I didn't even take the $520. Leah raised an eyebrow. Are you going back to the dorm or the apartment this afternoon? The apartment, obviously. My eyes lit up. Summer made me a lunch with love. I stole a glance at Leah's legs as I said it. I shook my phone. Want to see the photos Summer just sent? Leah huffed and turned away. I rested my chin on my hand. My gaze landed on Leah's profile. If Summer hadn't dropped out back then, she'd probably be sitting in a classroom just like this. It's a shame those 4 lost years of youth can't be brought back. Maybe I should buy Summer a set of SAT prep books to commemorate her lost school days. The bell rang. I sprang up. Let's go, let's go. Leah intentionally packed slowly to mess with me. Tiffany White walked over with her bag. Want to have lunch together? No, I said flatly. I kept rushing Leah. Hurry up, you're delaying me from seeing Summer. Leah stood up and took my arm. She looked at Tiffany with a show of force. As Summer's best friend, she had to keep a close eye on this jerk for that silly girl. We'll be heading out then. Tiffany White kept her head down. Leah, thanks for the bread. Sit further forward. Leah poked my lower back with her slender finger. Ow, my lady. Should I just drive on my knees for you? I jerked forward. Leah got on the scooter. She laughed mischievously. If you're willing, I don't see why not. I curled my lip. A woman's heart really is the most venomous. Leah, you should learn from my Summer. She knows how to care for people. The non-motorized lane was packed during the lunch rush. It was completely gridlocked. The scooter was barely faster than walking. Lucas, can you even do this? Leah frowned, watching the students walking past. She felt like they would all beat her to the cafeteria. I need space to maneuver. You took forever to pack your things. Did you really think an electric scooter was a cheat code for traffic? I nodded toward the sidewalk. Look at those freshmen running. They're much slower than us. Leah pouted. That was exactly what she had been thinking, but sitting on my bike didn't seem much faster. Well, obviously, I said righteously. You're only getting to the cafeteria a few minutes earlier than walking. The line you have to wait in won't be even an inch shorter. I pointed at the students who were running their hearts out in this heat until they're drenched in sweat. Does nothing but make them more exhausted for no reason. Who says it's useless? Leah raised an eyebrow. Food at the cafeteria is limited. If you're late, you might get nothing. I turned back in mock surprise. Whoa! Applying this morning's macroeconomics in real time, I see. Leah gave a proud little huff. Did you think everyone was like you? In class, you're either thinking about eating or your girlfriend. I cut her off. You have to bridge the gap between theory and practice. No matter how crowded it is, would the school dare let the students starve? Unless you're the very first person to burst out of the classroom, running actually has zero value. Once the line is formed, anything you do is a waste of effort. Leah looked at me in astonishment. This guy was clearly spacing out during the lecture. So how was he so familiar with the textbook material? It must be because she had just transferred majors. Well, I had already been studying this for a year. We lazily rolled up to the cafeteria entrance. Looking at the long, winding lines inside, I pulled over. Honored passenger. Your destination has arrived. Leah stared at the sea of people in the cafeteria, then suddenly grabbed my shoulder. Weren't you going back to your apartment for lunch? I haven't even seen it yet. Seeing her stubbornly refuse to get off the scooter, I relented helplessly. Fine. You just want a piece of the lunch Summer made for me. But I don't have time to drag you back here. Don't worry, I have a place to nap. Leah gave a mischievous smile. She could just nap with Summer and take the opportunity to snitch on all the wicked thoughts I had in class. The road to the apartment was clear and unobstructed. Although it was further away, it was much faster than trying to navigate the residential area. I parked the bike. I hesitated over whether to give Summer a heads up, but seeing Leah's expectant expression, I decided to give my girlfriend a surprise. The moment the key turned and the door opened, sunlight was pouring through the fluttering curtains into the living room. Summer was curled up on the sofa. Her slender, pale fingers were slowly rolling an over-the-knee sock up her calf. The breeze tousled her hair, and the light seemed to make her entire silhouette glow. Her eyes lit up when she saw me. She hopped off the sofa with excitement, bounding toward me like a happy little fawn. Hello, little Summer. I'm here too. Leah poked her head out from behind me, shoving me to the side. Summer froze in her tracks, her cheeks turning beet red instantly. Leah. Leah looked her up and down in her vibrant schoolgirl uniform, then gave me a nod. Looks like this guy is taking pretty good care of Summer. But as her gaze drifted lower, seeing one of Summer's legs in a sock, while the other was bare, her brow furrowed again. All right. It was probably just to satisfy my weird kinks. Summer hurriedly brought out the guest slippers, then circled behind me, landing a light punch on my side. Why didn't you tell me we were having a guest? I didn't prepare anything. I pulled Summer into my arms, ruffling her soft hair. That shy little having a guest remark gave me the fleeting sensation of being a newlywed couple. My heart felt sweet enough to burst. Summer struggled slightly with a red face. Leah is right there. Leah looked at our display of affection, her cheeks heating up. She snatched Summer out of my arms, seeing her own face on someone else flaunting their love. The secondhand embarrassment was way too strong. She stood between the two of us, giving me a warning glare. Stay away from Summer. Keep your hands to yourself. Fine, I surrender. I put my hands up. I looked toward the low table. We have an extra mouth to feed. Is there enough food? What do you mean, extra mouth? Leah lifted her chin. Summer obviously made this specifically for me. If there's not enough, you're the one who's going hungry. Summer's eyes curved into crescents as she nodded. Right. We'll starve Lucas. She took Leah's hand and led her further into the room. This was the first time she'd ever brought a friend home, and she was as excited as a child with a brand new toy. Leah looked around, letting out a series of wows. Her usual Ice Queen persona completely nowhere to be found. Don't forget to eat. I dished out 3 bowls of rice and set them on the table. Summer wanted to sit in the middle, but Leah snatched her to sit right beside her, physically blocking her off from Lucas. There were 2 dishes and a soup on the table: stir-fried cabbage, stewed pork with potatoes, and mung bean soup. Summer, you're way too talented. Leah shook Summer's hand. I picked up a piece of cabbage. I couldn't agree more. Right? Totally. I looked past Leah to ask Summer, did you learn any video editing this morning? Yeah. Summer shrank her neck back. I learned a little, but taking photos for you took up way too much time. She suddenly said righteously, and she had to buy groceries, cook, and do laundry. Leah added protectively, laundry and cooking take forever. Not to mention having to take those kinds of photos. Summer peeked her head out from behind Leah's shoulder, wrinkling her nose at me. I had to give myself a huge pep talk first, you know? I scratched my head. I don't think I even said anything, but watching them team up like this, I couldn't help the corner of my mouth curling up. If they had grown up together, it probably would have looked exactly like this. Leah pressed the attack. You're still laughing? First class, you're thinking about having babies. Second class, you're thinking about lunch. Summer's face turned a brilliant red. She hid completely behind Leah, leaving only her watery eyes to peek at me. My ears started to burn. Who wanted babies? I had fantasized about it when considering the baby product niche, but how did Leah know? Our eyes met and broke away instantly. The air was filled with awkward, romantic pink bubbles. Leah let out a heavy cough. You wrote it right there in your notebook. She put her arm around Summer's waist. Repeat after me. Men are all giant pigs. They only want your body. So you absolutely have to wait until marriage. Summer obediently repeated. Lucas is a giant pig. He only wants my body. As for the rest, she stole a glance at me. 3 more years until Lucas graduated and got married. Her eyes dimmed. She wouldn't even be around by then. Leah was feeling quite satisfied, until she realized she had missed a key point. Just as she was about to add more, I whipped out my notebook. Trade secret. Gotta defend my honor here. I pointed at the infants and toddlers column. The having babies thing you mentioned was about how much money there is in baby products. Don't you know? I used my chopsticks to emphasize the point. A pair of baby learning spoons is $8. A normal spoon is $1. Baby mineral water is $7 a bottle. A normal bottle is $3. Leah's face turned bright red. So he was actually seriously planning a business. Classmate Leah, I said with deep remorse. You nearly ruined my reputation. Well, sorry? Leah apologized awkwardly. Summer leaned in close to the notebook, suddenly pointing to the dense ink marks next to baby products. Why are there so many dots here? You just crossed the other options out without a single dot. My gaze darted around. Under their burning interrogation, I finally rubbed my nose. Heh. Sometimes when I think, I just unconsciously tap the paper with my pen. Don't mind that. The number of dots represented how long I was considering it. Seeing my guilty expression, the 2 of them instantly realized my true thoughts. Summer's face turned bright red in a heartbeat. She lowered her head and bit her lip. Her small fists were clenched nervously against her thighs. So, Lucas really does want a baby. Leah wrinkled her nose, grabbed a throw pillow, and chucked it at me. And here I was, actually believing you were? Seriously planning a business. She put her arm around Summer and led her toward the stairs. Summer, don't pay any attention to this big pervert. Let's go take a nap. She turned back and huffed at me. You're cleaning up the dishes as punishment. Leah, Summer whispered as a reminder. Lucas is usually the one who cleans up anyway. Leah pinched her cheek, frustrated by her lack of backbone. I suddenly scooped up the utensils Leah had just used. Oh man, these are the personal utensils used by the great beauty herself. Summer, let's keep these as a family heirloom. We'll tell the kids these were used by Auntie Leah. Who knows? They might be valuable antiques one day. Leah froze in her tracks. She had never seen someone so utterly shameless. Pervert. She snatched the utensils back, her ears turning red with anger. I whistled a tune. You just got here, and you already want to sleep in my bed. Who's the real pervert here? I walked over to Summer and pinched her nose. You little traitor, you're so easy to kidnap. I am not, Summer said, lightly bumping her head against my chest. I suddenly swept her up in a princess carry, wiggling my eyebrows at Leah. I'm going to nap with Summer. The sofa is all yours. Leah curled her lip and took the dishes to the sink to wash them. Amidst the sound of running water, she heard Summer's soft laughter from upstairs. It seemed like her lecture today was a total waste of breath. On the bed, I closed my eyes and idly stroked Summer's legs. She listened to the water downstairs while gently stroking my hair. "Hey, how about you sleep on the sofa today?" she suggested. I snapped my eyes open. "You don't love me anymore." Summer gave me a quick kiss. "Leah is the first friend we've ever had over, okay?" "Fine," I said, kissing her back. "But I expect a reward tonight." I gave her butt a light smack as I got up. Summer blinked her watery eyes. "Does a smack on the butt mean he wants a baby?" Downstairs, Leah was shaking the water off her hands. "Who makes a guest do the dishes?" she grumbled. "I only did it because I actually consider you a friend." I wiped the water off my face as an apology. "Summer has already warmed up the bed for you." The word friend made Leah's heart skip a beat. As a campus beauty, she was never short on so-called friends, but she didn't have a single person she could truly talk to. Back in middle school, she had once told a bestie about a boy she liked. The next day, the entire school knew about it. That boy lost all sense of boundaries because of it, and it eventually led to her being isolated for an entire semester. She looked toward the second floor. The first time she saw Summer, she felt like she could talk to her about anything. Then she looked at Lucas, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Well, he barely counted as half a friend. "Remember to wake me up." She turned and headed upstairs, her steps as light as a kitten wagging its tail. I set my alarm and lay down. I could hear whispering coming from upstairs. "Traitor, Lucas forced me to come up here." What did the Princess Carrie feel like? So secure. His arms are really strong, and his chest is so soft. I let out a heavy cough. "Go to sleep." I touched my own chest. I felt like solid would have been a better description. Then I suddenly remembered the feeling of Summer leaning against my back whenever she rode the scooter with me. That was what you called real softness. The room had just quieted down when I suddenly let out a silly, quiet chuckle. Upstairs, Summer instantly dove under the covers. Leah glared toward the stairs and gave a quiet huff. The vibration of my phone pulled me out of my sleep. Outside the window, the bright sun of late summer and early autumn shone. The AC hummed along. I could, faintly, hear the steady breathing of the girls upstairs. I rubbed my messy hair and let out a sigh. On such a beautiful day, we should be going on an outing, but unfortunately, we still had class in the afternoon. I tiptoed upstairs to wake Leah up, but the scene before me made my breath hitch. The two girls were sleeping in each other's arms. Their identical, delicate profiles in the morning light were like mirror images. One was snuggling in the other's embrace, her cheek pressed against the other's chest. The other's arm was draped over her neck, her fingers buried in the tips of her hair. The way her hand hung looked as if she were kissing the other's forehead. The blanket covered their clothes, making it impossible to tell who was who. I immediately whipped out my phone and took several photos. I put the phone down, staring at the two nearly identical sleeping faces. I decided to challenge myself. Guess which one is Summer? 5 minutes later, aside from an increased heart rate and some unspeakable fantasies, I had made zero progress. Summer usually sleeps curled up in my arms, I muttered to myself, gently ruffling the hair of the girl on the right. "Time to get up. We have to go to class." Leah rubbed her eyes and sat up. "What time is it?" she mumbled, in a whiny, adorable voice. My eyes went wide. That whiny voice actually belonged to Leah? The moment our eyes met, Leah was wide awake. Her face turned bright red as she glared at me. "You touched my head." "Summer, why are you wearing Leah's clothes?" I blurted out, thinking fast. Woken by the noise, Summer sat up grogily. "I'm wearing the school uniform tonight." 10 minutes later, I was nervously riding the electric scooter. On the back seat, Leah had her arms crossed, pouting like a blowfish. "We're so different, and you still got us mixed up? You did that on purpose, didn't you?" I really couldn't tell. I shrank my neck back. "If you don't believe me, look at the photo." "You even took a photo?" Leah reached out. "Hand over the phone." As she took the phone, she kept nagging. Luckily, it was just a nap. "If you ever get us mixed up after you and Summer get married." The scooter suddenly gave a violent wobble. I bit my lip hard. I can't laugh. I absolutely cannot let out a sound. Leah saw my face in the rearview mirror, which was twisted from trying to hold back my laughter. Furious, she bit me right on the shoulder. But as she scrolled through the album, she froze. In the photo, the way she and Summer looked so intimate really was as hard to tell apart as a reflection in a mirror. Even so, you shouldn't have touched my head. She insisted on sending the photo to herself. She deleted the original from my phone. Then, remembering something, she opened the leg pics folder in the album. Pervert, her face turned red. As she forwarded those black and white silk photos to herself too, then deleted them all from my phone. As she stuffed the phone back into my pocket, she secretly set a new wallpaper for me. That photo of them sleeping was so perfect it didn't even need editing. The scooter passed through the tree-lined path. Leah was looking down, studying the photos she'd just saved. She zoomed in and in, trying to understand a guy's obsession with stockings. The white ones made Summer look like a defenseless little rabbit, while the black ones added a touch of mature temptation. She wiped away her non-existent drool. A thought suddenly sprouted. Maybe she should buy a couple of pairs too. If Summer wore the black ones, she'd wear the white ones. Wait, who would she be wearing them for anyway? This way I won't have an excuse to get us mixed up anymore. Wait, Leah suddenly froze. Why the hell should I wear them for that pervert to see? The electric scooter sped along the road. We soon arrived at the classroom building. I parked the bike and looked at Leah. Are you coming over to the apartment again tomorrow? Leah immediately covered her chest and took a half step back. What do you want? Planning to get us mixed up again? Princess, I was wrong. I pulled out my phone and opened the photo album. Look, in the photos, you really can't tell the diff. My eyes suddenly went wide. Where are my photos? Where did all the leg pics Summer sent me go? When I looked up, Leah had already skipped into the classroom. She even turned back and made a face at me. I chased after her, gnashing my teeth. I must teach her a proper lesson tonight. I'll tell Summer she really needs to pick better friends. Inside the classroom, Leah sat in the front row wiping away sweat. The boys nearby were all stealing glances at her. I scanned the room with a dark expression. I walked to the back row alone. Go sit in the front. Leah ran over and knocked on my desk. I'm here to supervise your studies. I curled my lip. I treat you to lunch, and you delete my precious collection. You want the photos back? Leah leaned against my desk and raised an eyebrow. My gaze unconsciously drifted downward, to her long legs beneath the hem of her skirt. Is she planning on compensating me? Even if I can't tell them apart, the one I love is Summer, pervert. Leah suddenly clamped down on her skirt and backed away. Her face was as red as a cooked shrimp. I was saying I'd give Summer's photos back to you. Ken hooked an arm around my neck. Lucas, what kind of photos were they that the beauty had to delete them personally? Your brain really needs a plumbing job. I pushed him away in disgust. Then Ken's head is just filled with empty air. Eric joined in the heckling. I explained that they were just ordinary lifestyle photos. Ken, however, flashed his phone screen. Take a look at these candid shots I got of our beauty, Leah. 360 degrees of zero bad angles. In the photos, Leah was either sitting poised or captured in profile. There really wasn't a single ugly shot. Lucas, why don't you head to the front? Don't block my path to self-improvement. Ken gave me a suggestive wink. I stood up and grabbed my books. I'd already played a few matches this morning anyway. I walked over to Leah's side. I'll take the inside seat. Leah puffed out her cheeks and made room for me. She secretly sent me a message. As soon as I opened the chat, I saw that the photos were still there. I caught the notification and gave her a meaningful smile. Clearly, no one can resist Summer's leg pics. Not even the campus beauty herself. What are you looking at? Leah glared at me, her face red. Go look at your own legs next time. I whistled. Summer is my girl. I don't. Leah stammered and curled into a ball. The bell rang for class. I messaged Summer to discuss the direction of our short videos. 150 restaurant mystery box, or The Restless Bro. Seeing the message, Summer fell into a dilemma. She had always dreamed of a little yard with a garden for vegetables. But she also longed for the youthful traveling seen in those videos. Traveling is really expensive, isn't it? She was just about to choose the country yard. My new message popped up. Don't worry about the money, choose whatever makes you happy. Having her little secret exposed, she gave a huffy hum, finally realizing, as long as I'm with you, I'm happy with either one. Sunlight poured through the curtains onto her curled-up legs. The phone screen reflected her sweet smile. Outside, the autumn wind blew past. A ginkgo leaf landed gently on the windowsill. Seeing Summer's reply, the corners of my mouth curled up unconsciously. I looked down and typed, the world is so big. I want to go see it. I spent years buried in work in my past life. I never got to properly see the mountains and rivers of this country. Summer has been working all these years too. It's the perfect time to take her out to clear her head. More importantly, I just made $100,000. The future of video making is still a gamble. Renovating an old house has too high of an initial cost. If the account doesn't take off, the renovated house would just be sitting there empty. But the 150 restaurant mystery box can be dropped at any time. The money spent goes right into the stomach. It's not a loss no matter how you calculate it. Maybe, in some romantic setting in a strange city, Summer and I could. What are you smiling about like an idiot? Leah nudged me awake with her elbow. She pointed at the notebook. Take notes properly. I finally realized I had been spacing out for far too long. Following her slender finger, a gaze fell on her exquisite profile and Summer. They really are identical. Especially when I think about the scenes I was just imagining. My ears suddenly turned hot. I quickly shook my head to dispel those naughty thoughts. I pulled my focus back to the notebook. Since I'd decided on the 150 restaurant mystery box, I had to get the filming equipment ready first. I scoured through TikTok. I listed the essentials: a pocket camera, a phone tripod, a wireless microphone, and a fill light. I hesitated on the drone for a long time. I've never flown a remote-controlled plane before. I really want to give it a try. Plus, I could get those wide-angle shots. How cool would that be? I checked my balance. 80,000. 30,000 in commissions hasn't arrived yet. Gave Summer 20,000 as compensation. The remaining 10,000 went toward phones and clothes. My wallet was nearly empty. I suddenly realized that of the money I'd earned, except for what I'd bought Summer, I'd barely bought anything for myself. Wait, even the socks were a gift from the shop owner. Love yourself first. I, decisively, added a $3,000 drone to my cart. I'll place the order as soon as the commission hits. Then I began planning the content. I opened my maps and food delivery apps. I needed to pick shops that fit the criteria. They couldn't be internet-famous spots. They had to be local staples, preferably with local specialties. Thinking back to that Madu Szechuan fish I had the other day, the taste was incredible. Unfortunately, 150 only covers one signature dish there. The content would be too thin. I spent another 2 periods carefully picking and choosing. I finally locked in 5 candidates. The bell rang for the end of class. I stretched my arms. Leah leaned in curiously to look at my notes. She had been stealing glances over the last few periods. She noticed that even though this guy seemed like a slacker, he was surprisingly reliable when it came to getting things done. Trade secret. I shielded the notebook. Only for my girlfriend's eyes. Leah brushed my hand aside. I'm vetting this for Summer. She gave a mischievous smile. Besides, aren't I your girlfriend right now? Give it a rest. I curled my lip. My heart and soul belong to Summer. Don't get any funny ideas. Drop dead. Leah turned away. Besides that hopeless romantic Summer, who would ever be interested in you? Just as she finished speaking, Tiffany White stood timidly before the desk. Lucas, do you want to have dinner together? She bit her lip. I sent you a message earlier, but you didn't reply. Leah's face turned red instantly. The slap to the face came far too quickly. She could already imagine Lucas's smug expression. Instead, I just looked up calmly. Sorry. From now on, I'll pretty much always be having dinner with my girlfriend. Tiffany froze. She had expected a confrontation like the past few days, or even to be met with cold mockery. But he just told her calmly. He'd be eating with his girlfriend from now on. No sarcasm, no payback. As if I were merely stating a fact that couldn't be more ordinary. She suddenly felt so stupid. She once possessed the purest kind of affection, but she had thrown it away with her own hands. Her gaze lingered on Leah for a moment. She bit her lip and turned away. That girl was too radiant. Just the fact that she dared to go public with the relationship made her feel ashamed and inferior. Don't get the wrong idea, Leah said, letting go of my arm. She even brushed off her sleeve in mock disgust. I'm just keeping an eye on you for Summer. A strategist, huh? I raised an eyebrow. Which of the 36 stratagems is this? The one where you try to hide something only to make it more obvious? Leah blushed instantly. She landed a punch on my shoulder. Drop dead. Who would ever like you? I'm telling Summer. My bad, my bad. I've noted it down. I'll treat you to dinner on Thursday to make up for it. Seeing her frown, I quickly added, with Summer, of course. Leah finally nodded. She didn't want to eat alone with Lucas anyway. This relationship was just a matter of mutual convenience. She helped him block unwanted attention, and she watched over him for Summer. Which restaurant? She leaned in toward my notebook. Probably 3 of them. Lunch, dinner, and a late-night snack. Leah narrowed her eyes. You aren't planning to use us as clickbait for your videos, are you? Of course not, I chuckled. It's just that Summer and I can't finish all that food ourselves. I need you as a food vacuum. A food consultant. You're the food vacuum. Leah gave me another punch in a huff. I rubbed my arm. I didn't think I could actually make the campus beauty lose her cool. I rested my chin on my hand and looked at the slides, but my mind drifted to account operations. Besides content, I had to consider promotion. Suddenly, I had a brain blast. Both campuses have freshman galas at the end of the month. That's over 10,000 people in total. If I could sponsor the gala and put a QR code on the tickets, I quickly crunched the numbers. If I invest 3,000 and get 3,000 followers, it's worth it. Once the gala video is finished, I can negotiate collaborations with local restaurants. Monetization will be much easier then. I adjusted the plan instantly. Film cityscapes and amusement parks first. Wait until the sponsorship is settled before doing the restaurant mystery boxes. Luckily, while promoting the campus cards, I'd already researched the nearby attractions. Now I just need to filter the local restaurants. Time flew while I was focused. By the time the bell rang, I'd only finished filtering 2 places. Dinner together? I asked Leah as she was packing her bag. Thinking of the long cafeteria lines before evening study, she nodded. Remember to transfer your share of the food costs. I gave a wicked grin. Summer made it though. Leah gave a soft huff. If she charges me, I'll pay. I bought the ingredients, and Summer is mine too. How is it not my business? I don't care. She lifted her chin. Summer said, I'm welcome. Fine. I threw up my hands in surrender. You can crash for a meal, but don't try to crash for the night. I almost couldn't sleep at noon because of you. We bickered all the way back to the apartment. The moment I pushed the door open, the aroma of food wafted over. Summer, I'm back. I opened my arms. Summer threw herself into my embrace like a happy little bird. Leah curled her lip, walked around us, and made herself at home in a living room. Happy now? I kidnapped Leah and brought her back again. I ruffled Summer's hair. Summer turned and gave Leah a sweet smile. We aren't interrupting you guys, are we? Leah scratched her head. The cafeteria line was too long. I wouldn't have had any time to rest before evening study. Summer tilted her face up to look at me. Do you have evening study in a bit? What time will you be back? I haven't seen you all day. Her eyes were full of longing. Evening study. I rolled my eyes. Should I cut class or not? I rested my hand on Summer's waist. Depends on how you behave. I'll be super good. Summer lightly bumped her head against my shoulder. Hey, I'm still right here, Leah protested. Then she gave a mischievous grin. Why don't you come along for evening study with Lucas? It's just doing homework or playing on your phone anyway. You just have to stay until 9:30. Summer's eyes lit up. Can we go together? My lip twitched. Can't I just cut class? But taking Summer to evening study didn't sound like a bad idea. Then you're not being good. Summer led me toward the living room. She picked up a few shopping bags from the sofa. I bought you some clothes this afternoon. Try them on and see if they fit. Looking at the 3 new outfits, I scratched my head. Let's eat first. I saw the third wheel, Leah, looking down awkwardly. Summer had specifically made an extra portion for the meal. Leah felt a warmth in her heart. Summer really is so thoughtful. I finished my shower in record time and changed into the new clothes Summer bought. How do I look? I spun around in front of Leah. Summer has great taste, doesn't she? Leah curled her lip. You'd look even better if you covered your face. Summer took my arm and gave it a shake. Time for evening study. I'll try. I scratched my head. Actually, nobody from the department is checking attendance tonight. Summer tilted her face up, looking pitiful. We haven't been together all day. Leah felt like she was getting goosebumps watching this. She tugged at Summer. Maybe I should just go by myself. I only wanted to cut evening study. But if Summer actually goes, my Ice Queen persona is definitely going to shatter. But I suddenly turned serious. I held up 3 fingers and swore. In the study hall, kissing Summer's face, touching her long legs, or rubbing her stomach. I haven't even thought about doing any of those things. Summer's face turned red all the way to her ears instantly. Leah shook her fist in a rage. Lucas, ahem, I misspoke. We're a couple, being a little intimate. What's wrong with that? I know where to draw the line. Summer whispered under her breath. You only admitted your mistake this afternoon. The room was so quiet that her words were exceptionally clear. I awkwardly pinched her nose. You little traitor, I'm trying to help you. Leah let out a sigh. True, we have to act a little intimate occasionally. Otherwise, like with Tiffany White today, there will only be more misunderstandings. Summer, she said seriously, I have a cold and aloof persona at school. Don't let Lucas get too out of hand. Otherwise, I won't be able to show my face tomorrow. Summer nodded solemnly. I won't let him do anything wild. Seeing the expectant look in my eyes, she added weakly, I'll try. I burst out laughing. I ruffled her hair. All right, time to head out. I turned and wiggled my eyebrows at Leah. The dishes are all yours. Leah curled her lip. Got it. Summer leaned against my back. The little scooter rolled slowly toward the school. At the thought of pretending to be Leah for evening study, her heart beat so fast it felt like it would jump out. I felt a soft sensation against my back, and Summer's quiet whisper in my ear. I felt like I was walking on air. Leah is way too cold at school. She doesn't have any friends. I suddenly suggested, let's help her change her image. Summer puffed out her cheeks. She lifted my hand off her leg and put it back on my own. No way. Otherwise, I won't be able to substitute for her anymore. Don't you want to see me again? I refused to give up and put my hand back. even though Summer was wearing pants. But the strange thing was, as long as I kept my hand on her leg, the corners of my mouth would turn up unconsciously. Summer looked around with a flushed face. We haven't reached the school yet anyway, so I'll let you leave it there for a little while. In front of the teaching building, Summer took a deep breath. She straightened her back, just like Leah had taught her, tilting her chin up slightly. To put on a cold and aloof expression, I looked around in every direction. Seeing no one was nearby, I leaned in and kissed the corner of her mouth. Hey, I was just getting into character. Summer instantly broke her persona. Her face turned as red as a ripe apple. No need to fake it. I took her hand. In college, nobody cares about stuff like this. We walked into the classroom. Summer looked around curiously at everything. After graduating from middle school, she hadn't stepped foot inside a school in 5 or 6 years. The college classroom was more spacious and bright than she'd imagined. Where is Leah's seat? She asked in a low voice. I suddenly remembered that summer. Thought college had fixed seating. My eyes rolled. Her seat is actually really far from mine. And the person sitting next to her is a big, burly guy. Seeing Summer's panicked expression, I suppressed a laugh. I'll go negotiate a seat swap. I led her to an empty seat in the corner and sat down. Summer nervously tugged at the hem of her shirt. You have to switch. What if I get scared? I leaned in and pointed at my cheek. Summer's eyes darted around. She stole a glance at the other students who seemed to be buried in their studies, and pleaded in a low voice, Can we kiss when we get back instead? Then you owe me 2 kisses when we get back. After we sat down, I ruffled her hair. You little piggy, college doesn't have fixed seating. Summer was so mad she grabbed my hand and bit it. It's exactly like Leah said. You just love bullying people. I pinched her cheek. Is the cold and aloof persona shattered already? Summer immediately straightened her face. But then she heard a series of sharp gasps from the back rows. It turned out those studious students were actually blowing up the guys' group chat. Lucas's hand is definitely on Leah's leg. The campus beauty looks even better when she's blushing. You animal. Let go and let me do it. Summer asked for my phone to play a game. Suddenly seeing those messages, steam practically rose from her head. She moved to the next seat over with a red face, looking like she wanted to crawl under the desk. I had just been enjoying the feel of Summer's thigh, when my inspiration was suddenly pushed away. I scratched my head with a confused look. Summer puffed out her cheeks, poking my chest with her finger. You sit on the outside, and you said no one was looking. They've seen everything. I looked back. The guys in the back row all had their chests puffed out, looking like generals who had just won a great battle. Fine. I moved back to my original seat helplessly. You play your game for a bit. I'll hurry up and finish my homework. Summer thought I would have insisted a bit more. After hesitating for a moment, she moved back toward me. Her head rested on the desk as she opened the game. The Timmy sounds echoed one after another throughout the room. The guys started frantically sending team invites. Can I play with them? She tugged on the hem of my shirt. I glanced at the game interface. Then at the students in the back row who were pretending to be ostriches. Wow. Trying to swoop in right in front of me? Go ahead. I leaned into her ear. If anyone talks dirty, remember to share. Summer's ear turned bright red. She decisively rejected all invites and chose solo queue. After a round ended, she punched me in a huff. You don't have any of the heroes I know. Your account is so basic. Her 1-9 record as a support hero was truly pathetic. You little newbie. I ruffled her hair. Play another round. I'll finish my homework in 20 minutes and carry you. Summer nodded heavily. I have to win back my stars. This round she finally managed to get her main hero, but she was targeted by the enemy assassin until she nearly broke down. I finished my homework and took over the phone. Relying on my pro-level awareness, I successfully countered. The score was quickly turned around. Why does the assassin only target me? Summer was so indignant she almost crawled into the phone screen. I suddenly reached out my left hand. Then you target me. This posture made her almost sink into my arms. With a red face and a moment of hesitation, she still reached out her finger and let me guide her movements on the screen. We're so good. After the victory, I ruffled her hair. Summer hugged my arm, her cheeks burning. The guys in the back row were gnashing their teeth. Usually, seeing Lucas bickering with the cold beauty was one thing, but the contrast in her behavior tonight was pure torture. The group chat was filled with kill the Lucas dog and save the beauty. Tiffany White was watching with dejection. So Leah could be this sweet, just not to anyone else. The bell rang to end the study hall. Ashley aggressively blocked our path. Can you two pay some attention to your surroundings? We are in a study hall. Summer was just about to apologize when I suddenly went into full drama mode. I grabbed the books and pulled her as I ran. Sorry, it's all my fault for being an eyesore. We're leaving. The whole class was left in. Dead silence. Ashley's face was flushed as she stood there. She just wanted to tell them not to be so clingy. How did it end up looking like she was bullying them? Lucas wouldn't take the chance to help the beauty cut class, would he? Man, what a great excuse he found. On the main road, Cloud Path, I took Summer's hand and sprinted all the way. The empty road was so quiet only the wind could be heard. Suddenly, I came to a dead stop. I turned around abruptly, just as I expected. Summer crashed right into my chest. Her nose was nearly knocked sideways. Summer rubbed her nose, pouting as her small fist lightly thudded against my chest. I ruffled her hair. I looked around and saw that really no one was passing by. So I let out a groan and fell onto the lawn. Ever heard of a safe following distance? I'm calling the police. I clutched my chest, looking like I had suffered a massive injustice. Ow, my chest, my ankle, and my kneecap. Summer looked at my shameless behavior, her cheeks slightly red. She looked left and right to confirm no one was there, and finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. She crouched down and gave me a rocket headbutt into my chest again, pinning me directly down on the grass. Unable to breathe under her weight, I blinked. This scene. Why did it look like Summer was about to force herself on me? Little penny pincher. I supported her waist and raised an eyebrow. If you can't pay the medical bills, are you trying to pay with your body? That's not going to work. Unless you pay me $188,000, I'm not getting up today. $108,000? Summer gave a soft huff. Her hand slid from my chest and wrapped around my neck. A mischievous grin was on her lips, revealing her neat little white teeth that sparkled under the streetlights. You're the one trying to flip the script. You're actually thinking about a dowry? I'm going to have to kill the witness. She spoke with a playful threat. Murdering your own husband? I pleaded for mercy repeatedly, taking the opportunity to pull her into a tight embrace. Summer struggled briefly, before finally resigning herself to nestling in my arms. Her hands hooked around my neck. She mumbled softly, I hate you so much. You only know how to bully me. The night wind gently swept across the lawn. Sweat dampened their shirts as they embraced, but neither of them wanted to let go, even for a second. I rubbed her flat little stomach, my tone light. Summer, if we ever get married, and I can't afford that $108,000 engagement gift, what then? Summer shook her head, looking at me tenderly. It doesn't matter. As long as you're willing to marry me, that's enough. Her eyes cast downward, and her voice gradually grew heavy, carrying a trace of disappointment she couldn't hide. She buried her head against my shoulder, holding me a bit tighter. Lucas, I only have you now. Her world had long since been emptied of family, abandoned decisively by her mother when she fell ill. She had simply stopped expecting anything from that woman who was a mother in name only. Fortunately, she still had Lucas, her only pillar of support. I seemed to read the sadness in her, so I stopped joking. I just gently stroked the back of her hair. No breaking up allowed. You're the one who started this, after all. Summer suddenly raised her head and cupped my face, looking completely serious. Before I could say a word, she closed her eyes, tilted her face up slightly, and pressed her soft lips against mine. A sweet fragrance surrounded me, carrying a hint of shyness but an incredibly firm courage. I lost myself in the moment, with only one thought remaining in my mind. Thank God we aren't at the apartment. The heated kiss gradually deepened, as our rapid breathing and the sweltering air intertwined. Yet it allowed our two hearts to slowly find peace. Within that fiery atmosphere, a sudden nip of pain snapped me out of my trance. Summer had given my lip a gentle bite, then immediately turned her head away. I licked my lips, savoring the lingering sensation as if I hadn't had enough. Summer stole a secret glance at me, stood up, and brushed the grass off her clothes. She rubbed the tip of her nose and grumbled bashfully, Lucas, you don't even know how to kiss properly. You got slobber all over my nose. I gave a silly grin, thinking that if I were too experienced, Summer would probably blow a fuse. I hugged her from behind, whispering in her ear, I'll make sure to practice hard when we get back. Summer's body gave a tiny shudder, and she let out a soft huff. It sounded like a rejection, but it felt like a green light. Holding her hand, the two of us strolled through the campus, soaking in the tranquility of the night. My gaze drifted to Summer every now and then, and my heart felt completely soft. A girl this beautiful was actually my girlfriend. I tried my best to suppress the grin on my face, attempting to save my usual serious and professional image, but seeing the envious or surprised looks from the students passing by, I couldn't help but feel like my smile looked a bit like a villain who had finally won. Summer kept her head down, her cheeks slightly flushed, skipping along as she kicked at loose pebbles. She knew Lucas was watching her. She'd intended to maintain Leah's Ice Queen image, But for some reason, she turned back into this little girl. Even if it was childish, she was certain that in Lucas's eyes, she must look incredibly cute. After walking for about 10 minutes, Summer tilted her head toward me, blinking her watery eyes. Lucas, what are we doing next? I checked the time. There was still half an hour until 9:30 p.m. We could go to the snack street and grab some food to take back, partly to shut Leah up. After all, Summer had completely nuked her cold beauty persona tonight. How about we head to the snack? I stopped mid-sentence. I suddenly remembered that the student union was holding an orientation rally for the freshmen tonight. Summer had never been to college, and I wanted her to experience as much of campus life as possible. I pointed toward the administration building nearby. The first floor over there is the main conference hall. The student union is doing their presentations. Want to go check it out? Sure. Summer immediately took my arm, giving me a sweet smile. Then she took a deep breath, feigning a cold, aloof expression. Don't tease me in a bit. I have to fix my image. The hallway of the admin building had a dim, yellowish glow. I led Summer through the crowd by the hand. The area outside the conference hall was packed with class leads. They looked like adult birds guarding their chicks, staring nervously at their department's new recruits giving speeches on stage. Whoa, is that Lucas? When the student union seniors saw Summer, their eyes went wide. One of them even rubbed his eyes with exaggeration. Kid, don't tell me you kidnapped this poor girl. I laughed and punched King on the shoulder. What number is our department's presentation? Eric drew the final slot. King pointed toward the room with a long face. The freshmen are already playing on their phones. By the time it's our turn, no one will be listening. Summer ducked under my arm, peeking into the room through the gap in the door. On stage, a boy in an ill-fitting suit was mechanically reading off the slides. Responding to the call for national innovation and entrepreneurship, her eyes suddenly lit up. She tugged on my shirt. If you went up there in a suit, you'd definitely look way cooler. Well, obviously, I smugly messed up her hair, then winked at King. King, you recruited me for the entrepreneurship department, specifically for my good looks, didn't you? You bet I did. King stroked his non-existent beard. Our department's looks are legendary in the student union. A chorus of boos immediately erupted around us. A senior girl from the outreach department rolled her eyes. The sponsors only talk to us because of our looks, okay? A senior from the arts and sports department wasn't about to be outdone. We're the ones with both the looks and the talent. Summer hid in my arms, giggling, until King suddenly pointed at her. Which one of you has a girlfriend prettier than Lucas's? Every single eye in the hallway landed on Summer. She instantly looked like a startled rabbit, burying her face into my shoulder. I laughed and gave her a little shake. I'm not greedy for money, and she's not into looks. I am not. Summer bumped her head against my chest in a huff, but I just pinched her nose. So you are into looks? You little visual chaser? While everyone was laughing and joking, the conference hall doors suddenly swung open. 4 members of the executive board walked out with stern faces. What's the noise? We can hear you clearly inside. The shortest girl among them suddenly puffed her chest out. If we're talking about looks, the executive board obviously wins. Meeting adjourned. Amidst the crowd, I led Summer into the flow of people. I walked straight toward the head of the academic department, June. This was the girl King had tried his hardest to set me up with. Right now, she was looking at us with a very complicated expression. June, save me. I put my hands together in a prayer motion. Summer immediately clung to my arm like a protective kitten. June's gaze lingered on our intertwined arms for a moment. Is Lucas actually starting a business? It's the absolute truth. I held up a hand to swear. If I'm lying, I suddenly pushed Summer forward, then let Leah turn into a pig. June burst out laughing, though the light in her eyes dimmed slightly. When recruitment is over, our 2 departments should throw a joint mixer, she whispered before turning to leave. Ask for your evening study. I'll tell them not to check your attendance.